take the win. We the future that you run from, hitting harder than a bass drum, and we're only getting louder, and we're only getting prouder.
Up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Whoa. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.
That has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه، القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم.
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري تسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي سي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي سي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Hello and welcome to Gamers 8 and welcome to week 2 of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational. This week, we begin the After Party Showdown. My name is Banks and I am your host and I'm joined on the main stage by my co-host, Fancy.
حياكم الله من جديد اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور في بطولة الببجي موبايل وورلد انفيتيشنال في الاسبوع الثاني راح نشهد فيها البطولة الاستعراضية بطولة الببجي موبايل افتر بارتي شو داون راح نشهد اشياء مختلفة في هالبطولة ودنا نتكلم عنها على طول خلونا نبدا فيها.
Yes, 12 teams will be competing this week for the lion's share of $1 million and, of course, many match rewards. But I'm not going to tell you too much information, but one thing that I will tell you is that each winner chicken dinner is going to be worth $10,000, Fancy.
زي ما احنا عارفين اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور البطولة هذه بما انها بطولة استعراضية راح تكون نظامها مختلفة عندنا 12 فريق 5 من البطولة الماضية بطولة ببجي موبايل في الاسبوع الماضي و7 فرق جديدة موجودين معنا اليوم على المسرح راح يشاركون معنا لكن لا ننسى ان جوائزها مختلفة واشياء كثيرة ودنا نعطيكم تفاصيلها خلينا نخليها للاستديو التحليلي لكن قبل كذا بعطيكم معلومة بسيطة انه جائزة الوينر تشيكن دينر لحالها بتكون $10,000 فقط في كل مباراة.
This week, the competition really is going to pop off because we have the top 5 teams from last week's main tournament and they're going to be competing alongside 7 of the most feared and revered PUBG Mobile teams from all over the globe. So, before we dive into our first map of the day, we're going to send it over to the desk so they can break everything down for you.
طريقة الجوائز وطريقة اللعب راح تكون مختلفة تماما عن اللي شفناه في الأسبوع الماضي لكن الشيء الأهم أن الفرق اللي معنا راح يلعبون بطريقة مختلفة عن اللي احنا نشوفهم يلعبونها فيها دائما لكن قبل كذا خلونا على طول نروح للاستديو التحليلي أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور نتكلم أكثر عن إيش ممكن يحصل في البطولة كيف طريقة اللعب وكيف تقسيم الجوائز على طول مع الاستديو التحليلي.
Thank you so much, Banks and Fancy, for that lovely intro. Also, I love the little microphone flip we saw at the very beginning. If you guys didn't catch it, we'll rewind the stream and check it out. I'm Jason Kaplan. I'm your host here. I've been able to carry over from the main event and luckily be here for the after-party showdown, which is going to be extremely exciting. But like always, I can't do this alone. We got Maxim and Claris rejoin us once again. And gentlemen, over here, Claris. Yeah, I'm right here. This is going to be ridiculous, right? This event, there's so many things that we could talk about right now. But this event is set to be so exciting. Seen Scout coming back for 7C, seen BTR here. I can't wait to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be a massive clash once again, and especially the rules of this after-party showdown. Like, there's a lot of things to break down we're going to talk over, but like the way you get prizes in this tournament alone and the maps we're going to be seeing, it's going to be wild.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch it. I'm also excited to watch, I guess, the chaos unfold that could potentially occur, because this is kind of uncharted territory for a lot of these players as well as the teams, so excited to see how they're going to adapt from day to day.
A lot of money on the line, a lot of dollar bills, and actually the first little kind of reward we're going to be doing here is coming up in just a few seconds, where one team will be winning $20,000 for having the best intro on stage. Now, I've been told they've prepared some things to show. Some teams might not do anything. Well, they might be, unfortunately, not winning $20,000. But we got to see a little bit of a hint of what went down in rehearsals yesterday, and there's some exciting stuff coming.
Yeah, I mean, even Nigma Galaxy, they got a new haircut done just for this. They're looking clean and crispy, so they're putting the effort into it. I'm not sure like the haircut's going to help too much, but it's something. No, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, the thing you instantly noticed was their haircut out of everything. Okay,
all right, well, here we go. It is time for the team intro. Make sure you guys are paying attention, as one team will be winning $20,000, and Team Falcon's going to be coming up first.
Yes! I've got high hopes for them here coming into this one. Very high hopes.
The crowd goes wild for the Falcons.
Right. What are they going to do?
What are they going to do?
What was that?
What was that?
It's crazy. It's funky.
Maybe I'm too old. I don't know what it is. John's doing it next to us. I don't know
what They went out of the box, okay? They did something that no one has ever done those moves before. So
that's true.
Originality.
Here comes Rad. Okay.
Oh, like
yes.
Oh, this one was good. I like this one.
So far this one wins?
Whoa.
Sorry, Falcons. Even though you're the best, I don't think you'll beat that so far.
Not coming out. Dead Eyes, guys.
It's Dead Eyes, guys.
Now they do the dead pause. Everyone just laying on the ground. Everyone's done.
Oh, for some reason I thought they were going to do a backflip there. All together. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, they got the sunglasses. They got props and everything. Okay. There's been some real setup for that.
Don't hate it. Bigatron. Well, we got the twins, right? So they should be in sync, I would imagine.
Big fan favorites.
They need to do something about that. Could fake like a mirror or something, yeah. Oh.
What are they going to do?
Mum said it's my turn to play PUBG Mobile.
All right, well, here comes 7C. This team, I'm actually really excited to see how it's going to work. I mean, obviously, Scout kind of coming back into the mix here. I talked to him before the event. He said he's feeling confident. He's not feeling nervous at all. Okay.
Okay.
All
nice.
Right.
Respectful.
Ooh, all right. I'm getting a little bit of some fighting game action
Ready
there.
to fight. Yeah, ready to go.
Oh. Still waiting for an anime reference at some point. I think
I'm sure you're going to get one at some point.
I'm going to get one.
Whoa, guys, shut up. It's one of the best teams coming out onto the stage right now, all right? It's Stalwart, ready to go, ready to show. Look at them, moving on up, moving around, moving up and down. It's Stalwart.
You know what? Even if they don't win the event, I think they just won the intro so far.
That's pretty good.
That's
good. Yeah, that's not bad. The best in-game, the best on the stage. What can you say?
Consider you see the IG yelling there, really paying off. The team synergy on point.
All right, who do we got next coming on out? We got R8 Esports, other local team here. Oh, no. Okay,
Wait a minute.
It's Enigma Galaxy. That's not them. Sporting their 2022 winter collection.
Wait, no. What if they unreveal?
They actually are. Easy. Hey! Easy, buddy.
They had a budget for this, okay? They really went out.
They had to buy a printer. They needed tape.
They bought a printer. They didn't.
I'm impressed.
Well, they had to get ink as well, which is like always frustrating to have to deal with. So they just kind of.
So they switched sides.
They switched.
There we go.
What's the plan here?
Oh.
They're fishing. They're reeling him in.
You know what? If only we could have Max out there. He does the best fish impression
They've
you've
caught
ever
a big
seen.
one.
I think they should have asked me to join up on that one. It was a story there. You know what? There was a story. There was an end. There was a good closure.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. It was a saga. That was.
Yeah, that was.
Yes.
All right. Well, Vampire Esports coming out on stage. Obviously, the winners when it came to the main event that happened last week, winning $500,000 for first place, and of course, Mike making it rain.
Oh, they actually.
Wait, where'd they get the money? Is that USD? I didn't see what currency that was.
We asked what were they going to do with the $500,000, right? At least we know now.
Yeah, just a little, yeah, exactly.
All for this.
The actual best team.
I think that's a bit less than 500K.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, something's happening. There's a setup going on here. Alpha 7. They're ready to go.
I see.
Oh, it's
Are
the
we
res.
reviving him?
It's the res.
Oh.
They used the pickup feature. Wow. That's great.
I love that.
Okay. Hey, they got like a team chat in there. I like it.
Oh, they're serious.
I'm spooked.
Yeah. I like the jacket at least. Looks really nice.
That was some psychological warfare tactics coming in.
S2G.
There comes the team Max is pitted as being the best team here at the
Have you, Max?
I said they're one of the best, I think.
Oh, that was a better reel-in, actually.
Yeah.
That was a better reel-in. There you go.
In terms of acting, that's way better.
Yeah.
I definitely did sense the fish. He channeled his inner fish.
Yeah.
Being reeled in.
I would know.
Or was it a mermaid?
Oh, we have Damwon Kia coming out.
Overlords. Oh, okay.
Come on, South Korea and Overlords. What's happening?
It's a heart.
That's a heart.
Hey!
That was elaborate.
I was a bit confused.
I was concerned initially,
and
then it worked out.
But the ending was worth it, okay?
There was a moment.
I thought we could maybe do one on the desk, but we didn't practice anything on that one.
No, we didn't.
Are you trying to do a fusion?
I was trying to do it.
I don't know. We can't. I'm in the middle. I feel I'm not necessary for this.
No, you're right. You're not necessary. Jason.
I mean, he's not wrong.
You told me that you haven't been mean to him, so I kind of, gotta get.
Doesn't mean you have to. Come on.
Wow.
Actually, contractually, if you look in his contract, there's a stipulation that he has to be mean to Max at some point.
Who signed that?
Oh, with that in a heartbeat.
Yeah. And he wasn't even the one that proposed it, actually. It was someone else that proposed it. All right, well, let's actually get a little more serious, though, because this event is going to be kicking off momentarily. But we need to dive into, I guess, the format of this whole event. You guys might be a little bit confused going into this because things have changed quite heavily. We've hinted at it a little bit. It's more about the money. But instead of 18 teams from last week, we only have 12 this time, but they're going to be playing out 18 matches a day. But, Max, there's something on this page that makes me extremely happy.
That's a lot of maps.
That wasn't it.
That is a lot of maps. But
there's a few things here that make me excited.
Vikendi. We're seeing Vikendi being brought back. I'm super stoked about that in particular. Right, potentially Castle finish. I don't know, but Livik and Karakin. also added to the mix there.
Was it for Kendi Jason that made you happy?
No.
What were you focused on?
I mean, hey, everyone can be excited for their own things, but obviously 12 teams, right? We have Karakin, we have Livik coming in. But also for all y'all at home to keep in mind, we are playing in a little bit of an accelerated state, where zones will be popping quicker and shrinking faster. And this means teams have to play quicker and be aware of the situations.
Yeah, as much as it will be 12-team lobbies, there will still kind of be that usual ebb and flow of the games that we're having. Just the fact that constant changing from battleground to battleground to battleground is really going to test these teams in a different way. And especially when we get to the eventual how you get yourself money throughout those games, that's also going to be testing them in a different way as well.
Oh,
so
yeah.
It's very open here.
Well, you know what, Claris, you mentioned money. Let's take a look at the prize pool here, because this is the big difference we've seen. Take a look at this. $1 million in total. However, most of that money comes from these match rewards, and we'll dive into that in just a few, but let's take a look at our total earnings. So first place at the end of these 3 days will win themselves $60,000. Second place, $55,000.
Yeah.
There is a big difference between total and match rewards.
Yeah, the match rewards also, what's really cool is that based on how the match rewards you can get them, if you get a lot of match rewards, you're going to be in one of the top positions in the ranking by default, right? And $23,000 per match, that's without the chicken dinner. Chicken dinner is $10,000 per win every single game. That's the most money for a single chicken dinner you could ever get in PUBG Mobile esports, like ever, really. So $33K per match, that's absolutely mental.
And what's important, Claris, is we talked to some teams and we wondered, like, what are you going to go for? Are you going to go for just being the #1 team at the end of the event? Or are you going to go for earning the money? And that's going to be, I guess, showing us in terms of the playstyle. We're going to be seeing that resulted in the playstyle of some of these teams.
No, definitely. I mean, some teams here, well, we've even seen them have hot drop scenarios go down in the previous weekends with the tournament. So actually, that could play in your favor if you feel quite adept in order to be able to do that. Although, that being said, for some of the later circles, there might be a little bit more extra room to work with. So maybe you can play things out and see how it goes from there.
All right, well, let's take a look at these match rewards, right? $414,000 on the line over the course of this event, and this is how you win the money in each match. So as you said before, Max, $10,000 for a chicken dinner, but look at the rest of the money you can win here.
You got so many interesting things to look at, and we had a little bit of a theory, me and Kalash, when we were looking at these match rewards.
Yeah.
First elimination and first team elimination. You could get 7K right at the very start of a game. But how a team's going to work on that? If they see the elimination feed like pop off and like one team is already eliminated, are they going to play super passive? Are they going to keep looking for the eliminations like this? So many options here. It's just we're just going to have to wait and see.
Absolutely, because once those two elimination incentives are concluded, you still want to survive for quite a while. You want to maybe find yourself a lot of airdrops. You want to get those extra 1Ks on the board alongside the most airdrops down the line. Win. Team with most eliminations as well. Team with most special eliminations. I believe Jason was talking to us about that earlier. That's car runovers as well as explosive grenades, right?
Yes,
not
no Molotovs.
Yeah. Right. So, yeah.
I mean, I wish Salazar was here because I feel like he would win this almost every single time. But this is going to be exciting, right? We talked about this could potentially change the strategies of teams, and I think we will see some teams adapt as the event goes on. But besides match awards, we also have the event awards as well. As we saw in last week, you have things like fan favorite player. Well, actually, that's new to this one in particular. We also have Eagle on there, most headshots. But there's a couple of ones in there like best duo. You're like wondering at home, well, what does that mean, best duo? We'll get to that in a little bit of time here, but there's still a lot of extra money to win outside of just the individual matches.
Yeah, exactly. Just so much money to make outside of that $1 million prize. But right, team presentation, I think we already have like a decent idea of like some top contenders.
Yes.
I think you can see in the chat also maybe a few people saying which team they're going to be rooting for. But man, it's going to be so many things happening in this tournament for the very first time. So as I already said, it's going to be wild, and I'm here for the ride.
No, definitely. Uncharted waters is the best way to describe what we're about to witness over these 3 days, especially the fact that we've got 6 battlegrounds for the main tournament and just constantly chopping and changing.
Yeah, and a lot of learning to do for all these teams as well when it comes to specific maps. But let's maybe advance on further and take a look at the teams. We obviously got to see them walk out. Maybe we could talk really quickly about who you're looking to focus on here. Who are the ones that you're really rooting for, Max?
I'm actually really hyped for S2G. Like, we know this team from Turkey, and Turkey has been like a very, very present region in like international stay. You had Class Digital Athletics in the past. You have also Five Flux has done really good in the championships. S2G is a team that has that international experience with Silas, and you have Hamsiji and Kalsi that really, really stepped up in the last few months, right? So I think that this is a team that has yet to really test this roster at this stage. And with the Uncharted Waters, as you said, I think it's going to be a very interesting mix.
Yeah, we can see the point system is a little bit different as well. No longer are you getting 15 points for a chicken dinner. It's just going to be 10. However, eliminations still 1 point each.
Yeah, definitely. Not as many limbs to really be going for in these games. So as these points kind of tally up, I think the ratios as we've gone down to a 12-team lobby as well, it's going to work out quite nicely.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out actually to Sony Xperia, the 1-4 actually made in collaboration with professional esports players. And also, actually, funny enough, an official partner here of PUBG Mobile. Also, Savvy Gaming Group for making sure this event can happen for all of us. It's not only been a 2-week event here for PUBG Mobile, though obviously that's the one we care about because it's the best one. This has been a 5-6 week long event. We're getting to see all of these different titles participate. We can see our social medias, and these are important because you guys need to go vote for your fan favorites. You can head over to the PUBG Mobile Esports Instagram page and give likes and leave comments to your favorite teams. And as we saw before, fan favorite will be winning money. But let's take a look at the schedule. You guys at home are wondering, well, we saw 6 different maps, but we're actually having 8 matches in total. Important to point, show match 1 and show match 2 at the start and the end of the day. And this goes back to the duo prize of $15,000 for the best duo. We're going to be having teams sport 2 players from each team to go head-to-head here to start off and end the day. And these players cannot switch. But as we've seen the rosters, there's some spicy things coming.
Yeah, there's so many things that we saw, right? I think the one that's very interesting, and we saw it already, like Stalwart looking at action and top, like one of the most deadly fragging duos in the world, playing in a duo matchup like that, like things that, oh, man, I can't wait to see how they're going to perform.
I'm excited to watch them. So actually, it's 5 matches in total for the duos tournament, right, Jason?
Yeah, it is. I mean, 12 duos, 5 matches, but the trick is it's going to be at the start and the end of the day for the first 2 days of play, but obviously in the final day, we'll be starting things off with a show match, and there won't be a final one because you know what? We want to see who's going to win overall and see how much money each team will be winning. But as you saw, it's going to be Sandhawk and Livik, and we're going to be starting things on Sandhawk here momentarily as we can see everyone dropping in and getting ready to go. And I'm excited. Hopefully you guys at home as well are excited, and I'm really curious to see how teams are going to be breaking things down here in terms of strategy, in terms of who they might field. Are they going for an in-game leader and a fragger? Are they going for double fraggers? Well, that's eventually all going to be broken down here with John, Allen, and Blank to kick off the game.
Hell yeah, we're getting straight into Sandhawk map number 1. We're going to be getting in with 2 players per team. Remember, this is the duos game. So it's a little bit of fun, a little bit of a fun one to kick things off on Sandhawk, Blank.
A little bit of a fun one. That's exactly what we're looking for. Just a bit of a fun match, but also this is a chance to really show off your duo skills. Because, I mean, we have seen some fantastic duos throughout the history of esports in PUBG Mobile, as well as teams that, you know, have gone down earlier on and only have 2 left alive on the team and yet still come out on top with a winner chicken dinner. But this is really where you get to flex those numbers here on these maps during the show matches to be the best duo in PUBG Mobile for the PMWI After Party Showdown. This map, though, will be slightly accelerated later on. So watch out for that, because we're looking to make sure these teams at the end will be fighting each other tooth and nail to get those points.
I mean, last week we were playing Sandhawk with 18 teams, right? A whole load of players on here. And now we're cut down to 12 lots of 2, which, as we all know, 24 players. That's going to be vastly smaller. It looks like, though, we might have a little bit of argy-bargy in Paradise Resort, potentially a little bit of a hot drop going on. R8 looking to try and take control there.
No. BTR is going to speed on past, go to like the usual drop spots for BTR, heading over towards the eastern side. But we do actually have 2 teams. Can't quite see it as they are just overlapped slightly. But it is S2G as well as R8. Looking to go out early on. S2G, I know this team has liked to drop in Paradise Resort before, and already S2G have lost 1 right off the bat. So kind of an unfortunate start for them, but R8 extremely happy with 1 point. Now they just need to finish off that player to see if they can get that extra point on board for themselves to keep shooting up those rankings. With 2 points, shooting up there, I'm telling you.
Absolutely. There seems like there's 3 close procs drops. We were on board. We were talking about the Paradise Resort hot drop going on. Hatin also has its fair share of conflict going on. Deadeye's guys did drop up there, and I think Damn One Kia did just get eliminated, if I'm not mistaken, over in Hatin. They do go down first. That is unfortunate. That was the Hatin. And Vampire and Alpha 7 on Camp Bravo. They're going at it still. Silas left in a 1 versus 2 now, and it's going to be the Tommy gun to be able to take that one down. R8 Esports claim Paradise Resort in the duos.
Here's Joker. playing for Deadeye's guys over here for Nepal, instantly taking down Damwon with a UMP. Incredible stuff coming through from that one player there. Obviously a veteran over in that region. We still do have our PMWI gunskin and outfit sale on at the moment. They're on for a limited time. You can also win PMWI treasure chests if you play PUBG Mobile during the duration of this event.
You can make sure you get those on board. Stalwart at the moment just looting on up, getting what they can. They did drop over towards boot camp, so they will be playing in the center of that map. They will be playing from that angle. Should be fairly accessible. Circle a little bit north.
Yeah, I mean, this will be really nice for Stalwart as well, considering, you know, they're not being dropped upon all the time. There's SK-Ton with the classic little drop shot coming through, which I think caught Calci by surprise there. It would have done the same for me, so slightly unfortunate for them.
I've seen you play, man. I think you could have hit that.
Maybe, you know, I feel like I've been, you know, raising my rank quite a bit recently. 7C though, we got Scout. Everybody loves Scout. I think that is the name of his personal show, at least. But it's really, really, really lovely to see this guy playing again, all the way back from, I think it was World League when he was on Orange Esports, you know, taking second place there. Really, really good stuff for him. I know he's back repping it for the guys over here in the After Party Showdown. Not quite got yet to meet him. I would like to. You know, he did his classic Scout pose when he did the team parade, you know, the fist in the hand. It was good stuff. I like to see it. He was bringing things back.
You, we were watching the team parade. Have you got? Were you thinking about who maybe we're going to talk about trying to get our vote cast for? Do we have any influence over it? I mean,
probably not. You know,
I think
no. We've got to go through our current English representative, who is Jason. I think I will be voting for, you know, maybe Damwon Kia. You know, that really surprised me. I was like, what's going on here? And then suddenly, a barrage of love from the Korean team. So you love to see it.
Yeah.
Team Falcons, though, you know, equally, they came out. They looked like they were having a good time, though. And I think for the passion factor, that was certainly there for the Falcons.
I still enjoyed the Stalwart approach, the thriller kind of walk up the stage.
Yeah, that was good.
That was kind of cool. I kind of like that.
There was a lot going on there, for sure.
There was. We'll have to review the footage.
Yeah, that'll be done tonight, for sure.
Yeah, that's what we're all going to sit around. We'll find a room, and we'll make a very serious discussion about the dances that these players are doing.
Absolutely. Now, for these games, placement points aren't as heavily, you know, they don't massively change up the top of the leaderboard, considering a second place is 6 points. Obviously, if you're consistently getting first place, though, with that jump up of 4 points to first with 10, you know, you are looking to hit that 10-point marker in these games. A chicken dinner is absolutely fantastic for you, but if you can't get that, it might just be time for those eliminations. That's what you need to be looking out for already. 2 teams going down, 4 players leaving the match. It really does leave us with very little players still left alive.
I mean, we're talking about, you know, the points distribution. I mean, in duos, it's even further exacerbated, right? So the ratio of elimination points available to placement points means that there should, in theory, be way more placement points in this pool than we'll see in the 4-player lobbies that we're going to see later on today. Because there's only 22 elimination points, right, that you can actually get as a team, potentially. And the fact that 2 teams now have already got 2 cuts that down to 20 as a maximum. If you're one of those 2 teams, if you're not, then it's 18 elimination points maximum. So getting a chicken dinner at 10 points is going to be huge, because you're never going to get all 18 of those.
Yeah, and also, just another little bit of a thing that's going on around here is that with only 5 show matches, because we've got 2 today, 2 tomorrow, and 1 on the last day, with your duos, you don't have a lot of games. You've got less than a usual full day for PUBG Mobile to make yourself towards the top of the standings. Luxy, though, going for it versus Alpha 7. They drop out the vehicle. Good damage done already, but Liquid on a beautiful off angle. Goodness me.
Has the building on lock. Liquid from down the hill strikes. Revo low, bleeding out Carrillo over the hill. Looks like survival's on the mind of Alpha 7. Could be a reposition, though. Looking for an off angle. Feel like Liquid's known. Luxy might be able to shut this down if the reposition is good. As Liquid takes to the hillside. pushing up to the location. They know where Korea's gone. These nades might give his position away a little bit. Revo is down for the count and will be timing out just there. The flush comes through from Liquid. Now Luxy can start to push in from the flank. Liquid, with that fire, will have drawn the attention of Korea. But it looks like they're not going for the push just yet, Blank.
It's very doubtful that BTR are going to let Korea leave anymore from Alpha 7. They're looking to pick up these points here. It was really, really good stuff for them. Vampire Esports, Fluker, though, able to earn himself an airdrop on the way. So Vampire Esports looking for that end game at the moment. They're down towards the southeast, just to the side of Barn. Luxy, though, playing his cards smart here. Looks like Liquid did take a little bit of damage coming through from Korea. Does have the UMP in hand, extremely accurate gun when in close quarters. So very, very terrifying to go up against 1v2 as well, just because there is a lot of opportunity for outplay here, especially with a gun like that. You know, you can get up close and personal and potentially with the 35 bullets that you have in there, go for a massive spray onto both these players.
We'll need to bide the time, play it perfectly, but that will remain to be seen just how that's executed on. Stalwart, they started in boot camp. They've moved up to southwest of Paradise Resort now. They moved northeast from that boot camp position. No real challenge on their rotation just yet. There's a lot of open ground, a lot of space that just is not controlled in a way that a lot of these players just might not be used to.
Yeah, it's just, there's a lot of open area, and it's almost difficult to predict a lot of these rotations as well for these teams, purely because there is so much open space. And you're unsure where these teams are going to be holding out on. Again, BTR are playing this very, very slowly. Luxy, one of my favorite players over in Indonesia, just because, you know, for BTR at least, he has never really fallen off. He has always been fantastic. You know, you've had ups and downs of players like Ryzen's, and when they do have their ups, it's very high. Liquid tries to drop a grenade, but does force Korea out. He can't quite take the shots here.
Ooh, tries to go for the spray, but doesn't really land anything. Good damage on. Liquid has to back off. Luxy now up for the challenge. Korea's holding his own, but the shots still come through. Liquid hits the deck and cuts the ankles out. Luxy with the haymaker from the top.
That was really, really well done. Again, like I said, there is massive potential for outplay, and you saw it just there. Luxy and Liquid bare low in that situation, down to 25% apiece. Wow, whoever did that observer switch there is just a god. Did you see the door open into the camera switch? Sorry, I'm blown away by that. Oh, can we have more of those, please?
I enjoyed it as well. I had a great time.
Either way, really well done by BTR. I think that they played it out knowing that these situations can go either way anytime. So they wanted to confirm that they would get that, even if it meant sending some grenades in early to force them out of position. Smoke went down. Again, though, Korea is such a good player from Alpha 7. It was a little bit risky.
Yeah, still cannot be too worried about that. Some adjustments of the settings on the fly there coming in on the cam. I don't know if you spotted that, but it's important, making sure that you're always on lock. Next circle, just about to pop. Coming on through at the moment. No one really too close by. I'm looking at the Paradise Resort area and seeing that as potentially the next set of hotspots, but the circle will dictate where these conflicts happen.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy playing like Nigma Galaxy at the moment. Out in the blue. They're taking their time. They're going to head back up into the circle shortly, though. 7C right on the edge at the moment. Playing it very, very close to the blue. They want to make sure that all angles are cleared off. They might even spot Nigma Galaxy on their rotate as they are passing through Painan in a direct collision course towards 7C, Sarang, as well as Scout.
One thing you've got to remember as well is, of course, as we talked about earlier, these games will speed up, and I believe that there will be increased damage as well in the later circles, which means that it will not be possible to heal out the blue zone, as you see in a couple of those other Sandhawk games that we see in regular tournament play. At the after party, we wanted to turn up the heat, the spice a little bit.
Exactly. With so many rewards on the line as well, you want to make sure that these teams are really playing out for it, and they're going head-to-head in these fights, in the ring. I'm looking forward to it because these players are really going to have to strut their stuff in these games, show us some good mechanical skill as well, some smart rotations, trying to play around the 12-team lobbies. It's going to be interesting for sure. And again, there is so much money on the line here. And it's no longer a case of, you know, just play for that first place spot. You've got to be constantly thinking, where's that next reward at? where's that next treasure chest and where can I pick it up? So very, very interesting stuff coming into the After Party Showdown. A lot of different things happening here, and it really is a completely different game type.
R8 currently just biding their time right in the center in a couple of those buildings between Rod and Vampire right now. Stalwart to their south, BTR to their north. But there's no real incentive to push out at the moment. I mean, the circle centered up pretty much exactly right in the middle. So really not too much to worry about there. There's a little bit of the central river in, but again, nothing really to worry about. There's plenty of ground. There's plenty of terrain to play. I feel we're about to enter a period of mild downtime here, Blank.
I would agree with that. I think especially with this area of the map, look how many compounds are still available. You can see just around Rod alone up in the top right, there is compound right here. There's a compound to the left of them. You can't quite see it on your map, but we can. And, you know, around their area, the very close vicinity, you know, there's the warehouses up towards the north side of them. There's a couple of compounds just towards the bridge side that's still in the zone. So these teams have a lot of positions to just chill and not really have to take too many fights this early on. I know it's 13 minutes into the game, but we are probably going to be pushing towards that 8th or 9th zone until everyone gets pushed together and finally has to fight it out. So perhaps even 7 minutes time, perhaps even in 9.
Yeah. Absolutely, it could happen at any moment. That's what we're waiting for. I was talking to Kalaris about what he thinks the differences will be, and the major difference he says is that, or he thought, and I hope I'm quoting him correctly because he'll have it for me if I get this wrong.
Oh, he's going to run in there in a second. Yeah,
he's going to come out the wings, come out the sides, and absolutely have me out for it. But no, he was saying that the thing that we'll see most is that splits just won't happen. Right, you can't really split as a duo, and to me that says you're not really going to see as much slow play in terms of going for rotations. You're going to have to kind of just full send as a duo, but then again, there won't be that many people holding you out, so the full sends in general won't have as much impact, I suppose, in terms of doing damage to your own team potentially. Okay. That was my theory. His theory was the start, the seed of that. I created the plant.
You've bloomed out into some kind of monstrous, you know, creation. Rocky Horror Show
My
type
mum
of
says
deal.
the same thing.
Yeah, interesting. I think that, you know, you won't see splits necessarily, but you certainly will get held out, especially with teams being able to hold compounds like this. You know, as a duo team, you still can watch both directions quite easily. And I think that you can see right now a lot of these teams playing on the edge because the few compounds are still in the circle now. I think this is where it becomes difficult for a couple of these teams. BTR, though, very close to Team Falcons. Came very close to taking it all in the PMWI, but were just snuck under by Vampire Esports on one hell of a tear in their final games in the PMWI. Liquid takes a big amount of damage with that nade, though. That might be the go signal. Great smokes, though, set up already to deny sight lines. Now Luxie and Liquid can start to try and reposition. Molotov to try and hold them back just a little bit. Switches to the smoke.
The grenade was good, but the reposition from Bigatron was slightly better, slightly faster. So nicely found. They're on the long side of the blue zone, so they will have to get a shifty on. Falcons, they want to dip. Bigatron trying to suppress this, trying to control it, but the disengage from Falcons, I feel, is the right decision in this scenario.
And they have disengaged directly into the path of Vampire Esports, just on the other side of Paradise Resort. Both these teams not quite in the circle as of yet. Stalwart holding it down. They've got Action and Top here. I mean, honestly, throughout most of PUBG Mobile, most people will tell you that if you're looking for the best fraggers in the game at the moment, Top as well as Action, they're very much up there.
Got some plenty good fraggers here. Luxie and Liquid rolling on in towards R8's compound. They didn't go into Paradise Resort. They took the other choice. But unfortunately, there was a snake in the grass. There was an off angle. Luxie takes that knee. Now it's just Liquid to fight on for Bigatron. Gets back to cover, takes a lot of damage. Bigatron now on the ropes. SK-Ton pushes forwards, but he's not going to be good enough to take Liquid down this time around. A good spray around the side. Swap out to the M4, playing on the close angle. Needs to stay alive here, needs to win the spray. Wins out that small trade, and Liquid stays alive for now. Around the side of the window, RA Esports trying to keep their hopes in it. The push is good, it's fast. The UMP reloaded and a lot more damage sent in. Swap back to the M4, everything's there. Around the window, it is too high. He jumps at the wrong time, and it's R8 to stay alive in the duos.
Oh dear me, but Liquid played them like a fool there in that situation. But it was that jump shot that was just a bit too much. But finally, they will pick up that final elimination. Really, really well done for R8 there. Gets both players back up on the feet too.
Scout playing sneaky beaky in the blue on the south side. We'll have to get a move on. We'll know that Hamodi's left. Lord staying back there. I think they might have an inkling that they've got a player to worry about. Here's the replay. Okay, they should know that there's another 7C player around here.
Scout doesn't even opt to go for the peek out there. He just wants to remain hidden for as long as possible. But he will have to start walking into blue. Luckily, it's right in front of him. Cancels the first aid, though. Ooh. Will still just about get it off, but it's about to tick for a little bit more. Enigma Galaxy finally deciding to leave because they know they need to get towards the circle and quickly. Now, a lot of these compounds no longer in play. It's very open, and the south side is pretty awful to play from for Enigma Galaxy because they will have to cross the road, so smokes will be needed in here.
Popping another first aid. He's right on the blue line here, and it's moving on the long side. It's going to be painful for Scout. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it through when you have Stalwart as well to worry about.
Depends how many meds he has left. He's running directly on the road. The boogie sends in. Lord just trying to keep them out of the way, but it's on top from Deadeye to take down Rod. Just one of them goes down.
Taking a look at the state of play. No one's central right now. At the moment, it's Rod and Deadeye's guys, as you were talking about just then, that are really in the thick of it. R8 to the northern side as well. Could have a shout into the fight, but it's Deadeye's guys to take down Rod. To survive to fight another day, and 4 limbs. A pretty good record right now. 5, though, in the hands of R8.
Yeah, really, really well done. R8 have been doing fantastic this game from the very beginning when they took down S2G, and they have followed through on that momentum to 5 points here. 5 eliminations. Deadeye guys, obviously we're on top, and Joker, I keep saying this, 2 veterans in the game. Managed to get up to 4 eliminations. Now just only on top left, though. Scout made it in. So 7C is still going.
But the zone will push him even further, and you can't stay out in these zones anymore. Falcons as well. They managed to keep themselves on the eastern side fairly unperturbed. They're doing okay. 2 limbs so far. And I'll have to push in just a little bit further. Scout, right on the edge, you can see there, but Stalwart have moved away, and Falcons will engage them. Potential for a third party if Scout has his wits about him. We know he always does. Powerful, takes a tick from the nade. As top lobs one over. Yusef on the back as well, not quite close enough to feel the same nade, but stims are there. Heals are good. The question is the timing. R8 up the hill as well.
The onus is on Falcons, though. They have to move in. Stalwart, though, got a really good position here to hold them out. 7C still making their way in. Rico. It's R8 coming in from the top side. Action takes down Yusuf. 1 more left.
Powerful in the bush, spotted out, I think. Hang on a minute, has he been? Yeah, Action's on the swivel. Able to do that dirty, and SK-Ton taken out as well. R8 under pressure now from Stalwart. Late bloomers into this game, but they are on the warpath now. They want to dominate this northeastern edge. Nice nade out, cooked, was it? No, just too far. And there's the DBS around the side. Not going to be able to do the work. It's top to take down R8.
Look at the synergy between these 2 players. They've been playing at each other's side for such a long time. The way they even just take their splits coming in, it feels like a T-Rex is stomping towards you. I'd be terrified. Scout, though, still in.
They didn't spot him as well. They were running directly at him, right in their field of view. He was shimmying and all. But Scout staying alive, playing slow. 4 teams remain. You want to outlast this one. Only 2 players from top. From Stalwart, sorry. You've got the broadside, but the circle is not in your favor. Another team goes down. 7C ladder up yet again from the south side. The crawl is good. He knows so much information here, but they're going to have to turn their info that way soon. Top doesn't see it again.
G36C as well, 40 bullets in the mag. That's enough for a double elimination here. When does he pull the trigger? Right now. Just goes for it. Action goes down.
2. Oh, Top with a sliver of HP is out on the blue. Has to push. They want this res, but it's fast and loose. Top needs to pop this heal. First aid in the bag. Needs to interrupt it, and he does.
It's
Scout to take it down. 7C able to eliminate Stalwart in the closing moments. What a way to kick the tournament off for 7C.
Goodness me, Scout coming back into the international scene right now. Already 12-pointer in the bag. All his lonesome. He was stealthy. He was basically in a ghillie suit the whole time. Didn't even need one, actually. He was just camouflaged. Dear, dear me. What a way to finish that match out on Sandhawk here for our duos match, show match, right at the beginning of the after party. And what a splash 7C have made.
And that Stalwart just didn't see him. How could they not see him? He was shimmying. They were running right at him. Oh, man, you got to feel for the guys. Like, Stalwart, they played that very well, except for just not seeing Scout there.
I know. Very, very difficult ending. I've got the guys from the analyst desk over there talking to me, just saying, what a weird ending that was for them. We are going to head over to the match standings right now, presented to you by STC. But what a crazy game.
Crazy game indeed, and what a way for Scout to show himself in this event. People might be saying, yeah, it's duos, but for him to pull off the 1v2 clutch in that situation against a team like Stalwart Esports is not easy. And I have to say it here, gentlemen. I was saying it in the room. Scout's going to he can clutch this. And I had Kalaris say, oh, Jason thinking Scout's going to clutch this. I'm Kalaris. He did it, boys.
I remember he said it exactly like that.
He did.
Too. Yeah.
He went like a little bit of American there.
Yeah.
It's Sanhok. You got to say it's Sanhok at the end of the day, right? There's snakes, they're going to be present.
Yeah.
And we thought he was going to shoot a lot earlier, though. Like, there was a lot of better opportunities for him to get involved. But you know what? He still got the first knock off. The spray transfer, that was a little bit the scary part for him. But the moment he got that first knock, it's down to the 1v1. That's when there's a real chance for him to secure the win.
Yeah, definitely took advantage of the chaos that Stalwart was feeling in that moment, right? I mean, once you have, in duos especially, once you have a snake coming along, that's a whole lot scarier than when you're playing squads, right? I mean, it's just, by the numbers. It's only 2 of you versus 1 dude. He could easily be able to deal with that in those moments. So for a Scout, brilliant overall to be able to clutch that out. He was able to get him down, second opponent down to basically 1 HP. The push, so important for him to make that work.
That damage, absolutely. I mean, they were snaking their way in from the
Where's
south,
the
right?
sound, Kalaris? I thought we'd get a sound. I mean, normally it's 1,000, but we have over 100.
For over 100?
Yeah.
For duos, it's 100.
Don't worry. We'll be seeing more of that from other teams. I imagine Stalwart Esports did a lot more than 175 in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Stalwart did get 6 eliminations, right? We did talk about top and action and how they were going to pop off eventually. But you know what? The winner chicken dinner does go the way of 7C Esports. But because you get less for chicken dinner, those eliminations will definitely help Stalwart in these show matches to take home first place.
An excellent clutch, though, overall at the very end. Sandhawk is all about the kind of snake players, especially in this scenario. So for him to be able to pull that off, great stuff.
Well, hopefully we get to see some sweet highlights, potentially ending with Scout's great clutch at the very end of things. But we did see, unfortunately, some teams having a hard time. I mean, Maxman, he talked about S2G, and, well, S2G didn't do too well. But at least they didn't go out as early as Damn One Kia.
Yeah, they lost a player very early on. But you know what? Yeah, actually, no. I don't want to talk about them. I give up. Early on, it was a lot of action very early, and the way the circle goes, there was a lot of relaxing times and teams trying to go for their open position to get some information. And as you already speculated, right, I think John brought it up during the cast, no splits, teams really sticking close to one another to try and just make sure that duo works out.
I mean, it's difficult in Sandhawk anyway, but the fact that, I mean, if you look at Stalwart's movement from boot camp to taking one of the most important compounds actually in those circles, southwest of the Paradise Resort, that compound, the only major threat to that compound is actually from Paradise Resort, but nobody really wanted to come out of Paradise Resort for a long time, so they had great room to be able to work with for a while, and that almost gained them the win. Almost.
Almost getting the win, but you know what? At least for the likes of maybe Stalwart or maybe for 7C, like that is a really good warm-up. That's a really good way to get your mind focused and ready to go. Stalwart picking up some really good frags, obviously. Scout for 7C, that's got to get them hyped up. I mean, I'm really curious to see if they can use that momentum potentially into this next match.
Yeah. How long has it been since Scout played internationally like this? Has it been
PMWI?
World League? Has it been World League? I have the impression it is World League. So the fact that
with them, I think.
Yeah, I think the fact he starts off like this really hot, gets 1v2 versus top and action, you know, that's pretty impressive. So they're definitely going to be a little bit heated up in that first game.
Let's be real. We're never going to hear the end of this.
No, for sure. I actually, and right after we're done the desk, I'm going to go over on my Instagram at Jay Kaplan with a 1-7L. And actually post about him as being the greatest player in the world. Takes like a big hiatus and comes back and beats some of the best teams in the
Shameless.
world. So Scott, if you're watching, give me a repost.
Yeah, that's going to work. Nice try, Jason.
And there you go. You can see it right down there. The person who owns at Jay Kaplan, unfortunately, is an inactive account and haven't been able to grab it. Maybe one of you out there who works for Instagram. No. Anyways, moving on past this, right, guys?
This
like we have to think about. It could be. We could make this my show. I could fill for 3 minutes myself. But this is going to be interesting, though, when we go into these actual matches, right? We still have Erangel to be the first match of the day.
Yeah.
I think this is where we get a real indicator of how teams are adapting their style. Again, what teams are focusing on. What kind of aspect do they want to go for first place overall and win the $60,000? They want to focus on the match rewards and get as much money as they possibly can in those. I think it's going to be really interesting to see which teams go for what strategy, but more importantly, if teams might change their strategy if they're not faring too well when it comes into maybe day 2 or day 3 where they know they won't be able to get first place.
And I think it's going to be very obvious to see what strategies teams are going to be taking over, right? With 12 teams going into a map as big as Erangel, hot drop should not be happening, right? If a hot drop does happen, 100% that is intentional. They are aiming for that first blood, aiming for the first squad wipe, and that's going to be their aim for all of these matches, hopefully.
Yeah, in theory. I mean, as is always, there are cities and towns here in Erangel that can have two teams co-inhabit them, right? Like, and still even move away. We saw it in the main tournament here in PMWI with Yasnaya, of course, I guess most famously, but there is still that incentive to be aggressive at those very first moments, so maybe that coexisting probably doesn't go too passive throughout that.
Yeah. I mean, I just want to get the games underway, to be honest, especially when we get to the later stage. I mean, Vikendi, unfortunately, Max, you're not casting. Could we have a castle finish later in the day? I know you've always wanted a castle finish.
I'm angry. I'll get it one day. I'll get him one day, but I want to go back to those Vikendi. I want it to be added back in the competitive circuit. I want it back in PMPL.
Well, you know what? Because you want it, Max, okay, we're doing it. It's done. It's going back to competitive map pool. You heard it right here from Maxman. He's making a thing. Really quickly, though, before we do head into the next match, big shout here to Aramco. We have so many sponsors here to make this event possible, so a big shout to them for this one, as well as Saudia as well, because without their support, this event would never happen. But gentlemen, we're about, what, minute 50 left to go until we're into this match. I want to hear some predictions out of you, too. Now, Max, you got to be careful. You talked about Stalwart, or you talked about S2G at the start of the day.
And then they lost one.
And then they lost.
Straight away.
Okay. I think I'm going to pull an Imperium. I think all the teams are going to win today. Okay,
No, you can't do that.
Can't do that? Okay, not allowed to. Right. Stalwart, I think, looked really good in that first game. I'd like to see if they can continue. So, yeah, Stalwart. Let's go.
That's right. The best team are going to do well. Stalwart. They should have
Such a bold prediction.
They should have done well in that previous game, even in the duos. However, something happened. But yeah, I think Stalwart, of course, I think they're excellent coming in. But you can never forget Team Falcons.
You can never forget Team Falcons. We saw how well they did when it came to last week, and they placed exceptionally high in the main tournament, surprising a lot of people out there. And to be fair to the 5 teams that are returning from the main event, they have been able to warm up. They have been able to learn how their competitors have been playing, and they are ready to go. But so are we. Less than a minute to go until we hop into Erangel. I'm going to throw it on over to none other than John Allen and Blake.
Who would have thought that it'd be us again? Goodness me.
It says all day, every day. Until it's not. Then it's 7 and Avenger.
That's true. That's true. But we are absolutely thrilled to be here for another installment of Erangel. We're going in with 12 teams this time around. Of course, all of those prizes on the line as well. It's going to be super exciting to see what these teams have in store for us because, of course, we're much more used to playing this game with 16 and even in the last week's games, 18 teams in the lobby. A little bit sparser. We talked about it a little bit more back in Sandhawk with the duos, but of course we're over on Erangel this time around with the full 4 squads.
Just before we jump over into the map flight, let me quickly remind you of what kind of prizes are on the line here. So there's $10,000 here for the chicken dinner, which is an absolutely huge amount for a win in the matches. Most teams eliminated at $5,000, and a team elimination counts if you are the team to eliminate the final member of a singular team in this lobby. So it doesn't matter if you eliminate 3 beforehand, it's only if you eliminate that final member. First airdrop is $1,000, first elimination, $2,000, first special elimination including car rundowns and HE grenades, that's $2,000. Most airdrops, another $1,000 on there. First team elimination, this is where it gets spicy. Who's going to be hot dropping on who here? That's $5,000. Most special eliminations, once again, let's remind you, that is cars as well as HE grenades. And overall, it's the team with the most eliminations, which will take home $5,000 each match.
And for the prizes that have a most caveat, so for instance, most special eliminations, most airdrops, most teams eliminated, that is going to be the first team or player to reach that threshold, will hold that position until someone else supersedes that. So if you, for instance, have 2 team eliminations to your team's name, that's great, fantastic. If someone else reaches 2, you still have that title for the game until someone gets 3. At which point they take that one, and you have to get 4 to be able to take it away from them. It's a little bit complicated, but we'll keep you going. It's King of the Hill rules for these most caveat prizes.
Indeed, so let's head right over towards this playing path as all these teams are starting to make their way down onto the map. Enigma Galaxy, as per usual, heading towards Pachinki, and Circle does pop down towards that southwest. So BTR on that eastern side, a little put out about this one, but it's 7C all the way in Lipovka, so they'll have to make their way across. Luckily, with less teams than 18, we're heading down to 12, not 16. You know, these rotational paths will definitely be a little bit easier. You can see all the way down towards Mill to Power, Mill to Farm. That is all free real estate at the moment, so sending it through in the vehicles, nice and easy. Doesn't appear to be any super hard hot drops at the moment, though. Damwon Kia scarily close to the Nepal team of Deadeye guys. Moment though, everyone keeping it very chilled out. Vampire Esports playing from their winning position over in PMWI down towards the Ferry Pier Primorsk split.
Of course, you have to remember that there are placement prizes on the line as well. It isn't just these in-game prizes, as tempting as they are to be able to grab those earnings. Of course, there is placement prizes, right? It's 60K for first place, so you can't ignore those either. So maybe a little bit of trepidation from some of these teams. No one, as you say, going for these hot drops super hard right now. The Farm Milter area actually being pushed into by 2 teams. Stalwart, who's on our screens right now, and Rud, who have headed down a little bit further east into Milter, towards Milter Power as well. It looks like Stalwart, I mean, they drop Nova all the time, right? So it's no surprise to see them going down there on this southwest circle.
Yeah, it's interesting to me now that, you know, you have 12 teams in the lobby. I don't think Stalwart need to be fixated on Nova Repnoya anymore, especially if you have a drop like that. I don't think you need to force this drop anymore. You can head down towards Milter. Maybe they're just feeling out for the time being. They'd rather not go out super early. They know no one's going to drop down Nova Repnoya because it's their position. And having it free this early on is great. Maybe they can do some review after tomorrow and kind of reassess how they're going to earn those rewards in-game. You can also earn some rewards in-game by joining us for the 2022 PMWI Watch Together. You can watch that together with us in-game and over at the Esports Center with your friends to win some PMWI special sets.
And of course, if you want the gun skins and the outfits, the PMWI packages are on sale for a limited time. And you can also win PMWI treasure crates if you play PUBG Mobile during PMWI. Don't play right now. Watch these games, and then you can play.
Or you can play right now and multitask.
That's true.
We don't judge. We do not judge.
2 Xperias set up. One to play the game, 1 to watch the stream.
That's good stuff. Now, looking over towards back at the match, nothing too much happening at the beginning. Obviously, you know, you aren't going to get these early skirmishes, especially in this format with only 48 players currently dropping in, with only 12 teams. It's going to be fairly calm for the beginning of the game. It doesn't look like anyone wants to scupper their chances this early with a hot drop. In fact, they just want to get going and that'll happen when it happens. Remember, there's still a lot of other stuff there to win, including the chicken dinner at 10K. You know, if you are a very, very good team and you are confident at taking that chicken dinner, you know, maybe you try and go for most eliminations, most team eliminations. Perhaps you try and pick out those rewards, but that is kind of like your secondary objective to the chicken dinner.
And as well, we've got 18 games to play as fours, right? Which is 18 times 10, $180,000 being given out just for chicken dinners. If you can pick up 2, 3, 4, that's like 40K in your pocket. That's the equivalent of second place.
Exactly. Yeah. See, I think that is the kind of unseen thing that maybe these teams have figured out. It's like, yes, there's 400K of in-game rewards still on the line here for these teams, but one of the most successful and perhaps one of the most consistent ways, if you are a fantastic team, or you know you think you're a fantastic team, is to grab those chicken dinners in these matches and come home with, you know, maybe not the most sizable prize pool, but a consistent prize pool. And perhaps that's the strategy of some of these guys. And I assume that will change as the days go on, especially if you have one team who's just winning it all. Perhaps you start to think, maybe we hot drop that team, maybe we try and take them out early, and then we can get them out of the way, and then we can get the winner chicken dinner. A lot of things to be thought about in this match, but I'm sure we'll see how it does progress into the remainder of the After Party Showdown.
And you need to make sure that as a team, you've got your eyes clapped on the sky, because it's first airdrop with a bounty. $1,000 for getting to the first airdrop. Potential to see a little bit of conflict around those areas if it comes to that. So teams from the northeast, though, looking pretty close together right now. Falcons on our screen, close to Down 1 Kia, close to 7C, with BTR at their back. Could be a little bit dangerous around school, around Roshok, with Deadeye's guys sat in that Roshok position right now.
Perhaps. Down 1 Kia, though, playing apartments. It's a pretty standard position for them. They like to send it fairly central. Junie's gone down to scout towards Pachinki, but playing in the PMWI, Down 1 Kia should know that Nigma Galaxy will be playing this position. Usually they do leave quite early from Pachinki to start scouting out down towards the south, but they've remained in this position. I think they're quite confident in holding on to it. The rest of the team is now starting to catch up, with Favian being the final member left behind. But it's 7C who is rotating dangerously close towards Down 1 Kia and Falcons, split here between 2-2.
7C actually managed to get ahead of Falcons on the rotation on the north side of Potato Hill. That is a big shift, Blank. South all the way to the military island, looking like it could be a military finish as well.
I didn't expect this, actually. I think you know, with these changes in the game, we are going to get those faster circles, but I think this one has really thrown everyone for a loop at the moment, down towards Sosnovka military base, and this is quite difficult to assume where it's going to head to. I think that a lot of teams might think that this could still go down to Sosnovka military base, but equally it could be another hard shift up towards the northwest. I think hedging your bets down towards Sosnovka, if you're already there for like a team like Stalwart, not a bad idea. Rod also making that assumption. But there are a lot of compounds on the north side, or the south side of the main island, which you can hold in and then make your approach into Sosnovka when you are absolutely certain it's heading down there. You can see 7C currently doing that down towards the yellows, but Vampire, they're also making their journey across.
If Rod have done their research on Stalwart, they'll know that Novo potentially is held, and therefore that eastern bridge potentially dangerous. And it's exactly what they're running into right now. The buggy managed to wend its way past the hail of bullets from Scry, but it's out in the blue zone. Luckily, it's early doors. But there are still more Stalwart players waiting over the hill to be worried about, and the rest of Rod are going to be slowed down on this push. Spray's looking good, maybe looking to try and go away, get away, disengage from this fight. With Falcons at their back, though, that door is closing.
Where do you go at the moment? It's just either side is rough. Powerful, though, tries to make something happen, and it is Kaito that does get knocked here. Not eliminated yet. And now he goes down. So Stalwart will take that first elimination of the match for themselves. So perfect stuff. You saw it just briefly on the side of the screen before he disappeared.
That's $2,000 right there, earned in the pocket already for Stalwart. Great to see. And the Falcons are going to pressure them at the back. Potential here for the first team elimination, but let's get on board with the Falcons versus Bigatron. An early knock goes through, and then second one as well going in. getting that flush up. Zuxi not really having the foothold to take this fight. Bigatron want to get out of there. But Zuxi not so lucky, never alone. Cuts him down across the way. And Team Falcons doing work from the Northern Shore.
Unfortunately for Zuxi, never alone. He's got the eyes of a Falcon. He'll see you from across the map. I mean, he had that Miramar with 4 consecutive headshots coming through from the sniper, which was just unbelievable to watch. Zuxi going down. Luxi, Masiri now moving out off into the distance. But Stalwart, I mean, these guys really should have done their homework. Everyone knows that Stalwart has never in the PMWI rotated over the Western Bridge. And when it has headed down here, you know, they just hold onto this eastern side of the map, which is why we have this ridiculous pile-up over towards Farm and towards the south of Milter. It's very unlikely that these teams are going to find themselves safely into the circle, at least with all their team members still alive. But it's Vampire Esports. Kalaris called them clairvoyant, and it certainly looks that way.
1 player left now for Bigatron Red Aliens, for BTR. So potentially on the cards as the first team to go down, giving over that $5,000 bounty. Alpha 7 now up to bat against the Falcons. They've rebuffed some pretty strong teams so far. Can Alpha 7 get the best of them? Yusuf pops that node over the top. Mythic pushes all the way up to the wall now to back them off their position. Carrillo tries to careen over the hillside, but has to swerve back into cover as Demar has an off angle. Out in the blue, Damwon Kia takes this opportunity to sail straight on past. This eastern bridge is brutal.
People are still going for it. 7C, though, I think got the right idea. They hear all the commotion over towards the eastern side and decide to stay true to their namesake and head right into the water. They're going to swim it across, try and find their way to the beachhead. But now Stalwart trying to move into the circle, get a nice area down towards that eastern side of Sosnovka. I think this is a good position to play from. Very good scouting capabilities. They know it's time to leave. But that one... Oh. Goodness me, never alone, pulls out both the weapons and is equally efficient with both.
Able to do so much damage to the Damwon Kia approach. Favian goes down, Junie low, ticking Forest, same story. Falcons across the way just send out, getting survival position for themselves to stay alive. Still, no teams going down. Luxy goes in for the swim, so Bigatron going to try and keep a little bit wet behind the ears on that one. Alpha 7. Behind the Falcons push for the backup player. Junie wants the fight, but Damar gives him the slip, gives him the old dose. No, is it good enough? Happy Feet not quite there. And Junie gets some retribution as Alpha 7 chime into the fight.
Certainly a timer on that fight with Alpha 7 coming in on the edge. They took a while to get here, but it's worked out for them. Most of the teams have already rotated through, but they're ticking inside the blue at the moment. Revo doesn't want to move too far up, seeing that there's 2 teams already here. You know, I think it's fair to assume there might be some more players, but it's Nigma Galaxy coming from the back. Freak already finds Mythic. Oh. The fresh blood to the team already taken down.
Rio being out of the mix right now, leaves Alpha 7 on 2, pops the smoke at the back, suppresses that left-hand lane, but there's a nade in hand for Mafioso, wants to pop it over towards Freak. Mythic giving that info over, the nade could be good, and it's right on target, on the money. Freak able to get knocked there, Hamodi gets that flush, stops that info being gathered. Look at Revo, sending for that bridge, establishing a position for Alpha 7, and if they can get back up, but Lord does not want to give them that opportunity. The res went through, but the heals need to come after. These nades could prove to be brutal, but Lord eats one as well. Mafioso with a spray around the headland. That nade is brilliant! It sends right in behind, and Lord takes down the aggressive push. A lovely flush there as well, and the first nade is popped. Ralph sending across the bridge for Nigma Galaxy, wants to give them a foothold. Freak is knocked in the meantime. I don't think they're getting this res, but Carrillo goes up for the fight, and again, it is Nigma Galaxy who come out on top. With Ralph knocked on the bridge, Revo wants revenge. Could be the first team to go down, but no, Bigatron went down earlier. First team elimination, that went over to 7C. They're going to earn $5,000, and that's going to mean that Nigma Galaxy cannot claim this against Alpha 7, even if the spray down's good, which it is from Lord.
So unfortunate. The bounty, it was on a timer. Now the circle moves heavy up towards the northwest. Goodness me, Vampire Esports still looking into the crystal ball here, and they see how the game will unfold. They're looking for that 10K on the chicken dinner. They're holding out on the western bridge. SK-Ton just has to send for a crazy jump off from the side. Stuntman in action. The Nepali team are having none of it. Trying to take Rico Infinity team down. SK-Ton off in the distance alongside his teammates. Prestige, who had a pretty decent match there on Sandhawk. But again, so rough for a lot of these teams. And now Deadeye guys, they're going to have to start thinking about moving across the water.
With the added side stanchions on the bridge, right? You've got those extra pathways to move around, but it's going to be really hard to move with the purview that S2G have right now. They have a lot of control, beg your pardon, a lot of control down those sight lines. Could potentially prove to be troublesome. But Deadeye's guys have that chance, have that opportunity to play around that area.
Let's see, Stalwart, they see 7C on the beach. Top actually has to drop down, but Sarang from a distance will clip him. And Action tries to push him just a little bit out of the way. I mean, that was helpful, useful, not typically how I'd want to be picked up. Sarang, though, does get taken down by Pika, the IGL, looking out towards the distance.
And at the moment, remember as well, not only did 7C get the first team elimination, they are currently at the top for most team eliminations, with one currently the other teams who have gotten those team eliminations, as we saw on that Eastern fight, Nigma Galaxy. So I have to wait and see who's going to be able to step up and challenge that. Even if Stalwart take down 7C, 7C still will be in the lead.
Action moves up to a small ridgeline where he can start to look down towards the coastal side, but it is just covered in blooming fog. 7C bring the mist in with the waves.
Vampire looking pretty chill right now. Stalwart with 3 limbs. Nigma with 5, but only 1 player remaining. Hamodi, you can see him sending in there to the circle.
Ravenclaw.
Right past Rod. Goodness me.
Ravenclaw in an interesting position. And actually, it works out. Vampire Esports might just have an anchor to move towards, but it's Hamodi that's coming in hot onto Ravenclaw's position. Ravenclaw has to pull up into the vehicle. At least we'll tell the rest of his team where these enemies are in the circle for them. Vampire Esports yet to have rotated, but that scouting is fantastic. But Vampire Esports recalls the player, understanding that there is a threat on the northeast side in 7C. And remember, this is good for Vampire Esports. If they can get these team eliminations through, then it means more money if they can start to push some more into the later half of the game.
You need to establish those supply lines, and they understand that perfectly. So get a replay of Lord getting those spray downs onto the Alpha 7 players. Revo last up to the mark and was not able to do it. Unfortunately for Nigma Galaxy, though, they had the pressure of the blue zone coming in. And remember, it's faster and it hits harder in this game. With only 12 teams, the circle settings were changed just that little bit. So more pressure is found. 7C really struggling right now to get out of the water. It is a brutal crossing if you're going for that swim. You do not expect to be making this. It's going to be super hard. But Vampire the ones to look to try and take them down here. Let's see who gets the team elimination. Stalwart, they want it. They want it pretty bad.
Dear me. That was crazy, looking at the bullets coming down from Stalwart, and just like that, 7C is out. But who actually was able to eliminate them here? That's the real question. Didn't quite see it in my elimination feed on the side, but it's S2G still holding strong, taking down the players who are making their way into the circle from that western bridge. Deadeye guys looks out. We'll see if we can find another elimination there. Good stuff. Chari will pick up another point for the team. And now Stalwart taking out players from Rod.
Vampire Esports as well, looking to try and control S2G as they potentially overextend just that little bit into the bridge position. Although they were under pressure from the mainland as well. I say the mainland, from the island as well. So potentially the only choice that they really had with 3 players remaining. 3 teams down right now. And I think I caught that it was Vampire Esports getting that team elimination onto 7C. Remember, they've already earned a lot of money from this game.
Yeah, they absolutely have. So now looking for some more. That's Chari taking another player from S2G, but it's sent straight back their way.
Knock onto Hamzy. Schwepp cuts Rays down in his prime. Tries to cross the bridge. There's only one way that goes. Silas, last player for the squad as Schwepp takes a look under, but the job's already done by the time he turns his attention over towards Silas. Ravenclaw able to find the last shot. And that's the second team eliminated, meaning that I believe at the moment they're currently they're the most teams eliminated.
This is great stuff for Vampire Esports. Not only on track for a chicken dinner with the most players in the game right now, but also still the most eliminations. They are really pulling through with that momentum from PMWI.
Oh.
Action makes it look easy. Clips him with the wheel.
What do you do? What can you do? Goodness me. Super, and a special elimination as well. Maybe
That's
trying to rack
right,
up
yeah.
those points there. The first special elimination, 2K. I believe that's already come through. Deadeye's guys
That
get
was instant.
shut down. Ravenclaw, again, on the swivel, beautifully. Most special eliminations as well. Another 2K, so racking those up. Potential for a money earner. Deadeye's guys try and cross the way. Will get cut down yet again. Oh, okay, on top with a big gun.
It's me. I mean, the caliber much higher than AWM, and it hits hard. I think I would prefer to have an AWM in hand though, but you can see it pumps and it's loud. Scary to deal with. His action. Poor Hamodi left spinning on the right wheel as he heads up the hill.
At the moment, Vampire Esports, they lost a player to Stalwart up the hill. Vampire Esports seemingly with the inside track on the zone, but a knock, over onto Fluketh. Pushes them into the fight. Another nade from Mornir as he gets spotted out. Top deals with Rad at the back. Stalwart starting to rack up team eliminations of their own. I've lost track at this point, but 8 eliminations, 1 of Vampire knocked, nades pouring downhill as Fluketh gets claimed. 2 players left now for Vampire Esports. Stalwart, they're angry that they weren't able to take the top spot in last week's games. Looks like they want some revenge.
Absolutely, and they'll be able to rack up some cash if they keep playing like this, and the second runner-up might just get some more money than Vampire Esports at this rate. We'll have to wait and see till the end of the after-party showdown. Stalwart, yeah, they're on a warpath right now. And they're making it look easy as well. They're hitting all the right targets. Next circle pops in to the map. Vampire Esports looking to make their way down into it. Are in zone 6 already, but it's Schweppes immediately. It's top there with it, but Forest able to provide some support.
One of the 2 remaining players from Damwon Kia spots top on the ridgeline, and there's a Falcon as well down in the valley. Stalwart down to 2. Vampire maybe looking to get this res if possible. They certainly will want to. And at the moment, the forward player is the one that's knocked, so potential to regroup for Stone. Good spray. Will get the flush over onto top. Nade is there, but Schwepp in a resable position potentially if Stalwart don't turn their attention this way. Scry looking to peek out, but action turns his attention over to Forest. It's 4 ways on the fight as Falcons strike from the back to take down the Vampires.
Now just 1 player from Falcons remaining. Looking to crawl his way up. Powerful has been extremely good throughout the PMWI. Now looking to bring up some of that back into the after-party showdown, but with Stalwart playing how they currently have, even in that game on Sandhawk, now making it to the top 3 with 9 eliminations in this match. Forest, though, crawling around the side. This is not good for Scry, and Forest peeks up.
Sung doesn't really have an angle for the backup action, trying to jump forwards. Forest, can he find this shot? Can he get one of these opening frags? Sung drawing attention, sucking the life out of it, but Forest is going to stand up, is going to take down Scry, and Action now wants to put a nade over in the position. It's good, but it's not quite good enough to get the knock. Forest still alive, maybe look at a heal here, will be able to get it off, but another nade, doesn't quite find it, and Falcon still have their player. Sung takes it in his stride, and will spot Action. It's 1 versus 2 now, as Sung gets that heal off. Nade for Powerful, up towards the position for Sung, will be on the money, taken down to half HP. Falcons with a chance.
Powerful just lobbing grenades over the top. It's all explosions at the end of this game. Forest now tries to move round. He has been the evader of HEs this game. Just barely being able to live out through it all, but they have a general idea of the position of Powerful.
Certainly is general though. Sung right on the edge of the blue zone there. Will be pushed in 40 seconds. So a little bit of time to play with, a little bit of time to pop these nades in, try and get some information. 1 versus 2. I think at the moment Stalwart are going to hold the most eliminations barrier. Even if Falcons get both of these limbs, 9 was reached first by Stalwart. Forest is very close. Does he know what danger he's in? Do they both know what danger they're in?
Just waiting for these 2 players to crest the ridge.
Oh.
Potential for an extra 1K in the pocket. But you highly doubt that Damwon are going to go for that. Maybe it's worth it, but is it worth it to snub the 10K of that chicken dinner that Damwon Kia is looking for at the moment. No one wants to make a move. Damwon Kia really stretching out the final moments of this game as we head into the 24th minute mark.
Powerful might be able to leverage that crate as cover from Sung's position. You can see that line of sight could potentially be blocked. If you can isolate the 1v1 with Forest, that could be the play.
It's just closing. It's just closing now. This is the time to go. You don't have much time left. I think Damwon Kia want to get a little bit further into the circle and wait for the initiative to have to be placed on Powerful to make a move. And Sung, like you said, just crawling ever closer to that loot crate could provide quite the opportunity to get into a crouching position to maybe look down upon Powerful.
With that nade, they're going to know he's on their right side as they look at the ridgeline. The left is Powerful is there, which means that they can really shut down those angles that they're choosing to try and cover off. You can see Sung has more attention focused that way now as well. Crawls in with the zone. Powerful, same story. Up to the crate.
That would be a good Molotov, actually, if you threw it on the crate. You can't make it happen. I mean, I feel for both these teams at the moment. Do you really want to do anything crazy? That's the crouch I was looking for.
Spots him, and it's easy pickings there. Damwon Kia, 10K on game one, taking the chicken dinner with the ghillie suit in the final throws.
I mean, they had to get to that loot crate and do it slowly. Looks like they had a very good plan in mind. And I think the Molotov was just a little bit too late. If you threw it earlier, preventing Sung from being able to get to that position, it would have left Sung high and dry, perhaps even in the blue there, in which case Powerful might be able to drop up, take the shots onto Powerful, and then potentially Sung. But that is a very, very difficult scenario to play out in your head, actually, to even make it happen. But it's Damwon Kia taking the chicken dinner and $10,000 for the first game of the day here, barring the show match.
That's true. But also, all of those bounties were given out. I'm going to be super interested to see how those fell, how those got distributed, because of course...
Korea sampai dia punya.
On the head of Luxy, that game, he was like crawling in between like 10 different teams.
इंतजार किया जा रहा है, जैसे वो कहा करते हैं काम काम और काम, लेकिन अभी के लिए इंतजार किया जा रहा है कि सर्कल किसके खाते में जाता है। 8th फेज ऑफ द सर्कल है, दोनों की दोनों टीम्स अपने आप को अगले के क्रॉसहेयर से बचाना चाहती हैं, लेकिन पावरफुल अगर एक नॉक निकालते हैं, दैट विल बी द गेम चेंजर।
पावरफुल के पास जो इस वक्त एंगल है वो बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा साबित हो सकता है उनके लिए, बिकॉज TWG को कहीं ना कहीं लग रहा है कि उनके वेस्टर्न साइड से ये प्लेयर आएगा जरूर। फॉरेस्ट हैज नो आइडिया कि उनके इतना करीब प्लेयर प्राउन डाउन है। सो ये जो
ว่ามีเงินรางวัลทุกอย่างจริงไม่ว่าจะเป็นทีม
नेपाली टिमलाई नै सपोर्ट गर्न आउनुभएको पनि होला। कहीँ न कहीँ ठिकठाक खेलिराखेको थियो, तर उनीहरूलाई सर्कलले थोरै धोका दियो अथवा उनीहरू त्यो कुरामा चाहिँ प्रिपेयर्ड हुनु पनि पर्थ्यो कि
Short time on China. De calle la...
Airdrops. Vamos a ver si es así, vamos a ver si es así porque...
We'll be right back.
مع التحديث الجديد لستيتي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستيتي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम ख़वातीन व हज़रात, वी आर बैक विद द एक्शन वंस अगेन। लेकिन इस दफ़ा थोड़ी सी तब्दीलियां आ चुकी हैं और एहसन मेरे साथ आ चुके हैं। एहसन, वेलकम बैक। पिछला मैच आपने देखा, पिछले दोनों मैचेस आपने देखे, शोडाउन मैच और रैंगल का जो पहला मैच था आज के दिन का, क्या आपके तासुरात हैं?
थैंक यू सो मच अहमद फॉर हैविंग मी हियर। और इसी के साथ साथ पबजी मोबाइल वर्ल्ड इनविटेशनल का जो हमारा एक बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग मैं समझता हूँ कि स्टेज है वो आ चुका है। और जिस तरह से आपने पूछा कि दोनों मैचेस, मैं समझता हूँ एक नया कॉन्सेप्ट, एक नई चीज़ जो है वो यहाँ पर मुतारिफ करवाई गई है और उसको बड़ी बेहतरीन तरीके से प्लेयर्स की तरफ से भी अप्रिशिएट किया गया, एक्सेप्ट किया गया और साथ ही साथ व्यूअर्स की तरफ से भी एक्सेप्ट किया गया। सो जहाँ पर सीरियसनेस है ई स्पोर्ट्स की, जहाँ पर स्ट्रैटेजीज हैं, जहाँ पर रोटेशंस हैं, जहाँ पर गन स्किल्स हैं, वहाँ पर अगर थोड़ा सा फन भी हो जाए, डुओ वर्सेस डुओ हो जाए, तो इसमें मेरे ख्याल से कोई मुज़ाहिका नहीं है।
बिल्कुल एहसन। और आने वाला मैच ख़वातीन व हज़रात एक बहुत डिफरेंट मैप पर खेला जाएगा जो कि लिविक का होने वाला है। और ये 12 टीम्स, चारों के चारों प्लेयर्स, मुझे नहीं समझ आ रहा कि कितनी जल्दी वाइप आउट होते हुए नजर आएंगे। क्या पता पहले ही 5 मिनट में हमें ये टीम्स एलिमिनेट होती हुई नजर आए। लेकिन देखते हैं, फिलहाल यही तो मजा है सारे इवेंट का कि किसी को नहीं पता कहाँ पर ये टीम्स लिविक के अंदर उतरेंगी। एहसन, सबसे जो एक सरप्राइजिंग फैक्टर है कि लिविक के ड्रॉप लोकेशंस किसी भी टीम को नहीं पता।
मैं अभी आपने बड़ा एक बेसिक क्वेश्चन पूछ लिया, मैं आपको अभी बता देता हूँ वो ड्रॉप लोकेशंस कौन से हैं। एक है मिडस्टेन, दूसरा है पावर प्लांट और तीसरा जो है वो क्रैब ग्रास प्रॉब्ली होगा, क्योंकि यही 2-3 सिटीज जो है वो मेजर सिटीज हैं और हर टीम उसी के सराउंडिंग्स में उतरना चाहेगी। बिकॉज जब लिविक का बेटा वर्जन आया था और हर एक जो प्लेयर जैसे ही सैनऑक से लिविक के ऊपर शिफ्ट हुआ, जस्ट फॉर द प्रैक्टिसेस ग्राउंड, बिकॉज हर बंदा समझता है कि लिविक शॉर्टर फॉर्मेट है, 54 प्लेयर्स उतरते हैं और चीज़ें और इंटरेस्टिंग हो जाती है जब 4 से 5 स्क्वाड पिटस्टेन जैसे एक छोटे से सिटी के अंदर आ जाते हैं और गन बैरल्स की आपको हर तरफ से आवाज़ आती है। सो यही कुछ मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि इस शोडाउन मैच से भी हमें देखने को मिलेगा लिविक के अंदर, और ये चीज़ें और इंटरेस्टिंग कर देगी कंपटीशन को। एंड जस्ट इन केस अगर फ्यूचर में लिविक को इंक्लूड किया भी जाता है सैनॉक को रिप्लेस करने के लिए, पॉसिबली ये एक अच्छा स्टार्ट हो सकता है तमाम टीम्स के लिए आदि।
बिल्कुल एहसन, लेकिन मैच रैंकिंग्स हमारी स्क्रीन पर आ चुकी है। पिछले मैच में कारकर्दगी दिखाने के बाद टीम DWG किया 4 किल पॉइंट्स लेकर जाती है और 10 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स लेकर जाती है और $10,000 BC के साथ वो जीतते हैं। 14 पॉइंट्स लेकर जाने में कामयाब टीम स्टालवर्ट ई स्पोर्ट्स सेकेंड स्पॉट अपने लिए बाखूबी लेकर जाती है। और हालांकि स्टालवर्ट ई स्पोर्ट्स तीसरे स्पॉट के ऊपर एलिमिनेट हुए, लेकिन स्टिल ओवरऑल लीडर बोर्ड पर फाल्कन से ऊपर वो रहते हैं और थैंक्स टू देयर किल स्प्री, वो जो एक स्प्री पर जाते हैं, वो एंड पर उस रिज का भरपूर तरीके से इस्तेमाल किया जाता है। हाउएवर लेकिन DWG क्या के प्लेयर्स ने फुल स्टॉप लगाया उनके चिकन डिनर्स पर। सो एक पिछले मैच की तरह, पिछले मैच की तरह ही एक सिचुएशन बनी कि जहां पर टीम स्टालवर्ट ई स्पोर्ट्स काफी ज्यादा इम्कानात रखती थी। इनफैक्ट उन्हीं के पास जाना था चिकन डिनर पिछले दोनों मैचेस में, लेकिन उनके ख्वाबों के ऊपर मैं कहूंगा पानी तो नहीं फेरा गया, तेजाब ही फेर दिया जा चुका है। पहली दफा टीम 7 सीज ई स्पोर्ट्स के प्लेयर ने फेरा और दूसरी दफा टीम एक यहाँ पर इनकी तरफ से फेर दिया गया। सो कहीं ना कहीं टीम स्टालवर्ट ई स्पोर्ट्स को आने वाले मैचेस के लिए थोड़ा सा केयरफुल रहना पड़ेगा। दोनों मैचेस में बैक टू बैक स्टैब हुए हैं। स्टालवर्ट ई स्पोर्ट्स की लक साथ नहीं दे रही है ऐसा, या ज्यादा फोकस नहीं किया जा रहा अपनी सराउंडिंग्स में। व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
आई बिलीव स्टालवर्ट ई स्पोर्ट्स जो है वो इस कंपटीशन को जीतने वाली है आदि। उनके सामने मैच टू मैच गोल नहीं है, बल्कि उनके सामने मेजर गोल है जो $1 मिलियन का प्राइस पूल है। जी गो अहेड।
वो जो बड़ी रेस है वो खेलते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, उसमें सबसे आगे जाते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं आपके कहने पे।
अब 100% मैं आपकी बात के साथ एग्री करूंगा। हम जहाँ पर मैच टू मैच देख रहे हैं वहाँ पर स्टालवर्ट ई स्पोर्ट्स मुझे लगता है अभी तक के लिए सबसे डेंजरस स्क्वाड जो है वो बनकर सामने आ रहा है। और बिल्कुल जिस तरह से हमने इनको मेन इवेंट में देखा था उस तरह नहीं खेल रही है टीम, ये उससे भी ज्यादा एग्रेसिव खेल रही है और जो माइंडसेट है उनका वो हमेशा उनके लिए कामयाबी की वजह बनता है। और आगे भी आप देखेंगे कि यही चीज अगर इतना करीब लेके आई है उनको चिकन डिनर के, तो पॉसिबली हम बैक टू बैक चिकन डिनर्स भी देख सकते हैं। एंड अगर बात की जाए यहाँ पर इस अगले मैच की, अगेन हम यहाँ पर बात करेंगे फन की। दोस्तों कंपटीशन तो है अपनी जगह पे, हम लोग यहाँ पर आपको थोड़ा सा बोर नहीं करने वाले स्ट्रैट्स के साथ और रोटेशंस के साथ और ड्रॉप्स के साथ और ड्रॉप क्लैशेस के साथ। हम बात करेंगे यहाँ पर अपनी फेवरेट कुछ गन्स की। MK12 डेफिनेटली एक ऐसी गन है जिसके ऊपर नजर रहने वाली आदि, क्या वो किसी टीम की तरफ से पिक की जाती है लिविक के अंदर, या P90 के साथ हमें जो है वो कुछ एक्शन होता नजर आएगा।
जी, लेकिन ये सारे एक्शंस पर मजीद बात करने से पहले अभी चलेंगे एक इंटरव्यू की तरफ, इंटरव्यू देखते हैं।
Here we go.
Porque a partir que eu tô na Game House, eu acho que eu deixo de ser o Matheus e sou mais o Mythic.
Sempre sonhei em defender um time grande. O ambiente, pra falar a verdade, me lembra um pouco mais da minha responsabilidade, que eu tenho que defender meus fãs, todo mundo que torce por mim, minha família.
Porque a gente sabe todos os títulos que a gente tem, o nome que a gente tem no cenário.
Antes de se tornar pro player, pra falar a verdade, eu comecei bem cedo nos jogos. Comecei basicamente no competitivo ano passado, eu jogava antes. Eu criei um pouco mais de responsabilidade, sabia que eu tinha uma camisa para defender, um país para defender, e eu consegui mostrar todo o meu potencial aqui.
Eu estudava e nas horas vagas eu treinava, né? Mas aí surgiu o jogo, me apaixonei e estamos aí até hoje. Não mantive tanto contato com os amigos de infância, mas eu acredito que seja por um bem maior, sabe? Tipo, para realizar os sonhos que a gente pretende.
Antes de eu me tornar pro player, eu já joguei futebol, já tentei ser jogador profissional, mas não deu certo. Meus pais conseguiram aceitar para eu ser um pro player depois que eu comecei a assinar alguns contratos. Comecei a dar uma condição um pouco melhor para eles, fazendo algumas viagens também internacionais para jogar o jogo. E eles viram que não era só um joguinho, que estava me levando longe.
Quando eu abro o Instagram e vejo o direct, tem muito fã mandando mensagem, pedindo sense, HUD, os códigos. Às vezes você não acredita, tipo, que você é reconhecido por eles, porque até a ficha cair é meio difícil assim no começo.
O reconhecimento é muito bom, porque eles acabam te dando um gás, sabe? Sempre te apoiando e eu agradeço muito por isso.
Tem uma torcida que apoia realmente o time. Eu acho que isso faz muita diferença nos campeonatos. Sem eles, não seria a mesma coisa, entende? Seria mais difícil. Eu acho que agora a gente tá com o dever de honrar o título, mas se a gente não tivesse o título, acho que a gente estaria com a mesma cabeça de ganhar a PMWI do mesmo jeito. Cada campeonato é um jogo diferente, são equipes diferentes, ou seja, a nossa equipe tem que estar preparada para o estilo de jogo das outras equipes, de acordo com como elas jogam. É difícil ter um padrão. A gente se cobra bastante, a gente procura sempre estar estudando os outros times, ficar bem antenado no que eles estão fazendo.
Uma das nossas grandes mudanças foi o novo player, que é o Mythic. A gente vai estar entrando com outro estilo de jogo na PMWI, no qual nossos inimigos não esperam. E acredito que vai dar muito certo, porque a gente vem treinando muito para isso. Nosso momento de distração, a gente vai sempre em algum restaurante para comer alguma coisa, dar uma caminhada, jogar um futebol na quadra, e treinar o tempo todo, minha cabeça não fica cheia. E quando eu vou ali, saio com os meninos, me distraio um pouco, na próxima partida ou no próximo campeonato eu entro bem mais confiante e aliviado.
Porque às vezes é bom dar uma distraída dentro do jogo pra relaxar a mente, não ficar com muito nervosismo.
E é basicamente isso que a gente fica fazendo para não ficar tão tenso. É bom você sempre estar feliz para entrar na play animado e conseguir dar o melhor de si. Eu tô muito feliz que eu tô viajando novamente para outro lugar do mundo. Isso é muito gratificante e a gente vai dar o nosso melhor, pode ter certeza.
Nessa viagem eu tô mais tranquilo, tô mais de boa, não tô tipo assim pensando muito que a gente vai para outro país. Eu só quero chegar lá na Arábia Saudita e fazer um ótimo campeonato com o meu time.
Porque a gente vem treinando demais para trazer um bom resultado, ser campeão da PMWI.
Eu diria só para se preparar, porque a gente tá vindo com tudo.
E a gente entra em todo o campeonato com muita vontade de ganhar, muita vontade de representar o Brasil, e a gente vai dar o nosso melhor nesse campeonato.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम ख़वातीन व हज़रात, वापस आ चुके हैं और आपने अल्फ़ा 7 के प्लेयर्स का ये इंटरव्यू देखा और एक टीम वीडियो थी जो आपने देखी और हर प्लेयर को आपने सुना और आपने समझा कि क्या उनका माइंडसेट है एक चीज़ उन्होंने ज़रूर कही एहसन के फ़ैन बेस होना कितना ज़्यादा मोटिवेशनल होता है एक ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर के लिए, और एक जब आप यहाँ पर एज अ टीम उतरते हैं तो अगर आपके फैंस हों, अगर आपको सपोर्ट मिल रही हो, तो ही सेड के चैंपियनशिप्स में कहीं ना कहीं परफॉर्म करना आसान हो जाता है। और ये चीज़ मेरे ख्याल से एक सपोर्टिव फैन बेस होना कितनी अहमियत रखती है आपकी नज़र में?
बिल्कुल, आपने जो भी कहा मैं उसके साथ एग्री करूंगा, बल्कि जो उन्होंने कहा मैं उसके साथ एग्री करूंगा। आपने तो सिर्फ उसको ट्रांसलेट किया है, मैं ये समझता हूँ। और फन असाइड, डेफिनेटली बहुत बड़ी एक ड्राइविंग फोर्स होती है हर एक टीम के लिए कि उनके जो फैंस हैं, उनसे जो लगाव रखने वाले लोग हैं, उनसे जो प्यार करने वाले लोग हैं, वो किस तरह से उनको परफॉर्म करता हुआ देखना चाहते हैं। लेकिन हम थोड़ी ही देर के अंदर मूव करने वाले हैं टुवर्ड और मैप ऑफ लिविक, जो कि एक और फन मैच रहने वाला है दोस्तों। और टीम जो है वो ड्रॉप लेंगी आपके फेवरेट ड्रॉप स्पॉट्स मिडस्टीन। देन अगर बात की जाए यहाँ पर क्रैब ग्रास, ग्रोनस कुड बी अनदर प्लेस जहाँ पर हमें कुछ रश जो है वो बनता हुआ नजर आए। लेकिन पावर प्लांट के ऊपर जो इनिशियल फाइट्स होने वाली हैं दोनों साइड्स के दरमियान, एक डेथ मैच का समा जो है वो बन जाता है कि एक टीम एक साइड उतरती है, दूसरी टीम दूसरे जो है वो पावर प्लांट के कंपाउंड में उतरती है, और उसके बाद दरमियानी जो एरिया है वो जंग का मैदान बन जाता है। लेकिन शिपयार्ड और लॉजिस्टिक सेंटर की तरफ मूव करती हुई जा रही है टीम रॉड, और रॉड के प्लेयर्स यहाँ पर नजर आते हैं उनके काफ़ी करीब में। शिपयार्ड के अंदर BTR का स्क्वाड रहने वाला है। ज़्यादा कुछ एग्रेसिव जो है वो नहीं उतरा गया किसी टीम की तरफ से, बट एक टीम जो बिल्कुल इस चीज़ की मैं समझता हूँ कि ख्याल नहीं करती कि कौन कहाँ उतरेगा। दे स्टिल ड्रॉप इन मिडस्टीन एंड दैट इज टीम स्टालवर्ड स्पोर्ट्स। स्टालवर्ड स्पोर्ट्स जो है वो मिडस्टीन के अंदर में उतरती हुई नजर आएगी। वैम्पायर का स्क्वाड काफ़ी डिस्पर्स उतरता हुआ नजर आ रहा है आदि, जो कि मेरे हिसाब से एक बड़ी एक इंटरेस्टिंग मैं समझता हूँ कि उनकी तरफ से स्टार्ट रहेगा। और जो कंपाउंड उन्होंने चूज किए हैं, लुक एट दोज कंपाउंड्स, बिल्कुल एग्जिट कंपाउंड्स हैं पावर प्लांट से या क्रैब ग्रास से। जो भी टीम अपर साइड पावर प्लांट की तरफ आती है, जब वो फाइट लेके वापस जाने की करती है, तो वो इन्हीं कंपाउंड्स के ऊपर से होके जाते हैं। सो वैम्पायर जो है इस चीज़ का फायदा उठाते हुए 2 से 3 स्पॉट्स के ऊपर किल्स भी उठा सकते हैं।
ये मैप इटसेल्फ ही ड्रॉप क्लैश है सन। यहाँ पर आप कहीं पर भी उतर जाएं, इतना थोड़ा डिस्टेंस होता है आपका टीम टू टीम के, वो ऐसे ड्रॉप क्लैश ही लग रहा होता है। लेकिन सर्कल आधा मैप से बाहर जाता हुआ और आधा सर्कल हमारा अगले मैच में जाता हुआ। सो अभी के लिए S2G के प्लेयर्स की जो ड्रॉप लोकेशन है बिल्कुल पहाड़ों पर, बिल्कुल नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न साइड पर मौजूद है। लेकिन आप ये एक सीनिक व्यू, जरा आप सिनेमैटिक जो एक व्यू आपको दिखा
के पनि रहने थिएन। एन्ड एचडी को टिम अलिकता निस्कि पनि सकेको छ। बर्मुडा ट्रायंगलमा उनीहरू छ है, मतलब ठ्याक्कै त्यही नै हो।
আসলে খুব তাড়াতাড়ি খুব দ্রুত আমরা এক একটা ম্যাচ কিন্তু কমপ্লিট করে ফেলতে পারি। এটাই হচ্ছে লিভিকের সবচাইতে বড় বিশেষত্ব। এখন কিন্তু আমরা ডেড আইস গাইসকে দেখতে পারবো। ডেড আইস গাইস তারাও লুটটা করে নিচ্ছেন এবং আমরা ডিভিএস এর যে ধরনের প্রায়োরিটি
XM, that thing has been absolutely deadly over in our scrim matches. May not have them, but
Livik ч тэгээд өөрөө rework хийгдээд
अब के गर्छ
in Arangel, Miramar, wherever they like, the Korean shotgun meta, it is really strong here over in Livik. We see a lot of support for RA Esports actually in the crowd, which is lovely to see. Happy with that.
Home team joining Falcons, the Saudi Arabian representatives in these lobbies. All never alone. They should have spotted that. Rad, all in the same monster truck here. Big tyres and bigger vulnerabilities here if they just get spotted by pretty much anyone.
Yeah, and I mean, you would typically spot that. The thing is very loud as it traverses through the map. Quite difficult to take down though. So
if there's one thing, if there's one thing I'd say about monster truck, it's not understated.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's called a monster truck. You'd hope, right?
That's right.
Rad, though, they do make it through and they find their way to a fairly decent compound, actually, with the walls along the side. This is inside the circle, quite central, actually, as well. So a lot of these teams just looking for these compounds towards where Stalwart finished. Already Money, though, takes shots over towards Never Alone, who caught himself slipping.
First elimination, 2K. Ooh, it's looking tasty. Rad managed to get the knock, and Falcons getting back up. Keep that bounty on the cards. Because if you're Falcons, it's kind of twofold, right? Like, you don't want them to get the bounty because you want to be able to take a fight and get that first elimination, get that 2K in the pocket as well.
For yourself. And it looks like with all these teams actually heading very, very central already, you know, maybe it's that ammo that becomes an issue, especially over on Vikendi. We have that problem where, you know, you send in early and you're not quite able to get all the loot you want. You just try and loot up as much as possible in the early game. You take compounds towards the center and then just hope for the best. And realistically, where you do get that loot from, you do get that ammo from, is when teams crash into you. But you can see Yusuf here. He's got level 3 backpack, level 3 vest, but his chest, it is very exposed with the level 1 vest.
That's unfortunate. You don't like to see it. So maybe just going for those little peek outs. Unfortunately, with the shotgun, you do want to be in that close range, so it's not ideal. Yeah. It's really not.
It's kind of an unfortunate scenario, right, where you're like, I'm going to have to expose my head to be the safest possible.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe get the pan out. Try and cover the body with it. Equip it. Try and run forwards. Get in range for the XM. Swap it out quickly. Bam, bam.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's all right. That's if you can pull that off, which is easier said than done.
Ooh.
The res did come through, I believe. So nobody has gone down just yet. Still chilling, still vibing.
I think 7C sent out to take the loot crate, and
There
that
it
is the first elimination coming through. I think that was from S2G, who headed out that way to pick up the airdrop to try and secure themselves.
Yes, it was.
$1,000. I don't know if they've already picked that up, though, but if that's the case, you can get the 2K for the first elimination and the 1K for the airdrop as well.
That's a good point, actually. Did they manage to loot that airdrop first? Before the LM came down? We'll have to wait and see. Just where the earnings fall. So we get a little bit of a replay. They spotted him. Spray God caught out in the open. Is this a retreat? Is this on the way back from the crate or the way to the crate? Looks like this is still open. Okay, S2G, they've covered off the position.
Okay.
7C are looking to try and shut this one down, stop anyone going for the crate, and they're just going to dip completely. They're going to give this one away. Not give it away, but give that position away and play from that far side against 3 from 7C.
Yeah, they've cut underneath and over the top side of 7C, so distractions all over the place. 7C move a little bit further in with his Eastern shift on the circle. It makes sense as well, but 7C leaving Eastport, it's got to feel rough here, especially with that being their drop spot. And they move further into the circle, and perhaps it might have been better for them just to stay in Eastports to begin with. Eastport, not Eastports. Yeah.
Ooh.
Eastports drop.
That's right. Esports, I like that.
Yeah, Livik was made for esports. Apparently,
that's what we're calling it from now on. Esports.
Esports
over on the east near the port.
That's right.
Looks like Denver Galaxy having a bit of a tough time of it. They've been spotted. 1 player down and out for the count. Down to 3 players. So the south side of this next circle seemingly a little bit more occupied as teams coalesce there.
Bigatron keeping it chill here. You can see, though, already, just in Livik, the amount of open ground that is available to so many of these teams. Just the roadsides, just completely barren. And there's a few boulders, you know, a few little places where you can start to play around. And these are just open compounds. The windows are all open, fairly large. So you have to be very, very careful when rotating and moving into areas to begin with. Deadeye guys, they're up towards that northwest. They're moving up towards Falcon's position, who still haven't quite recovered from that initial knock. And like I said, there is a nice special elimination coming through, and that will be the first one of the game. Shifu will be taking that one.
Cheeky. 2K. Is that 2K? That's
2K,
2K,
yeah.
for the first
2K.
special event. Very nice. Add that to the tally. Bigatron engaged with the forward guard of R8. She, across the bridge, has potentially got some sightlines. Zuxi wants to pop the nade. SK-Ton out the window. So position known, but pushed in through the window. Will dodge the damage. That's a dangerous hop. SK-Ton goes down. And back around the sidelines. Needs to be careful. There are off angles from R8 to be worried about. BTR need to back Zuxi's position up now.
Uses the Uzi. And it's Rico Infinity that take the doozy. Zuxi with the Molotov. Tries to prevent them from pushing too far into them. Now it's Prestige with one of his own. Zuxi will have to go for the bandage, for the heal. Once the rest of the team start to regroup around him. Genfos here, alongside with Luxi along the way.
Zuxi seeming survive. I think that was inside. I think that came from the nade came from inside the house there. Blank.
Yeah.
So should have dodged all that damage. Not quite there for now. Zuxi. The sightlines being controlled by Bigatron are stopping this push towards Zuxi, but he is caught there, and they need to figure out a way to disengage. Look at the smoke line that they've established across the road.
I think that's one thing that BTR has been doing very exceptionally well so far, is just using utility to their advantage, Molotovs to cut off pushes, smokes to prevent these areas of ingress. Falcons, powerful, takes a tumble to Chari from Deadeye's guys. These guys have been outside of the zone for a long, long time and took Team Falcons by surprise here.
We'll have attention sent their way, though, and from Team Falcons, that is some deadly sightlines. Not quite getting these knocks just yet, but Powerful is ticking away. Shifu repositioning after that special elimination, picking up that point. They've been harrying the back of the Falcons for a while now.
Damwon Kia very much outside in the blue at the moment. Forrest finally making his way over from Logistics Center. With the map being so small, it's very easy for him to tear across the field and back over towards his team. Chari will finish off the player from Falcons and now look towards the rest of them. Falcons just stimming up as much as they can to try and get themselves up towards that 100% HP. The M24 off in the distance, owned by Shifu. Again, this continues. What is D77 doing over there?
Just bide in time. I mean, that's in the middle of a couple of those zip lines, right? So has got some speedy ways.
Don't should get out. I think he's going to bleed out, though, out there, honestly.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Next circle comes in. Pops up a little bit further north. There is a drop right on Alpha 7. I wonder if... no, that would have been the... Is that the drop from earlier? I'm not entirely sure.
No, it's not. That is the drop from earlier. The new drop is down towards Fiskahus.
That will never not be funny to me as a name. I love these names coming in Livik. And we're going to be seeing them a whole lot more over these next couple of days.
I want them to introduce Hulim Hayahusul, honestly.
That's what we all want. First, team elimination by Team Falcons. There we go. Okay, Falcons pick up the 5K for the first team elimination. Excellent news for the home team.
Yeah, really sad for Damwon Kia. I mean, they've been doing so well in the scrim matches, but again, now it's all to play for here. So they had to really pull up the socks, but they were outside in the blue for a long time. Alpha 7 on to 7C. The XM from Madmine does not do quite enough here.
Aladdin trying to hold down the stairwell. It's going well to start off. The AKM finds Mafioso Mythic. Turns tail. They want this res. Might give a chance to get the res onto Madman. Oh no, not really going to take that chance. XM, as you say, didn't quite do the job there. As Aladdin wants to drop down, he's allowing this res, and I feel like it's just been a little bit slower around the side, pushes in, and they cut down. 2 players, 2 barrels sent your way. It's just too much to handle.
I do like that from Alpha 7. The instant drop shot from both those teams. The circle, again, it's moving all over the place. Nick McGalaxy get their way in, but Lord's very low. 1 first aid kit. Very, very surprised for Nick McGalaxy to come into a circle with hardly any meds. But a heavy southeast circle will set Stalwart up for success here.
All right, all right, all right. Nick McGalaxy, get those heals off. Could be crucial in this engagement between Deadeye's guys and Rad. Shifu out in the open, does get knocked there. The smoke a little bit wayward on the position. And spotted from the off angle. Chari gets the heal off, brings himself back up to that 75 HP. Can keep on going, crawling to safety. Both of these teams will have to move. Deadeye's guys further of the 2. With only 2 players in this fight, Rad have control. On top spotted. Just Chari now for Deadeye's guys.
Rad are just sending it over towards Deadeye's guys at the moment. Like you say, Chari left on his lonesome. And Rad looking for a team elimination here. Alpha 7 moved out from their compound, starting to make their way through, but stuck out in the blue with a shot from behind from Silas along the way. Turkish team make their way in here for a bit of damage.
Stalwart, 4 players alive, 2 eliminations so far. S2G, 4 players alive, 2 eliminations so far. Vampire Esports with just stoned now. Close range, 2 shotguns. So many pellets going to be sent out your way, Stoned. And look at the tick damage from the blue, but he's burning. All right, taking down Nick McGalaxy are in this fight as well. And just out the way, Vampire Esports will get taken down to boot. It's Nick McGalaxy to stay alive. Goodness me.
Free comes in, sends some insults their way and roasts them underfoot with the Molotov there. And Sun's able to get out of it, thanks to that play. SUG holding onto the Wizard Tower at the moment, looking out towards Stalwart, who now have to move in. SUG making a very, very good push in the early game, and they've been lucky with these circles. Finally, Deadeye's guys do go down, but SUG taking shots over towards Alpha 7 and Stalwart. How does Stalwart make this push, though? It's going to be difficult. They have the smokes and the vehicles, but it's a very, very impregnable position from SUG that they've set up.
2 bounties as well on the heads of these team eliminations. Alpha 7, Enigma Galaxy, allowing them to ladder up in terms of placement points if they're able to take them out. 1 player left for Enigma Galaxy, Alpha 7 with 2. Here's the replay. Stone trying to control that sidelines. This is where the Molotov came in. I don't know who threw it. It was Freak who managed to just burn R8 down. Excellently placed third party there from Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah. Stalwart, action. Takes a knee here. It's Mafioso inside the blue, just sending bullets down. Surely SUG seeing this push. Rod with 0 eliminations. Very quiet this game, but Mood here sends a shout into it.
Nade sent back and a lot of damage pouring out to everyone. Stalwart bear the brunt of it, and they will fall to S2G. Rod, 3 players down, looking for these reses. They are crucial. Nades in hand, starting to move out towards the hillside, and it's good, and it interrupts the res. It puts very, very low the health bars of Rod, and now Mafioso can try and get more done, and there's the nade from S2G, leaving them in a 4v1 against Mafioso.
It is impossible to try and challenge S2G from this position. There's open ground everywhere. It's impossible to approach this building in the first place. S2G secured it as soon as they got in here with 4 players. But they have absolutely crushed the competition here with the amount of eliminations. Now dropping out of the fortress. And it will be Mafioso.
S2G take home the second game and the first of our Livics of this tournament at the After Party Showdown so far. A blitz of a game at the end there for them, and they'll have picked up a load of eliminations. A lot of money going in their pocket, 10K for that chicken dinner.
S2G playing that game fast and loose, going north and south side of 7C, finding that compound. S2G take the winner with a chicken dinner. We've got the Turkish talent next to us going absolutely wild over this win, and why not? They have really repped their team here. Coach on the left side has definitely been doing some analysis on this map.
Absolutely. The Turkish team, S2G, really, really solid stuff coming through from that Wizard Tower, operating beautifully with those nades.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very difficult to push up to that position. Like, where do you go around it? There is a tree and a rock, and then over that, you're just crawling through the grass. And the worst part about that is that they have a high ground position to play from, so it means they can see down even if you're snaking. So I think S2G kind of punched their ticket as soon as they found that compound.
Yeah, absolutely. S2G take it home. Excellent stuff from the Turkish team.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك الصين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي. بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، عيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PMWI After Party Showdown. We've had another match conclude, our first one here on Livik in particular. Let's take a look at our match rankings by STC to see how the teams did. Obviously, STG taking home the win, but also $10,000 extra in their pocket. Have to be extremely happy about that. Let's bring our analysts in to start to talk about this one. Gentlemen, S2G, early on Zone 5, switched straight to that compound, or tower, whatever you want to call it. And I was asking you guys, this position, I feel like S2G should win, which they did. But you guys had a little caveat to like ways they could lose actually in that spot.
Yeah. The only way you can deal with that kind of position with a Harry Potter tower is if you get in range, do a nade on the top side and the bottom side to like move them out of the building.
Yeah.
And even with all the smokes you were saying there, James, even with all of the smokes used by all the teams, it was almost impossible to move them out of it, and they just took the win off the back of that.
Yeah. Technically, what you're saying is, yes, this as a tower is vulnerable if you're able to get to it, but it's getting to it that's the problem.
Exactly.
There is so much open area around it. Blank was saying in the cast as well, looking down from that high angle on everybody that's kind of trying to approach, it is an absolute gauntlet to run and try and get up to where S2G was to get into nade range in the first place.
That was, at a minimum, a $17,000 match for S2G.
Oh, yeah.
They got the chicken dinner for 10K. They got the first elimination onto 7C, that's 2K. They got the most eliminations, that's another 5K.
The crates, maybe. We don't know if they...
We don't know.
Exactly.
We don't know.
I mean,
but you know what?
They were not playing PUBG Mobile. They were playing like tower defense and just had waves of mobs coming their way.
Yeah, they were. And Livik, it works like that. I mean, there's a lot of these open area fields where if you do get something like this little Harry Potter tower, you're going to be able to see for quite a way. There's a lot of hills that, I mean, we've played quite a bit as well here, Max, where you find a hillside and you can see into full render distance. You can be able to see all the way around you and be able to just blast to whatever you want.
Yeah, exactly. And you can just chuck those nades behind like rocks and trees, which are the only good hiding spots in those kind of locations. And you're pretty much done. So yeah, S2G had the best position and played it really well. So can't argue with that.
Big step up out of Alpha 7 there. 7 eliminations, 6 points. Also, as we did see, Enigma Galaxy, I don't remember the name off the top of my head, but a great like 1v3 or 1v4 he pulled off with a Molotov as well, really able to punish them. Fantastic job by them. Let's take a look at our highlights. We'll probably see it in there as well, so we can get the names to mention. But there it is, the first elimination out of Silas. $2,000. Just imagine, like, Max, I mean, obviously we know your career when it comes to PMCOs and such.
Thank you.
But you get one elimination at the start of a match, and you get $2,000 in your pocket.
Do bots
That's
count?
like 10 times your day rate.
Do bots count?
Do bots count? Because I get a lot of those. you would know, James.
I mean, yeah, I guess so.
It'll be great. But yeah, like a lot of frags coming out like this was it. That you take that position and you can see there's just rocks and trees around. If they have nades,
Max,
they
Max,
did.
look at the screen, Max.
Oh, Max.
It's snowy.
Whoa!
Calm down.
Okay, calm down a little bit, Max.
Okay.
Where are you dropping, Max?
I'm going for Dino Park.
I'm going Garaka, the best place.
Castle. What about Castle, man?
You're not dropping Castle.
I want
an
a
ending
castle
in Castle.
finish.
No. Come
This
on,
is-
man.
I'm the king of the castle. All right, well, ladies and
you're
gentlemen, you
not.
can see we have 50 seconds to go, but a big shout out to
What are you talking
Spotify
about?
and Razor for making sure this event can be held and making it possible. But 40 seconds left to go. The Kendi is on the cards. I know a lot of us have been looking out there waiting and hoping for it to come back into competitive map pool. Max is so happy he's jumping for joy. Not very high, I might add. But you know who's also jumping for joy? The two commentators who get to bring all the action to you in our, I guess, third match of the After Party Showdown. Our fourth match overall, because obviously we had the show match in the beginning with the duos. But John out and Blank, take it away.
It's over 40 degrees here in Saudi Arabia, but Blank, a fell chill has swept through the studio as we're going over to Vikendi. Jason's laughing at me for my dramatics, but I feel it. I'm feeling it.
Exit, stage left.
Excellent.
Okay, yes, indeed. Well,
That's
that was for you. Please leave my commentary desk now, sir. It is time for Vikendi, and I wish to commentate Vikendi and not play out an entire play.
That's fair. That's fair. But it doesn't mean we can't script it.
We could do.
You know. We do it in iambic pentameter, rhyming couplets.
That's right. The only problem is, though, is that with Vikendi, we can't predict what's going to happen here, so we can't script anything.
That's fair. That's fair. I am with, I'm kind of with Max in that Dino Park is one of my favorite areas of this map, but I'm kind of against him because I wanted to finish in Dino Park. That's what I'm always looking out for in every single time I cast Vikendi. Dino Park finishes.
I'm not dropping in Dino Park. Look, it's difficult. You know, you're rolling around, you're going to the ticket booths.
Those dinosaurs are scary.
There could be anyone there. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm getting absolutely terrified of the dinosaurs whilst I'm playing. You know, I'll grab an M4, I look up, it's dinosaur, I look down, it's an angled foregrip. I'm like, oh, okay, this is not so bad. I look back at the dinosaur, and then I have to find a compound. So all in all, very awful time.
You know Chris Pratt. Let's put it that way.
Exactly.
That's Max's job, right?
Right, that's Max's job. He's got blue on lock, right? He's got the Raptors along his side, but none of us can quite play PUBG Mobile the way that Max does.
That's true. That is true. I don't know, Seven might give him a run for his money.
Actually, yeah, he does carry us in
I'm
most
not
games.
sure. But if you're interested in just how these teams are going to deal with Dino Park and the rest of Vikendi, then you should be watching together with us. Watch PMWI together in the in-game esports center with your friends to win PMWI special sets.
And also, the 2022 PMWI Gunskin and outfit is available. You can grab those packages that are on sale for a limited time, and it's a limited time. I'm going to have to leave that alone for the time because BTR have just dropped in the same compound as Deadeye's guys.
Trying to heat up Trevno. DBS already picked up by the Deadeye's guys. Tommy gun as well. It's going to be loot fast as much as you can. What have you got to be able to put into this fight? It's like the micro Uzi there on the top floor. Good nade, but it's spotted out. The off angle from Luxy. It's the Tommy gun. Say hello to my little friend. DBS for Luxy to finish that one off. The final nail in that coffin, and that's the first elimination. $2 grand found for Luxy.
Go on, Luxy. Get that money in the bank. That's what we like to see. And now Deadeye's guys, they're on the back foot. They're running away. They've got the Thompson, the M4, and another Thompson in hand. They're looking to unleash a hail of bullets upon Bigatron, but they've already got the first strike upon them. Great little hot drop here for them in Trevno. We can get a little bit more done.
If they can get the team elimination as well, that'd be huge news for their bottom line. They're biding their time. They're not going super aggressive, and in these urban environments, when you know that they're going to be playing with shotguns, with SMGs, you can't be taking those risks. You can't be overextending. So taking it slow and cautious, probably good.
Absolutely. Chari, though, as I was snaking last game here on Livik, looking to get something done here, but BTR moving up as a team, as a line, from compound to compound, shooting off the DBS to frighten the opposition.
Oh, it's the double DBS action coming through from two players from BTR. But they're on the top floor. I feel like, I mean, it has got a fairly decent range, I suppose.
Yeah, you've heard of the Siberian Husky, but have you heard of the Indonesian Husky? This one's coming to grab you. Falcons are just moving across the map at the moment. Damar, the UMP, said how deadly this weapon can be, but open roads, looking for a vehicle. Most of these teams, that is the idea at the moment. You can see in your bottom right, already the snowmobile is in effect as most teams start to move across.
7C. Maybe wanted to regroup, but powerful spotted. Sarang gets a lick of damage in, but it is traded off. Never alone. With that DBS, we've seen it be so brutal. It seems like everyone's wanting to pick it up this time around. And Sarang doesn't want anything to do with it. Here's the bad news as the ka-chunk sends his legs a quiver. Runs away for the hills. Powerful again, pushing in. Micrusian hand straight down the stairs. Turns the corner, gets the damage in, and is followed up with the DBS as well. But backup is in for 7C as they swell around the ground floor. And now the pressure is on for Falcons to take the top. In goes Spray God and lives up to the name. First knock goes through. Aladdin wants to pursue this one. Around the corner, it's never alone. Sat alone in the bathroom, has the DBS. Has he got enough rounds? No, he does not. 7C back up their team up the top beautifully, and Falcons lose 2.
And 7C come crashing down on the enemy team here. Falcons here in Dobromesto. And they're really struggling. 2 eliminations, though, already found for them. Falcons are sent running, sent packing here. Away as fast as possible. And 7C can now comfortably loot the rest of this compound over towards the western side of the map. Falcons have nothing else to do but just send it running.
2 players left alive. Keep yourself alive, get some points on board. First place worth $60,000, remember, here at the After Party Showdown. And every point matters. Falcons know that all too well.
Vampire Esports up towards the north side of the map in Zabava. Another team also here, S2G. So they took the northern approach on this game. Stoned. So looking for more race, just shuts the door. You can't see me now. Door's closed. Hasn't anyone ever heard of. Knocking on this door first before sending it in to take my vehicles.
I'm missing something here. I feel like you're expecting me to get something on this.
Yeah, well, thanks for the memories, John. Even if they weren't so great.
Oh. Got it. It's good.
S2G.
The line's good, but, you know.
Oh, it's all right.
That's fair. That's fair.
Well, no, it's definitely great.
Even if they weren't so good.
No, great.
Is it great? Oh, no.
No, don't look this up. Stop. No,
Oh.
no, stop it. It's fine. No, we can do it. No, we do it after the game. No,
it's a
fine.
mid-game Google.
No, don't do the lyric. Look, you just need to be dropping some lyrical mayhem on this match right now, because S2G extremely close to Vampire Esports. This way it could really go down.
That is fair. At the moment, S2G not really taking a close quarters fight just yet. Vampire Esports on the verge, on the precipice of getting it done. Not really.
And I was right, wasn't I?
Oh no.
I was correct. Anyway, don't ever question me on my Fallout Boy lore ever again. Vampire Esports moving through. Grenade. S2G still Razy. Closed that door earlier on, but Schweppes has a good idea. Nade's over, and it's clean, but Razy's able to just shield himself, fend off the shrapnel somehow with a pan in hand, just blast it back.
Seemingly an unstoppable force. Curtailed.
Ooh.
Another nade in. That one could be good. That's on the money. Razy can't stand up to a second. He used one of his lives there. Schwepp gets across just about. Silas with the G36. Not quite able to get the job done.
Razy does go down, and Schweppes would love to confirm this, but Silas with such a good oversight on this fight. This is a really, really good place to take down the enemy team as well. Nice knock onto Schweppes here. Bullets come back their way, but this is right inside the circle. And it's a classic for Kendi circle as well. You've got half of a circle over in the blue at the moment. So a lot of these teams making a massive run up towards the north side of the map.
Tries to pop a nade, tried to rebound it off the door frame there to just get that flush. Get that confirmed. Look at the earnings on the right-hand side of your screen. 24K so far for S2G. Locked in that fight. They're already 10K clear of Stalwart at 14K. Wow.
If they can win this fight between them and Vampire Esports, they might be setting themselves up for a back-to-back. But Stoned. Nade goes through, will finish off Razy and take home the first special elimination there, $2,000. I think it was Stoned who threw that grenade, though. But, you know, it was, in fact, Schweppes who got the initial knock. So we'll give it to him.
You love to see it. You love to see it. Kelsey for one. Silas with the flush.
Oh, that's a cheeky angle.
That is pretty nasty, isn't it? Oh dear, that's even cheekier. Silas! Oh my goodness me, Zuxi. You can't be missing those. That was a sitter, if I ever did see, but Silas snakes away.
Yeah, Silas clambering onto the side. You can see his legs moving, but the body not quite getting over the railings. And I think Zuxi was as surprised as I was looking at that. Hamzy, though, comes underneath. Ravenclaw takes the DBS to the face. And somehow S2G are still keeping this one up at the moment. Fortunately, Hamzy goes down, which leaves S2G down to just 2 players remaining, which is still feasible here on Vikendi.
Hamzy maybe looking to just survive as long as possible. Kelsey and Silas, the last 2 for S2G now. Top earners so far on the day. With 2 players left, maybe that run will be cut short. If Stalwart are able to take this one down, they were 10K behind at the start when we saw the earnings earlier. Of course, that's a 10K chicken dinner.
Whoa, Schweppes, okay, doing the moonwalk in the vehicle itself. Just rocks it on backwards. In that situation, you don't have time to turn in that thing. It's going to spin right out of control on that hillside. I know, I've done it. So it just goes for the reverse. Respect, really. So all ending here over towards the northeast side of Zabava. A lot of teams here right on the coast by this bridge that heads over towards Cosmodrome. You can see it off in the distance there. BTR on this little cross. It's very, very open right now betwixt here and the frozen river.
See in the top right of your screen, it's a really heavy northern shift on these circles so far. So about 50% of the land. I mean, it's good old Vikendi circles, and it seems like we're going to get another hard shift as well.
I mean, I said this earlier as well, so I mean, I think we're both on the same page here. Again, I would say this is even 60% water now, with this incredible circle that we're seeing on our screens. We love Vikendi because it just packs teams all into singular locations, but action comes through. The nasty headshot onto Rod.
First team elimination seems to be just around the corner. 3 teams on 2 players. Rod with one of them down, leaving them with 2 there. Damwon Gaming trying to push Damwon here, pushing up onto BTR's position. Find out all about the Titans from the east. Bigatron Red Aliens hold 1. Fabian goes down, gets flushed.
So gets back into the shack, but it's Vampire Esports trying to make their way through, and a player goes down. It stops there, and he's stopped in his tracks by Damwon Kia.
Schweppes isolated as well from Stoned here in this position. Really not able to get back to it. Damwon Kia have oversight. S2G, they lost 2 of their players early. Enigma Galaxy, similarly unfortunate that you'd seem so in this position. Ralph now and Hamodi trying to hold off against Alpha 7. Ralph under pressure from nades, potentially an off angle from the back there for the backup from Hamodi. That nade needs to be good, but it's a little bit long. Only gets a little bit of damage onto Revo. Spray's looking quite good, though. Ralph stays up, stays standing. Caught, and Hamodi pushes in. Ralph is knocked. It's a 1 versus 3. Spray is good for 1.
Hamodi!
Oh, but no. Carrillo takes him down at the right time there to save the squad. All 4 of them still alive, and that is a squad elimination.
Dear me there. Hamodi almost brought it home. When this guy was just absolutely tearing it up over in the PMPLs. And he has really been one of the rocks for Enigma Galaxy, and they're starting to add more and more fantastic players, but he was one of the real ones. Okay. That's all I'll say.
He's a real one. Big up to the real ones out there.
Yeah. Mainly Hamodi.
Just Hamodi, actually.
Yeah.
Nobody else.
I will say that Zuxi and Luxi, as Zuxi does go down, I'll say that BTR should really be having a good time here on Vikendi because, you know, being such a long-standing team, I mean, Zuxi and Luxi have played Vikendi competitively in the past.
Plenty of times. Teams that strike terror into the hearts of plenty, but over the top, DBS from the top rope, looking good for Silas. Turns for a second, and a S2G faltering under the purview of Schweppes there. Kelsey trying to hit the shot, but Pika picks him off.
Steals away the team elimination there as well, which Vampire Esports got to not be happy about. Stalwart looking to really bump up the numbers. You see that circle there, hard shift down towards southwest side.
Falcons.
Not really much else they could do there, but most teams still in this one.
Falcons were off the coast on the northwest. They're swimming. It's got to be pretty chilly. I hope they got their thermals.
You'd hope so, right? But again, it's getting hot here in the after party showdown. Deadeyes guys, look up towards BTR. Still 2 players in this one. Damwon Kia, probably one of the only teams rotating right now alongside Vampire Esports. You have to drop out that vehicle because it is on fire right now.
Uh-oh, trouble for Alpha 7, or maybe more accurately for Damwon Kia. They rock straight up into the sight lines, but they are pushing. They're going for the fight. Alpha 7 handle it. Beautiful stuff. And another team elimination coming through for the Alpha 7 squad. Really good news to try and get them a little bit more money on the cards as well.
Yeah, that was a rip and tear coming through from Alpha 7 on Damwon Kia. Tried to reposition just a little bit, but this is a really, really nice spot for them. And they knew they were going to be safe here for a very long time. So taking up that position, so strong. It's across the road as well, so you'll see anyone that's trying to take up position with you. I don't even know who was in that car. It was going so fast.
Deadeyes guys, I think.
Yeah, lightning.
Bigatron couldn't get the swivel. Only 2 players for Bigatron left standing after their engagements that they've had so far in this game. Rod just a little bit further away from them, but they're pushing in on the east side of this next circle, which is a little bit more landward. Cutting out a little bit of water for the first time.
Yeah, I think most of these teams knew pretty much where this circle was going. It's fortunate a lot of the teams were already in the circle on the southwest side, which is where the majority of the good compounds are anyway. But this road really does cause problems now. I think for Alpha 7, things become bad in the next circle should it shift away from their spot and they end up having to cross the road. But with the amount of people that's actually driven into their compound and they've been able to eliminate quite swiftly, we'll put it that way as well, you know, they should have a lot of smokes available to themselves. No vehicles, the smoke should be enough to maybe get into a hopeful position.
Rod should know that this rotation's coming through on the coastline for Deadeye's guys. Do they have those sightlines? Because at the moment, these ridges are being played quite well. On top drops out. Oh, shots beautifully found from Chari. Straight back up to the players from Rad. Very nicely covered. And that gives Deadeye's guys the chance to move on up towards these angles. But where are they getting shot from? It's Alpha 7. They're into the fight from the western side as the circle moves further towards them. And Deadeye's guys are on the broad side.
Alpha 7's just partaking in all the action right here. Mafioso, UMP with the 3x on side. He's keeping himself available and watching these locations. Chari back up in action. For a little bit more. Smoke's over there, but honestly, this is just protection. This is survival game for Deadeye's guys at the moment.
Nice nade over towards the Deadeye's guys to keep on top down. Slow the Deadeye's guys encroaching push from the northern edge. Of course, Alpha 7 are doing work in that front as well.
He's dropping nades and looking for anything. Ooh. Munir seems decent. It is good.
Oh. I think it was just before the res on top, which means that he didn't go down. Again, he took it on the red bar instead of on the res health bar. Alpha 7 taking shots over. There is an answer, but it's just not going to be enough. There's no way you get further than that. Alpha 7 pick up another team elimination. They're on track for the 5K.
Goodness me, there's another one as well. Call Alpha 7 the usher of the lobby because they are sitting these teams down at the moment. Shots into the vehicle, action. Taking shots from behind. It's BTR also joining into the fray, and that's STE out.
Rud eliminated by Alpha 7. STE with 2 players left there, Pika and Scry, losing their teammate across the way. That split didn't go well. Alpha 7 on the northern shore. Arbiters right now. Their presence felt by pretty much everyone. You can see 7C still going. A beautiful nade over the top. Comes in from Luxy. That's plenty of special limbs.
Oh yeah, smokes are plenty for Luxy and GenForce at the moment. Still moving through, but 7C still going strong. Fortunately, Madman pops his head up for just a little bit too long there. Luxy also hits the deck as Alpha 7 continue to just pressure everyone in the lobby. And look at the circle. Oh, it's horrendous for these other teams. And Alpha 7, they're ready to take this bad boy home.
Falcons finally spotted out in the water. Having attention sent their way. Damar is going to have to surface pretty soon. Can you stay safe from the hail of bullets being sent your way? 2 players from 7C have the attention sent this way. Bigatron, they did manage to get that res. There's another nade. Oh, God. That was so crucial that he didn't get knocked there for Bigatron's potential in this lobby.
Alpha 7 moving up. Remember, there's only 12 teams in the lobby, so 11 eliminations is pretty hefty for Alpha 7 here. 7C still just their side, but this circle just benefits Alpha 7 so much. We're going to get a quick replay on Mafioso. This is such a good spray down. So clean.
That G36 doing so much work and taking the vehicle out as well. Rad could not use it to reposition. Could it be another Bigatron nade over towards R8? Is that right? Is it far enough? It's good, but it's not good enough. Was that an immediate re-knock? No, it was taken on the red bar yet again. Luxy has spotted Mafioso. The G36 Surgeon from Alpha 7. Resable position, though. Will just slow them down a little bit. Potentially throwing a spanner in their works with their conflicts.
Bandar looking to move in, but there's a smoke, I believe, that drops down. But GenForce tries to throw a couple of more nades their way. Bandar stuck outside of the blue, moving up to Alpha 7's position. So many teams. How much more can they weather here, John?
How did he manage to make that cross? Revo trying to suppress this position, rolls all the way up to the wall, and R8 now have an outpost. They can try and slinky back, but no. Teammate knocked on the back. No way you're getting that res. One player for R8. Bigatron have that cleanly.
Huge amount of damage their way, but Luxy is still going. Mythic hits the deck, and now 7C, perhaps they even see a chance here for themselves in this game. They've taken a lot of damage. Luxy has to drop down again. Revo, excellent high ground angle. Has to drop back off the side, though. Keep himself a little bit more safe. Knows there's teams everywhere at the moment.
12 eliminations coming through from Alpha 7 in this low player lobby. Luxy picks up the final player from R8. This guy is on a tear. 6 limbs of the 7 from Bigatron right now coming from Luxy alone. A knock onto Mythic, but Carrillo finally shuts it down. Genfos now last player for Bigatron. Alpha 7 still looking good, looking clean. 7C, however, on the coastline could prove to be tricky.
Alpha 7, goodness me, coming to After Party Showdown, may have not been in the PMWI, but that last World Invitational for the West Side, they took it with a clear point lead. Now they're looking to bring that kind of same power here into the After Party Showdown. Lovely name from Genfos.
He makes it into the shack as well. Does he have time to get this first aid off? I think he does. But that nade just needs to sneak its way in through the window. It will do just that. It's actually Alpha 7 to take it away. Aladdin has it pinched out. And that is Alpha 7 with another team elimination. This is a good game from them. The Falcons, by the way, managed to make it to the shoreline. In goes Mafioso with the UMP. Wants to play close on this ridgeline. Spray God right underneath with the nade cooking. Looking to try and take the fight. There's backup as well from the rest of the team.
Madman, Aladdin. Last one on this side. Very, very low at the moment. Sarang just trying to throw some nades up, but it's Falcons. 7C all underneath. Alpha 7 have fantastic purview over the rest of this, and really 7C or Falcons, they need a lucky break here.
If the fight can be split up, if they can take the fight on 2 fronts, 7C and Falcons might be able to deal with half of Alpha 7 each potentially.
So unfortunate. This is the only real safe spots in the game, but the Molotov dropped down the side. Carrillo able to finish off Yusuf. Up to 15 eliminations this match.
What a tear. And drops down for Damar. Oh, he might be able to handle something if he's
happening?
on the swivel. No! Carrillo puts a stop to the mess. And now it's 7C. Need to take the fight with Alpha 7. Low HP bars on Alpha 7, but Sarang gets sat back. Carrillo the only one on full HP, but this guy can fight. This guy can frag. Aladdin around the foothills needs to get the trade. We'll be able to find one, but that is it. Alpha 7 clean up on Vikendi.
Goodness me, it's Carrillo dropping the shield wall. No one can get past him. And now they'll be on cooldown to the next match, and absolutely they will need to cool down here because that was unreal despite the freezing temperatures of that match. I would have been wearing a t-shirt if I was Alpha 7.
They were absolutely brutal in their northern side compound. They were on the swivel. Nobody was really trying to push them at that stage as well. Excellently executed.
Yeah, unreal circle for them, though. You've got to admit, like, directly on that top side, they drop up, head into a compound, don't have to cross a road, and he comes back up to them again. So, yeah, I think the way they played it, they definitely deserved it, though. Having so many teams crashing into them, it must have been a tough time.
Brilliant, brilliant stuff from the Brazilian team. Plenty of other teams with a lot of money earned that game as well. That was really, really good. That was just unbelievably good.
That was so good. Yeah, that's all you need to say.
I kind of lost for words, pretty much. That's what I'm getting at, I think.
Okay.
I think overall. But we are going to head over to the standings to take a look at the points presented by STC.
Well, I think you can see why, ladies and gentlemen, John Allen is a cast-on analyst, because you can't say Alpha 7 are just really good and have that be analysis. But to be fair, he is right. A fantastic showing. 19 limbs coming out of them, 29 points in total. Maybe I shouldn't be hosting anymore at this rate. They have been getting better and better as each match has gone on, and Brazil has shown the true power of what they can do.
Wow, and what an insane finish from these guys. And we were talking about it, Kalash, right? Before this game, they had zero
money earned.
Zero money earned. So they just had an incredible rise. Like 19 elimination from the guys is absolutely insane. And their compound, the fact that they survived 3 breaches in a row and still kept 4 players alive, You don't see that happen every day.
No, definitely. They defended it really well. They painted the town orange here when it came to Vikendi. I mean, looking at this, they absolutely blasted out. That compound, we were talking about it just before we came on, it has a natural advantage in terms of the northern barrier. Well, one, because it's near the sea, so it's kind of whatever. But also there's a cliff face there that you don't really have to worry about too many teams moving up against that. So just looking at the other angles as teams are coming in, but their awareness was hyper keen in this game to be able to provide them such a massive victory.
And also big respect to Mafioso in particular. He was constantly like taking a little bit of a more vantage point towards the south, making sure he's keeping information clearance of the road, and no teams are going to try and third party. If he's not there, I think with all the breaches happening, a third party could have happened. So there's a lot of micro things that happen for Alpha 7 to get this far and get this many eliminations.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, it's not like they fought against like one or two teams and had a good position, but they literally had to fight like turrets, taking every single team down that possible went after them. Getting a little bit lucky sometimes, thinking back to them versus Rad, and then that was at Stalwart Esports. They tried to actually steal those eliminations away, but then Bigatron chimed in to actually prevent that. I mean, all in all, and what makes me sad to say this is the fact we haven't seen like Brazil be this strong in a very long time. Back to the Loops era, you know, years and years and years ago. I think Blank mentioned during PMWL West a long time ago. And it's fantastic to see that this team has been getting better. They have been improving because they were definitely a letdown when it came to PMGC this last year.
Yeah, it's been a little bit rough, unfortunately. But you know what? You still got these possibilities on these kind of stages to get back into it, so it's good to see. I'm happy to see 7C especially get a few extra points down there. I think the still team is going to take some time to find relevancy on an international stage.
Sure.
Hey, a few eliminations down there, it's cool.
I mean, aside from having a central circle position, given how rough this circle was, some teams' interesting approaches to the circle actually paid dividends for them. Of course, Falcons, they were in the sea for a long time and then came on. Must have been a bit chilly. And then likewise, 7C on the other side. That's right. 7C on the other side managed to kind of have their west kind of covered for the most part, moving on in against this. And then once you get up against that cliff face, it's okay. But yeah, an interesting circle. It didn't really feel like a Vikendi game, if I'm honest, with the way the circle worked out. But
it was very, very north, and we kind of didn't expect that. I know Max, I guess, technically happy or sad because he obviously wants to be able to cast a castle finish at some point. But you know what, gentlemen, let's actually take a look. Let's take a little bit of a look at Alpha 7 and their player stats here in this last match, just to see who really was standing out for their team. And as you mentioned, Mafioso and Revo doing some work.
Yeah, and especially Carrillo being able to get so many of those elimination confirmed when you had like, what, 3-4 crashes in a row. Like, he was getting all those finishing blows on the teams. And then, of course, you had Mafioso that was taking really good control of the southern edge, should I say, of the compound, making sure no one's going to get involved. But, man, that conversion rate from 7 knocks into 6 eliminations for Mafioso, 7 elims also from Carrillo. Like, these two guys in particular really stepped up to the plate in this game.
Do you reckon Mythic did this on purpose? Alpha 7, 777. What do you think, Max?
I feel like this could have been a game casted by 7.
Quite a lucky game, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty lucky. I mean, lucky game. You know what? Yeah, fair. I was going to make a point, like, it's not a good point. I'm just move on.
That's fine.
I mean, there are a lot of 7s. 7 knockouts, 7 eliminations, 777 damage.
Revo 7-7.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, in his name, yeah.
Yeah, the name.
Nice try, Max. Nice try.
Thanks.
I'm helping. But still, I mean, the thing is, right, a lot of the money, a lot of what we talk about and focusing on when it's come to this part of the event, it's about the money. It's not about necessarily the placements. It depends on, obviously, what route you want to go. But technically, you could be a team that comes out like doing exceptionally well in every match and win a lot of the match money, but also getting first place and taking home an extra $60,000. Like, realistically, you could just do that.
Yeah, I mean, one comes with the other. If you are the team that gets the first elimination, the squad wipes every single time, by default, you're going to be placing way high in the ranking.
Sure.
You can't do one and not get the other. They could just come in a package.
And the interesting thing about a game like this is, aside from maybe, you know, drops and stuff like that, the money that you would get from those, Alpha 7 could have potentially got a huge portion of the money from this game, considering they probably had more eliminations, more team eliminations, the first
special eliminations,
special eliminations because they had nades.
They didn't get the airdrop though. That was Genfos from Bigatron.
Okay, well, you know,
$1,000 gone.
I think that's the easiest thing to take away from them. There.
But everything else, they absolutely dominated this game. Not only in actually getting the win, but also everything else revolving around the prize pool distribution.
Yeah, look at that. You just get barely in range of them, and they're just going to instantly spray you down. And this 2-2 split in particular, making sure the two last teams had no way to make it up that little ridgeline position and contest. Like the control was huge, and it was just impossible to escape Alpha 7 there.
And the thing was, I think it was Blank saying, I mean, Carrillo putting down the shield wall so nothing could get through. But I think Carrillo is more retaliating there, shooting at everyone that shot in his direction, like head on a swivel. But still, that's just one match. We still obviously have had a lot of teams do except you over the course of the event so far. I think for me, since we didn't touch on that much, is actually Bigatron starting to get into the event. I feel like there always have been a team that starts really slow when it comes to an event, then they start to warm up, and obviously with a 3-day event, you don't have much time to warm up before it's over.
Yeah, they did get the first elimination that game, so that's still something that came their way, right? But there has been some iterations in the roster that like it is going to take a lot of time for them to find their groove and find their comfort. So it'll take some time, but as you said, they're going to be a slow burner team. Tomorrow might be the day where they really step up big time.
No, definitely. And Luxy almost did 1,000 damage before it actually goes down to Alpha 7, fully enough, while all of those fights are going on near that compound. So, yeah, they were definitely gaining speed, momentum. Not the last one. And we actually have, of course, Blank was saying about Luxy. He's one of the guys that kind of stood the test of time in terms of performance. I would argue maybe there was a kind of a little bit of a drop-off for a little while. I think maybe it was based on some kind of teething problems with how the roster was being and things like that, maybe some changes.
Yeah.
But overall, still able to blast down. Still very clearly an absolute all-star.
Okay, well, if you guys at home want to play like the pros, you can pick yourself up a Sony 1.4 Xperia. As we have seen, it's been created in collaboration with professional players. It's also an official partner here of PUBG Mobile. And well, speaking of playing like the pros, maybe you want to learn on how they play in other games. We actually do have a video here with Alpha 7 and how they tried to play some basketball.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
He's got blue. I don't know. Luan, which piece here? Pode catar? Não, tem. Bolinha. Vem, que negócio disso? Aqui, ó. Uma. Não, é muito forte. Outra. Outra. Mano, isso é muito difícil, velho.
Well, maybe if the challenge was football or soccer, depending on the world you are, they would have fared a little bit better. But 3, not bad. He had the right form, right? Who was it, Max, that we saw move the shot
I think it's
closer to the goal?
Senator from Stonewall. He knew exactly. He's like, the rules stipulate you got to be on the table. And he's like, what? They're a little bit closer.
But he couldn't hit the shots, unfortunately. But at least they can hit the shots in game. That's all that matters, right? That's where they win their money. They don't get money for the challenge, I think.
$1,000, I think, for the winners of that.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Why are we playing?
I asked, they said no.
Sorry, I didn't mean to sound so angry.
Okay.
Look at me. I'm built for basketball. Come on. I would have probably
Yeah,
missed all
so
the
am
shots.
I.
For that one.
That's my kind of basketball, you know? Very short, guys. Come.
I mean... Yeah,
I'm not getting off
if you did the basketball challenge, would you have been on a box playing that?
I'd have been on a box playing even that one, all right? Just saying.
Well, I mean, the thing, could you even reach the table to do it? Would you have been like,
I'm not that short. Come on now.
You're not Seven Worlds Gaming short, but
No, I'm
we'll
not
be
Seven
coming up
Worlds
later
Gaming
on
short,
to
that's
actually show that one. But obviously, we obviously have another map coming up here. I believe it's going to be Karrakin, if I'm not mistaken. We talked about seeing Livik for the first time. We're seeing Karrakin now. I'm really excited to see how this one's going to go. You guys want to dive into that a little bit?
You want me to talk about Karrakin?
Yeah.
You want to talk about the Panzerfaust. Let's stop him before he gets all explosive.
I'm going to explode.
I'm scared, if I'm honest. There's not many landmarks to drop in on Karrakin for 12 teams, to be fair. There is all that kind of tunnel system, which is interesting. You got sticky bombs, you got Panzerfaust. Everything could get very, very crazy very quickly on Karrakin.
Yeah, and you got the G36C, also part of the weapon pool in this one. We saw some teams actually playing it last map over there on Vikendi, so it could come into play.
They're stirring the pot? I don't. What are they doing? They're stirring a coffee?
That's their thing. It means easy when they do that. Easy. Yeah, when they do that, that means easy win also. Like, it's just like celebration.
Yeah. When I do that, it means I want soup. Yeah.
Spaghetti also.
Oh, spaghetti, yeah.
Yeah.
Why are you laughing? Go away. You're not supposed to be here yet. Sorry.
I don't. I know. Maybe when Avenger and Several's Gaming get in, they can tell us what that means for them, but this doesn't... Okay, well, anyways, I want to give a big shout out here to MasterCard as well, one of the sponsors here of this event, as well as Saudi Investment Bank. Again, without them, this event would not be able to be taking place. But for you guys at home, we do have a survey going out for you that we want you to take part in. You have a lot of time to do so over the course of these next 3 days. Make sure you head over to chat. Make sure you can see the link there over on any Tencent social media. So make sure to participate because you know what? It matters for us. We want to know exactly what you guys have to say. But there are also two gentlemen. We want to hear exactly what they have to say when it comes to this map. We got Karakin loading up. We got our new casters loading up as well for the first time for themselves. We got the teams getting ready, getting excited. I hope the two gentlemen to my left-hand side are going to be getting excited because they're going to be thrown on over to Seven Worlds Gaming. And you'll never believe the man who puts pepper in his coffee, Avenger.
Pepper in the coffee. I thought that was somebody else. But you know what? It wasn't that bad, Jason. But the way that steering thing, that means that they're about to start cooking because it's so easy. So Max was actually right.
Oh, right. Yeah, I get that. I like that. I think that makes sense to me as well. Like you're stirring the pot, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
But yeah, obviously there's many different ways for you to celebrate or for you to show off and stuff like that. And obviously sometimes these teams, they have their own ways and their own impressions. And I just want to kind of throw back to the opening show and the kind of award that's going on for the best entrance here is pretty cool. So yeah, I really enjoyed obviously watching. Stalwart was one of them. Alpha 7 was pretty cool as well. Obviously,
yes.
Corellia here, the boys. And this is kind of mean, right? Or not mean, because it's kind of biased. You've known the Alpha 7 guys for a long time. I've cast them this year. Really enjoyed their style of play. And now with Mythic in the lineup coming over from Rise, it's a absolute banging lineup. I love what we've seen from those guys, especially Alpha 7, also obviously last year's PMWI winners. So really excited to see what these guys are going to be able to bring throughout. And also, we are going to be joining and going in with these guys on Karakin here as our first map to catch 7. That is going to be amazing.
I have played this match plenty of times, and it's absolute madness because there is an underground system that you can sneak up on teams, and a lot of teams are going to have to keep an eye out on that too. And also keep in mind that on some of the buildings for Karakin, you are actually able to just knock down certain walls with C4, and if a player is behind that wall, he will end up getting knocked. So a lot of players are going to be keeping an eye on that too. But I do want to point out this circle path is actually going through maybe one of my favorite areas. It doesn't have a name, but it is smack down the middle of Karakin. It's a tall mountain, and you pretty much get to see absolutely everything. And I'm looking forward to seeing which team is going to try to take advantage of that mountain.
Yeah, my question is really how well do these guys know and plan out where they're going to be dropped? Because as you said, this underground, there's a lot of loot there, but you need to pop it open first. You just don't go in easily. And the question is, are they going to be focused on that? But not even anyone is actually going to go in the center here. That's quite interesting. And we're going to be seeing a lot of hot drops. I'm pretty damn surprised that we see STG have all of the north to themselves, but the first elimination is going to come super soon here already. Falcon Yusuf is going to take down Deadeye's guys super early on. That's actually the first one going out for that. That is unfortunate. More fights are going to be going on.
True love, though, being able to get that first elimination. Extra nice 2K for him. He's going to be happy about that. And I'm excited to see what some of the other teams are going to be doing here. I mean, we see Damwon Kia, right, going up against R8, who's going to be able to strike first. And keep in mind, oh, there you go. Well, that was answered pretty fast. Prestige being able to just knock down Junie. That's going to surprise Damwon Kia. And they have to be careful because Enigma Galaxy is going to be able to hold enough angle there on the top of the mountain once they decide to rotate, if they do decide to rotate.
Yeah, exactly. And the first circle on this map doesn't really matter. It basically encapsulates every single part of the map except for the very north for this first one. A lot of other teams are going to continue this fight. All right, Damwon Kia will continue this one. The question is, what are we going to be seeing for it? Oh, here we see Deadeye's guys taking down Damar as well. That's
just
a really
like
good
that.
one. Yeah,
that's 2K.
Yeah, that's faster than you can print money if you're doing so. Damwon Kia still in this situation. 7 Forests. You have a C4
that sound?
package. Yeah, exactly. Or not C4. It's obviously. Let's go. They're going to push. Nice push there. Really, really closely knitted together for that. That's actually Deadeye's guys gone out super early on this situation here. They did get one elimination with them 7, and that was obviously a good one. But Yusuf's going to be able to get taken up. S2G alone on the northern side. They're going to be pushing in towards that center spot that you were talking about, the high ground. And they're going to be taking some good control and information that you're able to gather from up there.
Yeah, for Team Falcons, I mean, we just saw that pop up. They were able to get 5K just by being able to do that. And then we have Star Wars Esports going for it. I mean, this was a team that was really, really good last week, and they're starting to carry that. I feel like 7C's not getting lucky here in Karakin. But as I mentioned, if you are going to be on some of these cities, you have to be careful because some of their teams will be able to set up. And guess what? Them one Kia now playing a little bit defensive here as RA Esports is currently going to be pushing. I just wanted to mention Team Falcons did get 5K, I believe, for that first finish. So congratulations to them.
Yeah, that's a big one. A lot of money online. 23,000 for the awards just throughout the match. It's crazy. These guys are obviously super focused on that. A lot of support in the audience, as you see here on R8. I assume that they have been really promoting them going into today, of course. The first time here for them at the After Party Showdown. Oh, another one.
And that's what I was talking in regards to being able to blow up some of the walls there, being able to surprise some of the other team. And now guess what? Instead of them having to go through any of the windows or any of the doors, they get a clear entry through that wall. And they're going to try to make this push here. Ida making the push to Juni. Is he going to be able to knock him down? He's not going to be able to knock him down. He does have the DBS. There you go. DBS. There goes the first knock. He's going to get the second one. He gets the finish on Damn One Kia. Great start here from RA Esports. But guess what? Ha 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 Modi. It's currently going to be waiting for them to make a move.
I love that. The question is now, what does we see here? Oh, Yusuf. Oh, he actually got taken over himself here. Munir on Arad. Action finds Soxy from Bigatron. Munir with the AK there in the distance. He repositions. That's actually really well played. Good fight. We're going to see a quick of a replay there with the DPS. Oh, that's a really good push. Another one. Double kill with the DPS there. That is super impressive by RA Esports.
It really was. I mean, Ida, one of the best players from his region as well. For him to be able to do that, that's going to be a big confidence boost, even though, I mean, they've been doing all right. But I'm pretty sure they want to be able to get more of those match rewards and Team Elms. And guess what? Bigatron didn't start off too hot. They're currently having a little bit of an issue holding back Star Wars Esports. They are getting some support. Suxy trying to get a different angle here on top. Hopefully he'll be able to get one. And I think I see Luxy wrapping around too. Oh! Suxy gets knocked from top. Luxy not being able to get an angle with all. There's just so much terrain here on Karakin that actually kind of, I call this one the mini mirror arc.
Yeah, that's true. Even higher on the very top as well. Also super accessible. You can just basically run straight up. You can see there in the distance, Alpha 7 is having their eyes, and then potentially with the eliminations that could come out, they're kind of holding them out, making sure that they could capitalize on that situation. It's on the south side, and especially here with the first circle, 7. There's so much focus on eliminations because there's not that much focus on getting into the circle, right?
Yeah, and I'm looking at what Luxy's doing right now. He is able to see Alpha 7. He is going to be able to see Star Wars Esports. But guess what else he sees? He sees that airdrop. And if that is the first airdrop to Lamp, and he is able to collect that, it is going to be 1K.
They're going to get that res off, it looks like, though, that they're going to be able to get up to 3 guys strong. Again, Bigatron. And then the question is, does Alpha 7 push aggressively on it, or are they just going to wait for that Stalwart fight to just unfold? Oh, Lord finds some good shots. That's really well played. Nice M4 spray on that, really controlled.
That is good. And being able to get that elimination, good as well. I'm surprised that Hamodi's actually not trying to rotate to get an off angle for his teammate.
Yeah.
But hopefully, I think they might be planning something else. You can see low right there. Oh, that's why, because they currently have Freak giving him so support. And the craziest part, I mean, with all these new maps that we are adding, they are so small that they're going to allow so many third parties. So if you are going to get into a fight, they have to finish off those fights quickly.
Exactly. Circle is closing shortly, and then the guys that are focusing on getting a good position, they can see if they're going to have to move. As you see here, Vampire already super focused, just like in the regular games with 18 players. Very focused on getting that position locked down early. The terrain and information, the high ground that they're able to get there is also super crucial for a potential win here. Again, $10,000, 7, for this winner chicken dinner. It's going to be a good amount of money put out there. And they're actually going to be super happy with that shrink there. It's going to go on the west side. It's going to have Vampire dead center.
And I'm going to be looking at what else Enigma Galaxy is going to be doing here. Are they going to decide to rotate? Because if they are, they're going to be able to gatekeep R8, especially since they're already setting up 2 players. You can see one of the players from Enigma Galaxy starting to rotate to get an off angle. R8, though, trying to get some knocks, trying to get some finishes as well. And guess what? Luxy is found, and he is going to get eliminated by Star Wars Esports.
That's super unfortunate with that. Shots with Enigma Galaxy. You see Rauf in the distance. High ground. Really has a lot of information on this town here. But again, they're going to be forced to move just later. Rauf inside circle. Half of the city is inside as well. So they're not in a really early time here. But yeah, we'll see. Also, I have a lot of more zones coming down. But yeah, obviously the sticky bombs here in the very early. When we see these hot drop situations and in the towns, they are kind of crucial to that. Also to get into the underground areas in some places.
And I mean, this is kind of what you want to see here from Lord. Just pray patiently, wait to see what RA is going to be doing. Your teammates are going to be able to gather so much more information. And you were talking about Bigatron being able to get that revive. Guess what? They were able to get the revive, but they did end up losing Luxy, sadly.
Exactly, and as you're pointing out with Enigma Galaxy and the high ground, Amadi, all these guys, they are pushing towards that R8, is fighting Rauf, taking some fire. Ooh. On the other side, he's gone really low though. Half HP is going to take another peek. He's going to have the M4 in hand, does not connect the last shot to get the knock. Prestige pushing up as well. There are shots coming in towards him as well. He's also taking damage here. Prestige. Panda though, is pushing.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about earlier in regards to the third parties. I mean, now Hamodi has been finished, and guess what? It has kind of backfired a little bit too. The Molly as well, being able to get 2 players right there. Rauf coming back. Now it's only going to be Bandar waiting for them, and this is going to be a 1v1. Who's going to be able to win it? You can see Rauf there just pushing the action. Does he have any utilities? He doesn't have any utilities in regards to
spotted him.
Mollies or smokes, but they are going to try to go for it, and he needs to be careful, the player from RA, because Team Falcons might be able to spot him here and actually third-party him.
And Rauf, I saw those. Oh, here we go. Banda only has a level 1 helmet, 30% damage reduction rather than the 40% that the level 2 helmet offers. So that's a really rough one. If he gets headshot in that situation, he's going to go down quite fast. Rauf pushing with the M4 in hand. He's going to finish off the eliminations that he found early on. Here's 7. That is really well played with that Molotov. That is super accurate right there with the throw. It's super hard to hit those Molotovs on point, and getting 2 knocks with that alone is just super crazy to see. Smokes are coming out, and he's going to grab all that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going to be looking for some grenades because he wants to go for that most special eliminations match rewards. I mean,
yeah,
I
with
would.
the grenades, exactly. And also, you're on here in Karakin, you're not going to see the other special elimination. Obviously, when you get hit by cars, they're really hard. They're not as hard as the grenades. Mythic, one of the guys that had the most grenade eliminations throughout the PMPL Brazil region, and also we saw him really active throughout more as well. But the new circle is closing, and the question is, does Vampire keep this really greedy 4-way split throughout the center on the high ground for as long as they can? And obviously then when they see the next one, are they going to go together and stay as a 4-man here? It's oh, that's a knock. Ravenclaw went down. We were just talking about it. It's greedy, and now Stone has to go towards him and help it. I think it could potentially have been Rad or S2G that found that Desha there, the closest player on Ravenclaw. But right now, S2G is definitely pushing really fast towards the south.
Yeah, you can see just Vampire Esports decides now to just get a little bit closer to everybody in Stone. He's going to try to get that revive. Hopefully he's able to, and guess what? Look at that zone. Alpha 7 is actually going to have a lot of area to work with as we're looking at that. And Team Falcons, I think Team Falcons, this is a fight that we've kind of been waiting for. Lore is currently knocked. He's more than likely going to get finished. As you see, Enigma Galaxy is just starting to back up and relocate themselves. And I'm looking at the zone Vampire Esports. It looks like they were able to get that revive. Guess what? All right, Bandar. Oh, he missed. Rauf misses Bandar just by a little bit. Does he have any nades or anything that he can use just to draw him out? And I'm actually surprised that we're not seeing many of the teams use the underground system, because sometimes you find the better loot underground when you play Karakin. So if you are going to be testing out Karakin, go under, as we do see the replay there of how Freak ended up getting knocked and eliminated as well with Lord.
A lot of teams here, obviously, with that northwest hard shift. A lot of teams are going to be coming in from that eastern and southern side. So a lot of focus is going to be on gatekeeping, especially from Alpha 7, potentially also later from S2G in that case.
As we see, as Star Wars Esports getting eliminated by Alpha 7. Alpha 7 trying to continue the momentum that they were just able to gather in Vikendi. And by the way, I was thinking back with Vikendi. Alpha 7 was always one of the strongest teams in that map, especially with Korea, so I wasn't surprised to see him being able to get 7 eliminations. We do see Sasha trying to get some shots there on Nick McGalaxy. He's not able to get them. If he's able to get these shots, he might be able to get Squad Ilum. Is he going to get it? And he is able to.
He took his helmet off, Soxy, though. It was like tipped his hat. I was like, oh, damn. No more helmet for him. That's unfortunate. A lot of damage. Now he has to heal. Carelio, the replay here we saw from earlier. That's a really good 3x spray coming in from Carelio onto Stalwart. Really well executed by them. And Alpha 7 just continues to impress us here with the high ground control, gatekeeping, the amount of information that they're able to gather from that high ground.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing right now, I mean, we're seeing some crazy splits on the map, too, from S2G. Players are absolutely split. We do see a 2-2 from Vampire Esports, and when we look at Alpha 7, everybody's staying a lot closer. Interesting to see which one's going to end up backfiring. I mean, we saw Vampire Esports, it backfired a little bit. Luckily, they were able to recover. And if I remember correctly from Vampire Esports, the champions of the first week of the main tournament before this after party, that team was able to keep composure in a lot of situations that other teams were not able to. So I'm not surprised that they're currently trying to be that greedy. But guess what? They end up getting one of the players knocked. Ravenclaw getting knocked there by Carrillo. As we do start seeing more fights, as we see Bigatron trying to come in a little bit closer. Guess what? Team Falcons getting some shots on Bander. Bander finally gets eliminated there by Team Falcons.
Yeah, exactly. Circle closest in this situation. There's going to be more fight for control. And obviously the fights throughout has been very steady. Actually less chaotic than I expected this one to be. A lot of focus on maintaining the high ground control and staying 4 guys alive for a lot of the teams. S2G, Northwest control, 4 guys strong, Alpha 7, South control, 4 guys strong. And a lot of teams have been fighting on that eastern side, kind of focusing on some of the other after-party focus rewards here for this situation. And I really like to see that, obviously, that you kind of have 2 focus points. And here, this $10,000 that you're able to get from the chicken dinner, if you're able to close that run out, that's huge. So the focus in trying to stack that up is massive. So, yeah, let's see if we're going to see some more fights evolve here in the southeast. Next circle does pop here, and as you see on the top right of your map, it does go slightly southeast. So S2G has to relocate from a 2-2 split into full format, and then they can push uphill from that compound they have on the northwestern side.
Yeah, and the good thing here with Vampire Esports, their positioning, they're going to be able to see a lot, especially with the terrain change that they currently have. So I'm not surprised that they're not deciding to move there from the smackdown of the center, even though they currently do have just 3 players. And S2G, you mentioned, I'm actually intrigued to see if SGG is going to try to do a long rotation, and they're going to end up getting in a fight between Mafioso and Mythic.
Yeah, that could be a really good question here. They also the high ground in front of them could also be a good one. The question is how much information they're able to gather out of this. The shots are coming in though. Mafioso, as you pointed out, taking down straight there. S2G losing 1 player. That was really rough for them. And Alpha 7's control is really working out for them, well, paying off for them. Mafioso, kind of the front man entry. And as you say, money's on the line here for this match 7.
Yeah, first airdrop being collected. Guess what? There's going to be 2 rewards for that. For first airdrop and most airdrops, and if that's the only one, especially this late, I don't think I'm gonna see anybody else go for it. He might be able to get both of those rewards, but just getting that one. But Alpha 7, actually, I'm enjoying the way Alpha 7 is playing right now. They're playing really confident after that last match. S2G, I mean, losing 1 player to Mafioso there. Mafioso, one of the youngest players of the team, and also one of the most skilled. I feel like he's finally starting to come to himself. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm looking at Rod, and I think Rod might actually be underground. He could be trying to work that. Yeah, I think he is trying to work that tunnel system. So that's going to be interesting what he's going to end up doing with all these other teams fighting at the top.
Falcon to Yusuf taking some damage. He has to heal. Well, 2 helmet is broken. No vest anymore. That's been pushed off from him. It's a rough situation.
A
lot of information. Oh my god, the shots connecting straight there. Silas taking so much damage. Down to half HP now. He's trying to curve the bullets. And simply just too much cover right now on Silas. He just has a little bit of a ridge there to work with. Falcons continuing this high ground control here. As you say, Rod, yeah, we don't really see him on the screen right now. I think you're right. He must be
there. He
underground.
is.
Yeah, we're talking about him, and he appears on screen. Great work from the servers. Desha is in this here, and the question is how much further can he get in? When does he have to get out, right? Because I'm quite sure that the next exit is actually close to the Falcons guys, and that is really the question is where is he gonna be exiting, or is he gonna try to continue just to stay down there, right? So it's gonna be interesting to follow his story here for the rest of the game. Next circle is gonna pop shortly, 7, and it's gonna be a big one because that center compound, good cover, but that high ground on the north side that STG can push up towards actually offers some good play for them here. As you see here on the left side, bottom left side on the map, as you see here just below Vampire, they can push into that and control that. And a lot of the other teams, they have to either sweep on the eastern side, so Alpha will have to push, Alpha 7 has to push up behind the Bigatron.
And that's exactly what they're currently doing. They're starting to see that. And
the sweep is
I'm
coming.
hoping that they remember that Bigatron is going to be there. And I think they do know that. And I was going to say, with Desha from Rod, he might want to stay there a little bit longer, but hopefully he does have some C4 because the only way that you're going to be able to get out of that is
the
if you do blow.
Yeah, if you don't have a sticky bomb and you can't blow yourself out, he's just done. That's just crazy. Carrillo, more shots towards Bigatron. Finds! Oh my god, he's takes down Liquid. That is so well played. Suxy, last player for Bigatron 7.
Yeah. Suxy, I mean, we've seen what he's been able to do before. Right now, it's a completely different area. It's a completely different new map. Can he hold off 3 players from Alpha 7 that are currently pushing him, and they're going to be aggressive? As we know, Alpha 7 likes to be the thing right now with Alpha 7 that I'm seeing right now. They are being really aggressive, which I enjoy, but they need to be careful because Team Falcons might end up having a height advantage on them when they end up finishing this fight with Bigatron, unless Suxy is able to clutch up. Here we go. Is Suxy going to be able to clutch up? He's not going to be able to. Revo and the squad are just too much right now.
Oh, amazing shot from Stone 7. That was crazy. Alpha 7 ended up losing 1 guy. Mythic also, I believe, is knocked. So they're going to go down to just 2 players. Falcons also trying to gain a little bit more control, but Vampire, they have just played this so well.
And that's what I was talking about with Alpha 7. Yes, you are going to be confident, but you got to be careful with those angles that some of the teams are going to be able to get here in Karrakin. And if I'm not mistaken, now they went from having 3 players up to just 1 player up for Alpha 7. And Team Falcons, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing here from them. They are currently the only team in this. Actually, they had a player, and now he decided to leave. So we'll see what he ends up doing. Can he get a knock here for from S2G?
Nice
look at
knock.
Vampire Esports too. Vampire Esports is playing aggressive. They're playing together now too.
Clever. They have to get into the zone as well. Never alone with a good shot onto Silas. That leaves S2G just down to 2 players, and they don't have that many elimination here. So Kelsey's trying to defend this. Never alone's been found by Revo, one of the top fraggers coming out of Brazil. Really well played by him, securing the points now. The question is, does he have more information, or can he not see more? He's getting pushed off this high ground shortly, and he's going to have to push into the remainder of the Falcons player. Yeah, Never alone.
And there he goes with that push. And what you're hearing right now is you're hearing that C4.
bomb.
Somebody's trying to get out of there. And that's exactly what happened.
Oh, my God.
Remember I told you, these players need to be careful. He's going to throw a C4. Is he going to be able to clutch up? He does clutch up against Revo. Desha, he was quiet, but he's finally starting to wake up, and he was able to break through that, get an Ilum, wait for it, and get another Ilum. Great plays from that player.
That is
Desha
crazy.
999.
That is crazy. Desha, super well played. Smoke's coming out as well. Raze finds Schweppes in that situation, and now could be turned around. 2 versus 1 in this situation, and they have to push up. Control right now, they have a little bit of high ground control, but the circle really is going to define this next winner here.
Oh, Desha. Hey, you know what? Congratulations. You were able to get 3rd place and as well as some Ilums. Now it comes down to Vampire Esports against S2G. S2G does end up getting the knock. Kasi, is he going to go for the push here? He is able to spot somebody. He's trying to get some shots on him, and he's not going to be able to. But guess what? Racy is going to be able to heal up, and he is going to go for the push here. S2G, can they clutch it up? Vampire Esports going to hold him back, and they're not able to. S2G getting that chicken dinner and those 10K. Oh, I bet they feel really good right now.
Yeah, they really have about. That's a fantastic one for that. That's the second one they're able to get today in this situation 7. That is just amazing. Super well played by them. And yeah, again, Karrakin just does not defeat anything here. We're just so happy to see this I would say the lack of chaos actually was really surprising to me, and I was really happy to see that.
Yeah, I was intrigued to see one player at least using that tunnel system. We'll see if that... I'm actually intrigued to see what's going to happen tomorrow once the players are able to spot that and see if it's going to actually work their way. But you know what? I'm pretty sure that Des is going to want to break this down right after this break.
Welcome back, everyone. It's the PMWI. We have the after party showdown, and we're getting actually towards the end of our first day of action here, but it's time to start to look into our rankings. But not before reminding you guys once again that the Savvy Gaming Group, making sure this event is possible for all of us to enjoy, whether you're a talent, a player, or a viewer at home, or in the audience, I guess, technically. So let's take a look at our match ranking, though, brought to you by STC, and see how many points S2G got with their 14 on the board. A chicken dinner earlier on today. I didn't think we'd have a team doing 2 chicken dinners in a day. Off day one.
Yeah, and I think you can realize it just by how loudly the Turkish talent was screaming over there. I was like, you don't even have to watch it. Like, okay, Turkish team win. They're pretty sure. But like, they were playing the northern side for the longest time, and what's really good in Karakin in particular are those high ground positions, getting the information right, and they just kept pushing in the north. They had all the information, and they only got involved towards the very end. They had the 4-man team. They had all the resources to take the fight, so not surprised in the position they came in from.
Smart, I think, is fair to say when it comes to Karakin. It's the huge mountain range in the middle of Karakin that acts almost like a pseudo kind of setup between Everest from Erangel meets Miramar. All of this stuff, those fights are very difficult to take. If you've got 2 teams up there, S2G, they played it slow. I think it was smart to play it slow, get kind of even off there, and then eventually kind of rise back to the top through it. And yeah, very, very good by them.
Yeah. What about Rod, though? I mean, you had Daisha sitting inside the tunnel waiting for people to come around. I feel like he was there for like a good 10 minutes.
That's what I wanted to jump on. Like, normally if you're playing on the other maps like Erangel, Miramar, you see a door open, you'll be like, oh, there's maybe a player there, not too sure. Yeah. If you see like this huge hole in the wall, it's like, that's the wind. No, like, a player came there.
Yeah, it was. Firstly, it was interesting was Rod's drop. I thought maybe they were going for the tunnels all over the place, but they lost people early. That was a little bit of a downer regarding that. But technically speaking, if those tunnels are in the circles for quite a decent portion of time, you can be sitting safe for quite a while on Karakin, so not too bad.
Okay, let's take a look at our match rewards, though, and see how much money some of the teams did pick up for themselves here, because it's very important. That is a big portion of the money, 414,000, if I'm not mistaken, for these teams. Obviously, the 10,000 for a chicken dinner tacked on top of the S2G. I mean, they're already at Well, they're at a minimum of 27,000 because when I brought them up earlier on, they were at 17,000 minimum from that one. You can see here, Deadeye's guys get the first elimination. Team Falcons getting the first team elimination. And even S2G getting the win and getting the first airdrop.
No first special elimination. Does
So
that
does
mean we get it?
Yeah,
Is
we
that
get
for
the
us?
money.
We get the money.
It gets split between the town.
Do you think we could just convince the players to stop doing anything and maybe we get all the money?
Okay, like
That's
nades,
how it
nades
works.
are banned, cars are banned.
Sorry, stop, guys,
Okay,
stop.
Can't use them anymore.
Yeah. Falcons, though, I mean, they had a great spot to be playing this from as a whole. I think they very patiently approached from their direction to be able to get onto some of those high grounds and play it like a proper high ground. So that's why they were able to convert so much.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is their speciality to push teams away from their location, like playing the edge. It
We
is
saw
what
so
they
much
do
good
best.
edge.
Exactly.
PMWI.
So yeah, good stuff on them.
Okay, well, you know, gentlemen, we haven't yet seen so far today where the teams currently stand when it comes to money. We've seen a little bit, actually, I think, in the last game. S2G, I think, was number one at the time. They should be number one now, I'd imagine. Let's take a look at our overalls, though, when it comes to money, because that is what it is all about here for these teams. 25K. Okay, so it's a combination of points and earnings. S2G currently in second, I guess, technically, with 36,000.
Because, of course, we're tracking the win as well for the overall situation. That actually has a lot of prize pool behind it as well. So total points, very, very important for the actually overall prize pool for the win down the line. But S2G is blasting at the moment when it comes to the overall money.
Yeah, 20K out of those 36 coming from those 2 wins
Yeah.
alone. Right? That's a really good pay rate for them
Gentlemen,
in a single day.
Damn one Kia, 8th place, 1 chicken dinner, and 10,000 earnings.
Oh,
that
wow.
10,000 earnings is from that chicken dinner alone, which means they haven't gotten a single
don't get
extra
elims. You said it.
buck.
Yeah, they don't. They're a team that will play for the placement and play for the win down the line. In a lot of games in their region, when they get a win, it's low elim wins. So
not the best for this format. Yeah.
It's best to get the 10Ks.
Well,
If they get
Rod
it,
and
yeah.
R8 on 0 point, or there's 0 earnings so far. Obviously, there is earnings for when it gets to placings overall. But a little bit rough. For you guys at home, though, as you see, teams are earning money. Remember, the Vibe and Drive event is still currently going on where you can actually play in-game with your friends, complete some challenges, and unlock a free permanent legendary set, which I think Maxman is still working towards. But you guys have until the 24th to make it happen. We're about to load into Sandhawk, though. It's going to be the next match of the day. It's going to be the second to last we have before we get into our duo match yet again, and that one's going to be over on Livik. We got to bring in our commentators, though, to kick off this match. It's going to be Avenger and 7 Worlds Gaming.
An Avenger, I mean, we went from action in Karakin, and then now we're going to be going from action to action in Sandhawk, and I'm excited to see what kind of hot drops we're going to be getting. I'm loving this new format, man. Hopefully everybody currently watching this is loving it too. I'm enjoying the just non-stop action that we're seeing from all of these teams, and you see teams starting to change a little bit of like their strategies, thinking about those match rewards, saying, hey, do I mean, earlier, I'm pretty sure Lexi was thinking about it. Do I want to go for that crate, get that money, or what do I do here?
Yeah, exactly. And the big one is obviously, are you focusing on the placements throughout the day, or what are you focusing on? And look at that. The most eliminations so far, Carillo and Avrevo is both in the top 3, and Raze, of course, in there with 10. A lot of damage coming out from Action. Stalwart, again, very well represented, just like we saw at the PMWI main event. Alpha 7, again, dominating. They are on top of the leaderboard in terms of placement and the points they've gathered, but they're not leading due to the fact that S2G has gotten that many wins already. That is quite impressive.
Yeah, and I mean, and to be fair, with Alpha 7, most of that money that they currently got is from the rewards matches in Vikendi. That was a lot that they were able to gather. And guess what? This is going to be an interesting one, too, because Nate Ilims is going to count over special eliminations.
Yeah.
And we did see some players there, longest elimination. You see Ray C there from S2G, 290. Not bad at all. Now, as we are looking at the map here, I do see S2G being really, really close to Deadeye's.
Yeah, I'm Penang, yeah.
And then
it looks like they're on either side as well, so they're kind of sharing the town each side of the river flowing through in that situation. As you're pointing out, Damanki in the very top up by Ted Muck, hot dropping or at least contesting Rad, and you can see Rad, they're like, oh, there's guys here, they're staying in their chutes, they're moving further east. They don't want to fight that easily. There's a knock, as you point out there, 7, though. It is on S2G and Deadeye's guys currently in Penang, and I see them pushing over. They could already be getting into some action. The rest came off really quickly. And here we have a glider shoot, of course, thanks to Sonic Spirit, their official smartphone partner here for the PMWI main event and the after party here at Gamers 8 in Riyadh. Quick looting coming on in this situation. Back to the map, and the circle's going to pop. Ooh. It's going to be a very completely easy one. You get a lot of the circle is already in on the first two circles here on Sanak, and then that's where they start spicing it up. Oh, here we go. Dead Ice guys and S2G. I see a DPS in the hand on Amsi.
And S2G was able to pick up their players that was knocked, so that's good for them. They're not going to have to back up, and we're talking about a damn one Kia.
So quiet.
Currently looting towards
so
the north.
quiet.
I know.
Yeah, it's Sanak. It's so quiet. Where's all the hot drops? Where's the crazy action? I want to see something in boot camp and see hot drops, but nope. They are just chilling everyone right now. Again, you have to remember we are going from 18 teams over to 12. There are 6 less teams in this situation here. That's quick math right there, right? able to knock that out of the park. That's obviously clever. And John is sitting in the back, just clapping. That was amazing. S2G still under siege voluntarily with Deadeyes guys, and they have Deadeyes guys were the aggressors. They moved across from the east side of the river to now be chilling out here, and it's obviously super important. The first elimination, he's getting a lot of money on the board. $2,000, and the first wipe is $5,000. So just that alone is $7,000.
And something that the viewers weren't really able to see is that Freak from Nima Galaxy decided to back off a little bit. He was looting really, really close there to the S2G guys. And I think he didn't hear anything. I think he heard all the commotion stop like you were talking about. He's like, you know what? I'm just going to go back to my team. I do see Begatron staying very, very close towards the east of Paytm, and if they position themselves, I mean, we've seen it over and over again, especially with how the circle has been sped up and a completely different style of game here. You were talking about it, it's only 12 teams. Some of these teams are going to have so much room, so much space to do stuff that they're just not used to doing and position themselves in situations that usually they might not be able to position themselves in. It's going to come down to who is going to get that first knock. I mean, that first elim. I really thought it was going to be somebody from Dead Ice.
We're moving towards 5 minutes, 7, and I cannot believe that all 48 players and 12 teams are alive. I cannot believe it. We're in Sanok.
I felt like last week we had already maybe had like 10. And there you go. Oh, guess what? Ray being able to get a nade. Is he going to try to get the finish?
Oh,
Dead Ice being able to get one of the other knocks. Who's going to... Oh, actually, you know what? Dead Ice being able to get the first elimination on S2G. That's going to be huge for them. And now, are they going to decide to continue on this fight, or are they going to decide to back off? This is going to be interesting. That's one of the Dead Ice guys is running away. S2G, Silas getting spotted from the off angle. And Hamsi getting a knock on Shifu. How is Dead Ice going to be able to recover from this Avenger?
The question is, do they just commit to the fight or disengage? I see DPS in hand here of Hamsi. Anyone pushing him right now is going to go down. Colsey with the nade in hand, going for more special eliminations in this case. Oof, that could have been a big one. Popping some energy. No vest here on Turlov. A little one helmet only. These guys are fighting with scraps.
They really are. S2G is going to be throwing this. Molly, is this going to end up hitting?
That's on point.
It is going to end up hitting. He is hurting. Guess what? Silas is going to make the push with the DDS. Can he get the knock? He lays down. He does end up getting the knock there on Dead Ice. Turkish teams are just on a tear right now. I mean, congratulations, S2G. You guys did end up losing a player, and one of the other players is currently down. But right now, you guys are looking hot, and you guys are getting a lot of money and a lot of those match awards. But as I say that, I might be able to curse it, because guess what? Dead Ice, sir, coming back, getting a knock. And as we're seeing this fight go on, Lord does end up getting an airdrop. And as I was talking about Enigma Galaxy, they are going to be pushing this fight. They were waiting for some commotion to start happening, and this is what happens with the new style. Third parties are going to be a lot easier for some of the other teams. Hamodi, that's it for S2G. How the tables turn right there.
Enigma Galaxy just pushing in and just wrapping that up. That is crazy. Rauf pushing in. They're trying to take advantage of this Dead Ice guys situation where the wrestlers are coming off, but they don't have enough information just yet. Rauf, Hamodi, they're trying to nade, trying to pre-clear some of these corners, but they don't fully know just what is going on right now.
And Lord, with the airdrop that he was able to get, he is going to have a Groza at hand, which right now, with the way this fight is looking to set itself up, it's going to be massive for that team. Here we go, Enigma Galaxy. I think they have realized that they're going to be up there. Oh,
Saiga!
True Love decides to just stop him. He gets 2 knocks. Can he get the third one?
Oh, Hamodi. Headshot with the M4. turn the table just a little bit now. And it's a 2 versus 1 in this situation. Freak Hamadi has to push Turlov. Turlov immediately going for the rest onto Chari. Hamadi around the corner. Oh, that's a good molly. That could really be finishing that off. Chari's going to go down again. Turlov on fire. He's going to be burned alive. Really well executed by Nick McGalaxy in this situation. Super well thought of third party.
Great Molotov. Great patience out of Nick Galaxy there, but I feel like I have to give some credit there to True Love because, man, he was able to hold him off as long as he could. He even tried to pick up his teammate. It didn't end up working out. Wow.
Yeah.
What a third party by Nick Galaxy. That was great to watch.
Plus, they're able to get another drop as well. That's $1,000 for them for the first drop. The question is if there's other drops or if they're able to get another one, they're able to secure the most drops gotten here. We see Vampire Schweppes the 4X on the M4 looking towards Stalwart to see if he wants to get involved. But right now they just holding on to that center.
And as we're seeing all these teams here inside the circle, guess what? There is one team currently that's not inside the circle. It's going to be Rod. They're currently just looting by Camp Bravo, working very, very slowly towards that circle. And right now, we might end up seeing some of the fight here between Team Falcons and Alpha 7. Some of the players are very close. And as I said, that Revo is going to be able to spot one player from Team Falcons. He stops it from throwing the grenade, and he's going to decide to back up a little bit more, try to possibly get an angle on him. He is also going to end up throwing a nade. They're going for that special elimination rewards in the match. And Powerful decides to back off as well, waiting for his team, Martin.
Yeah, for sure. And this is exactly the one, right? We're looking at. They're able to close this one off. Falcons in this other high ground with Powerful kind of pushing uphill. You could gather some of this information. Revo with a nade in hand is just waiting for that. That could be a good directional nade towards Powerful. Does not connect. No, it was probably too far. Powerful, 3 helmet, 3 backpack. Did he see Mafioso in that moving on that rock? Mafioso has a super amount of information. Powerful right now. He does. And he is obviously relaying this information to everyone else. Revo crawling up towards this high ground tower. Clearly on the other side, they could have him in a pinched situation. Powerful with some damage towards him. Mafioso connecting a good amount of it. He's going to get knocked as well by Revo.
Mafioso playing very aggressive. Didn't end up working out for his team. And guess what? Revo goes back to his sniper tower. And now the Rebel went from being on the defensive to back to the offensive. They do know where Team Falcons is at. Is Alpha 7 gonna be willing to take this fight? Or they're gonna decide to push that because we know how aggressive they are currently playing. One player that is currently missing there is Carrillo, and Carrillo might actually be able to wrap around Falcon. And guess what? With that knock right there, this is going to be a full push by Alpha 7. You can see it from this team. And as I say that, Carrillo was getting that angle on the team. And this is looking great right now for Alpha 7, Martin.
Yeah, exactly. With that knock right there, that's the go signal. That's where you relocate because you know you're going to have 2 guys down. Damar is trying to defend that push. He's going to take down Mafioso. Super well played by Damar. Revo's close. He's taking some damage, but Never Alone has a DPS in hand.
And as they were able to just make that push, they took a little bit too long because Team Falcons was able to pick up their player. And Damar positioning himself perfectly there to just stop that finish. And guess what? Yusuf gets a knock with the grenade on Carrillo. That's going to be a huge knock. And here comes another nade. Can he get another nade? Ooh. He's not, but he does get some damage on him. Team Falcons starting to go on the offensive. Here comes another nade. He gets some damage as well. Damar knows exactly where Revo is at. They're just waiting for him. They do end up finishing there, Mafioso. And they also knock Mythic. Now it's a numbers game. Falcon is going to go for it. Ooh, I thought he was going to make the jump. Just go for it. Just do it. He is going to do it. Can he get the knock? Can he get the Ilum? He misses some shots. Ultimately, though, one of the other teammates, Never Alone, does end up getting that finish.
Yeah.
Alpha 7, it looked great for them, and then it absolutely backfired. I think they took a little bit too long. They didn't have any vehicles to actually make that push. And the way one of the players there from Team Falcons set themselves up just to see what was going to be coming over that ledge.
It's just the perfect bait, right? Yep. You're sitting there, oh, we get a knock, all right. Get the shotgun sound, Saiga in hand, DPS in hand. They push up, get close. Forever Alone pushes out Damar with the high ground takedown on to Mafioso, which is super well executed. Top push some shots here towards 7C. He's connecting with action as well. 2 of the top fraggers. He is really good at connecting those shots in that distance. Top did go down.
Vampire Esports actually getting into the action there.
Yep.
Between Star Wars Esports and 7Cs, being able to get a knock. And now guess what? They're going to be pushing into 7Cs, trying to get that third party, trying to get those team eliminations for the match rewards. As Star Wars Esports is able to recover that player that was knocked down. Vampire Esports playing it slow, waiting to see what 7Cs is going to be doing here. They do have the numbers, but we've seen that that does not mean anything. As earlier, Alpha 7 had the numbers, and Team Falcons eliminated them. Stone pulling out the UMP. There you go. Shoaib being able to get a knock. Now this is the push that they're going to make. Decide to go inside. Spray God just waiting, healing on the corner. Is he going to get spotted? They have not spotted him yet. He's actually being able to get a knock. Is he going to be able to get another knock? He's not able to get a second knock there on Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports being able to finish up that team without losing any players.
Yeah, that should be another situation for Star Wars to just push down and take control of that, because they can capitalize on 2 knocks. They're just, I feel like they are thinking we're just a little bit too far away to get close enough to do that, just that. And Vampire now, all 4 guys standing, 4 guys strong. Pika has moved closer, top still on this rocket. They have a good amount of physical cover that they can work with. They could be holding them out in this situation here. They are the guys closer to the circle. Better high ground control. More shots are coming in. Ravenclaw taking damage from action.
The way Star Wars Esports is located right now, look at them.
My God, pre-firing that smoke was just crazy. So much damage onto the Vampire guys. Action with the 3 helmet and 3 vest. Stalvart looking so strong from this terrain.
Star Wars Esports being able to get all the angles to their position right now. If I'm not mistaken, one of this players from Star Wars Esports is actually starting to make a bit of a rotation on the other side of Vampire Esports, trying to get just a cheeky angle on this team. And Vampire Esports right now is just in a corner. I don't know how they're going to be able to get out of this. The only hope that they would have is that some other team comes up behind Star Wars Esports and distract them. And I don't think that's currently going to happen with the way that these teams are set up.
I think you're right in that situation. Damon, Kia on screen, R8 in the distance. Fabian moving in closer. He's going to be close to R8. Shots are coming out. Stockton is not going to be able to connect just that, but the support from Damon Kia in the distance is good, and he takes some damage. Now circle is closing here, and this is where the action really comes into effect here, because this next circle is going to be a small one. And there's going to be some moves that's going to have to be made. Nick McAllis is still in Pai Nang. Bigatron has gone into Quarry high ground on that center hill. So if they have a good shift for them, they could be looking at a lot of eliminations. Ooh. That's a good shift for them, actually. And Falcon is going to be on the east side of the quarry. Rat on the northeast side. And R8 is going to be on the northwest side with Bigatron on that west side on those compounds. They're going to be moving in closer. Potentially with a 2-2 split, I could imagine, if they want to be greedy or if they want to stay close, it could be a full 4-man in that northern compound close to the road.
Yeah, and with that rotation now becomes a question for Star Wars Esports. How long are you willing to wait for Vampire Esports to actually make a move?
Yeah.
Because guess what? Vampire Esports is realizing that they were in a tight spot, and they're now deciding to back off, try to get a vehicle, and try to find another route just to get out of there. And I think Star Wars Esports, at some point here, they got to decide, okay, you know what? It's time to back off a little bit more. Maybe reposition ourselves.
Right.
And they need to be careful, too, because Scree is currently very, very far away from his teammates. If he does end up getting knocked, he's just going to end up getting eliminated. And guess what? Vampire Esports Stone knows exactly where he's at, and he's going to be relaying that information.
Ooh, that's a headshot.
That is a headshot. It backs him up, and this might be the opening that Vampire Esports needs.
Yeah, exactly. That was the angle that they didn't want them to cover. And Scry cannot go down from that angle. He's far away from his teammates. He has to heal up. He has to get fully healed. Otherwise, we know for sure that he could be going down and he would be lost. They're not going to go for him when he's that far away from the current circle. Stalwart looks to be disengaging from this fight here, 7, and focusing and prioritizing on getting some better terrain inside the circle, which I actually like.
Yep.
Focus a little bit more on the placement points for this situation. Only 1 elimination on them so far, but they are 4 guys strong, and they could control that western side, considering Bigatron have the center right now. Obviously, they don't have that information, but there's some pretty good terrain that they could take. There's some compounds available, and Pika is already super out far, getting that information on that T-Road section compound that is quite strong inside the new circle.
And ultimately, I mean, Vampire Esports, if for some reason Star Wars Esports was going to end up staying there, Vampire Esports was able to find a way to rotate out of there. You can see them right there on the vehicles, making a long push. But what I'm going to be seeing now is they might end up running into Enigma Galaxy because they're both of those teams are currently making the exact same rotation. And with Star Wars Esports, I think the main reason why they decided to back off, they were on top of that hill south of bootcamp for a very long time. And I think they might have been able to hear some of the shots from the earlier fights that we saw from Enigma Galaxy being able to third party. So they might have that in the back of their head. They might be thinking, you know what, we don't really want to get trapped here. This is a fight that we're willing to just give up to get into the circle. And right now, I think they're starting to realize that was the best choice for them.
Yeah, exactly. And with just 8 teams left, still 31 players remaining. In this case, a lot of teams standing 4 guys strong. Everyone except for Falcons has 4 members strong currently. So you can definitely tell the shift of focus is going over to that placement heavy focus or the chicken dinner focus with that $10,000 on the line for every single win that you're able to get here. High ground above the cave. We'll get into the cave, and now we're going to be looking at the map. The next circle is going to pop, and it's going to be an important one. It's going to be smaller shifts for this one. In that case, some teams might have to traverse across a lot of terrain, maybe with potential without any information here, because there is a lot of high ground and a lot of low grounds, plus the compounds currently around Quarry can really facilitate and accommodate a lot of players, especially towards the eastern side. You can see currently right over there, Falcon. It's going to go west. So Bigatron with a huge advantage. They have a big question to ask themselves, what compound do we stay in currently? And I'm expecting it to be the center one. It is kind of hard to hold because you have all these big walls around it. And also it's hard to get a lot of emulations from it. So the question is, do they focus fully on the win here? Or do they try to gatekeep some of the teams that are going to be pushing in from the east side or through the quarry? It's kind of hard to hold the quarry because it has a lot of deep divots and kind of canyons that are working in through with a lot of cover. So they could potentially be losing out on the players. But let's see what Damankia and R8 is going to be up to here. They're going to be fighting 2 teams for just 1 position available right now.
As RA is currently being able to spot there, Damankia. And I love what you were saying there in regards to Bigatron. And I'm glad that all of the players now decided to get a little bit closer, and they are deciding on which compound they're going to be holding. Guess what?
It's
Yusuf
Falcons.
from Team Falcons.
I can't
being
believe
able to spot that and trying to get some shots on him. Yusuf
Look at
still
that
going
tap.
for it, and he gets
Yusuf.
the knock too. Trying to go for the longest aim. Can he actually get that? Ooh,
that
was
is
so
crazy.
close.
That is far away. We are talking at least 250 meters away there, potentially even further. Could be above the 300 meters that is currently the longest. I don't think he's going to be able to confirm it. Smokes and he's trying to tap with it. Falcons also themselves have to move, but Yusuf have gathered a little bit of information. They could potentially go into the core. Now, Damankia on screen, Rat on screen, and they're going to have to fight for that northern side of that quarry, separated with that high ground road.
I'm intrigued what currently Team Falcons is doing there. I feel like they're just waiting a little bit too long. Maybe they're trying to see more commotion happening within the circle.
Potentially, yeah. If Yusuf have a lot of information, he could potentially just hold that compound high ground. Then they will move into the quarry. So he's kind of the information gatherer right now on our Lord on screen.
Here comes the grenade from Laura. Is he going to be able to get that finish? They do end up getting a finish there from Vampire Esports. The Vampire Esports starts backing off. I don't think they want to have this fight right now, as you do see Stony making a push towards the circle, and the Vampire Esports players are going to end up following. Enigma Galaxy does decide to back off as well, and as we're talking about what Team Falcons is going to do, guess what? Never Alone decides just to make a crazy push there into Quarry with the information that Yusuf was able to relay, and Damar is looking to make that exact same push towards that Quarry. Here you go. Never Alone. He's going to be very, very close to Bigatron, and you mentioned earlier which compound is Bigatron going to be able to hold.
Not holding anything right now. They're holding that kind of high ground with that rock just outside that compound. And that's kind of interesting, because if you have somebody that just does a smash and grab on the compound from the north side with R8 and Damankia, potentially they have a car, they could do it. But obviously they don't have a lot of information. We're going to see the next circle here. They're trying to survive, and then they're going to make a decision what's going to happen. But I'm definitely seeing an R8 and Damankia fight revolving. Oh my God, they get a northern hard shift. That's going to be important. That's going to be a fight for terrain here for Damankia and R87.
Yeah, this could be a very, very big fight. Nobody's going to be near them for whoever's team ends up winning that. Is he able to get the knock? He's not able to get the knock. Fabian, he's going to try to go for it again. Can he get the knock? He needs to be careful that he doesn't. Oh, he doesn't. He doesn't end up getting the knock with the car, but guess what? Scone does end up getting knocked. Damn one Kia soon trying to make that push. They decide to get off the vehicles. They don't want to go for that special Elam, and now they're making a push. This is a great push here for Damn one Kia. You mentioned it. This is a great position for the team that's going to end up winning, and Damn one Kia definitely wants this. They already have one chicken dinner today, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to add another one. 10K, Ida being able to get, no, he doesn't get any knocks. He gets backed off there from Fabian, and Fabian is just going to keep on making that push. He's going to end up getting the Illim, that DVS. I love this from Damn one Kia. It doesn't matter what stage of the map we're on, they still have at least one player with the DVS for some close range. Vampire Esports do have some players now. Prestige currently being able to just sneak himself away from that fight, but ultimately Damn one Kia controlling that north point and also controlling the high ground for this circle.
And staying 4 guys alive in a push towards R8 is just so impressive. I expect them to go down with at least 1 or 2 guys. Soxy finds Freak, Lord goes down to Forever Alone. And now Bigetron are making a little bit of a mess here towards that south side. They are taking to have a lot of control. Look at that. More pushes is coming in. Stalbot under a lot of fire, and 8s are coming in as well.
Janfall is being really aggressive here, getting those eliminations, and he's very, very far away from his current team. And guess what? Damn one Kia is going to be very happy because the circle just shifted, and he shifted to them, and they're currently the only team that's inside the new circle.
Oh my god.
With that high ground as well. And now there's 2
Northern Hushifs
as well. Star Wars Esports. Bigetron sucks. He's going to be able to get the knock. He does get the knock there. Star Wars Esports does end up getting eliminated. Bigetron, the twins. He eliminates Nigma Galaxy as well. Bigetron currently looking good with this eliminations, but they need to hurry up and pick up those players.
It's got to be fast in that situation there. Also, otherwise they're going to lose Misery, and they need every single member they can have if they want to control that next circle, at least have a chance. 2 Northern Shift in that situation is just so rough, especially with Damn one Kia, 4 guys strong on that high ground. That is going to be a rough push for them. Juni pushing, or at least standing high ground here, putting some shots into Rat and Falcons. Guys are still outside the zone. That's a good amount of shots from Juni. Munir is gone down from Rat.
With the high ground right here, then he's going to be able to get the other knock. He does get the other knock, and he's going to go for the finishes. Juni just putting himself in a position that he's going to be able to acquire a lot of points for his team. Damn one Kill with the 2-2 split, but right now it's working wonders. And I love that they're going for that 2-2 split. Team Falcons, you might want to make a push to that circle because it's different. We are not back to last week. And guess what? Juni does end up getting the finish on one of the players that he knocked earlier. Bigetron Esports now trying to climb this mountain. Damn one Kia does continue to have that 2-2 split, and they need to be careful because one of the players, Prestige from RA, is still alive and very, very close to them. Rad has been really quiet.
Yeah,
super quiet.
Oh my god, they're just next to each other. Rad hears him with the UMP, takes him down. That's another elimination for them. But Rad now have given the information to everyone on the high ground. And that next circle has shifted as well, and it's insane. It's gone northwest towards Damn one Kia once again. Back to back to back high ground. Hard shift. It's crazy. They should be able to hold on to this. But
they should be able to.
Bigetron has 3 guys strong. They could make it the big dream happen here in this case.
If they do make a push to the Damn one Kia guys that are currently by themselves outside of that circle, this could be huge for Bigetron. But I think right now they're just so focused on the guys that are within that circle. Damn one Kia decides to back off. Judy, Forrest, you can see them right there. They're like, okay, I think it's just one player over here. I think it's just going to be 1 point. And they're going to back off to try to hold off the teams that are going to be coming into that circle, which is going to be Bigetron. Bigetron laying down Luxy, Suxy, and Misiri still alive, trying to get some spot. You can see Rod right there. They've been quiet. He's going to get spotted by Juni. Can Juni get this knock? He is going to be able to get that elimination.
11 for them so far, 7. That is so impressive. The question is, can they hold off the Bigetron guys? We see Soxy jump out. Juni goes down, and Soxy could be pushing on to this rock and take control of that. Fabian trying to defend. Soxy goes around. Fabian also puts a lot of damage. More pushes coming in towards the... Misery goes down. This is huge. Soxy putting in more damage. Takes down Fabian.
Soxy getting the knock right there. Now it's going to be a 1v2. Can he pull this off? He does have one Molotov. He's going to make the other players push off. Forrest,
that's perfect.
Does he hit? Oh, it doesn't hit. It does back him off soon. Throwing the grenade. Is this grenade going to hit? Oh, barely 2 HP for Soxy. They're going to make the push. Can he get the knock? Forrest going with the high ground on top of that rock. Back it up, but guess what? It's too much. It's too much. That DBS is just too much. And guess what? Who's going to be happy right now? Team Falcons, because Team Falcons actually decided to continue on with that Hail strat, and it worked out for them.
5 more.
And now Damar's trying to see if he can maybe get an angle and possibly get some elimination points for his team.
I doubt it. He has 5 more first states, though, or 4 more after that one. Song could be looking at his general direction, but Damar is slowly walking towards that circle. He has to constantly heal, move super slowly when you have this first stage popped. Song does try to molly some of these angles. Damar, he knows that he potentially is second place already, or is quite sure. He has 3 helmet and a 3 vest. Could potentially get 1 down, but there are 3 guys alive. There's absolutely no chance that he survived this one. But it will be 6 points guaranteed for Falcons after this heal strat working up. And now we see a little bit of dance. No more. He's going to deny the points. Super well executed by Falcons with the split strategy after that. But that means Damwon Kia takes the chicken dinner and $10,000.
That 24 points, and you said the $10,000, I'm pretty sure they might have taken also some of the other match rewards, because they eliminated a lot of teams with that 2-2 split that they had, with the high ground that they had after getting the control of the north of that circle. Overall, Damwon Kia, what a match. We're talking about how they only had some money from the chicken dinner. They were able to just absolutely just shut us up and get a lot more rewards.
Very surprised how this shift of focus on how the teams are approaching the games here is very, very interesting. Obviously, 6 less teams. Very, very interesting in terms of how they're really focusing on, of course, the eliminations, but early on, very focused on not being the team that is giving up those thousands of dollars that is up for the first eliminations and first team wipes here in the After Party Showdown. Really interesting fights we've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, one of the fights that just kind of pops off is Alpha 7 earlier on. I'm really shocked that they ended up losing that fight with the numbers that they had, with the way that they were pushing. But ultimately, I mean, Damwon Kia, what a match. 24 points for them.
Yeah, huge one for them to be able to close out, and gonna be important for the overall placement for that situation. Of course, I loved how they were able to hold that high ground, but they did have an insane amount of shifts. But that end game is going to be talked a lot more about with our dashing desk here after this short break.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Challenge have been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.
Welcome back to PMWI, the After Party Showdown, as Damwon Kia, I should say, take themselves their second chicken dinner of the day, join the likes of S2G, who have been able to get 2 themselves. Jason Kaplan still joined by Maxman and Kalaris as we're breaking down Sandhawk by first taking a look at our match rankings brought to you by STC. What's impressive about Damwon Kia's win there, though? Able to get some eliminations. We talked multiple times about how they're a team that can get wins, but can't really seem to pick up a lot of limbs. Well, they shut us up.
No, definitely. I mean, a lot of hard shifts north will give them slight favor in that regard for the final moments. But the best bit about all of those hard shifts was they had what was such an overlook on the rest of the lobby once all those circles came their way that they could start getting big elim points. And this is actually not very Sanhok-esque to get 14 elims off the back of a chicken dinner.
Yeah, very top-heavy for the first place only this time around, instead of like top 5 teams being all up there. And the fact that they've been constantly rotating from the northern side, they know the north, no one's going to focus there. No one's going to enter from that location, so you only really have 180 degrees of land in front of you. You have to focus down. You have that cliff. No team is going to be a threat to you. They have to take an uphill battle. Everything's coming your way to get the win, and Damwon, even as you say, they're not like a team that's very focused on elims. Here, it's impossible to not get elims almost.
And I feel Bigatron probably felt like they couldn't catch a break in that game. I mean, they had the compound next to Quarry, which technically speaking is a difficult circle to play as Quarry, especially if it had shifts down towards some of that low ground. But they had a great position, but the circle just was like, nope, and just unfortunate for them.
Hashtag BTR lose? Is that what the circle was saying?
BTR unfortunately for this one.
Yeah, BTR prank. I mean, unfortunate, but still nice to see that. I think it was Luxy having like some great turnaround shots, some great picks himself. But good to see them actually be able to get some decent elims and a decent placing overall. But Team Falcons, the team coming in from the World Invitational main event, able to, again, get another decent finish. This team is really proving they can compete against the best in the world.
Yeah, I think Damar still wants his soup right now. He still wants it. I mean, it's their strat, right? It works out, and he's still good on Sanhok, and you have less teams, so you can potentially give him more meds. So it's strat that works. You get second place like that, like you can't argue with that.
I mean, they're soaring. They're constantly ever present at the top of these lobbies here. And, I mean, if they continue this on, they'll be able to knock Alpha 7 off the pedestal at the very top.
That's some bold words, but you know what? I'd like to see. I'd like to see someone challenge the top. And I don't. Does Alpha 7 actually have the #1 spot? Actually, yeah, they did.
They were
right?
57
they
points.
Checked, right? Yes. STG was actually behind them. But we're actually going to be checking the match rewards, see how much money the teams got for themselves, or who more importantly took these awards. We're going to have first elimination, Dead Eyes guys. Okay, fantastic. First team elimination. But Galaxy get an extra 5K. Team Falcons though, first special elimination, meaning by vehicle or by grenade.
I think that we saw one team actually trying to roll over. I don't remember who it was. I think they were not going fast enough.
It was
Damwon, yeah. If you don't have enough speed, you're just going to push them out the way. So you need to get that speed, and just going in circles, you're not going to get that fast.
I felt like more teams in this game, more than in the other, were really attempting to get some of these, especially the special eliminations coming their way.
They're trying the mollies especially a lot.
Yeah, which...
But it's not
we said doesn't count. I mean, mollies are good on this map because all the buildings are made of wood, right? So...
yeah, exactly. And you just want to... It does have a lot of clear position.
If only it was like what you're talking about spreading. Yeah,
not the whole building, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. What about the other ones? What about like when it came to totals? I know we have the ability to see those. I believe we have the ability to see those. Do we have the ability to see those, Max?
I think we saw the Molo save.
There we go.
So. Yes.
Those special eliminations, Falcons. I mean, the upside is, right, you could just get one special elimination or one airdrop, which we had happen in the last match, and get double rewards because you got the first one and you got the most because no one else did. It can happen. This time, though, Rod's actually going to be taking it with the most airdrops picked up.
Yeah, they've been losing all over the place, but with eliminations from Damwon, not really too surprised. Most teams eliminated also make surprise. Like
20K for Damwon Kia.
20K from this game alone. And these one singular games, right, will allow you to go even high in the rankings. So they should be able to compete now very closely with your Alpha 7s with the other teams at the top.
Yeah, because before this, they only had 16 points, but 10K
they were 8th
in the bank. Yeah, so this is going to be a significant bump up for them. Probably moving into the top 5, I guess.
I would say so.
We don't have to wonder. We can actually just see it. I want to take a look actually at the overalls when it comes to points here.
5th.
3rd. No.
I got it.
I'm just so... You know, Max, this is why I'm the blesser and you're the cursor.
Yeah, I mean, it's not by choice, but...
It's true, though.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, okay, definitely.
I mean, when Kalaris looks at the overalls before we get to see it, it's a little unfair.
I didn't look at the overalls at all.
Max, did you see him look at the overalls before we came on in?
Yeah, he's checking right now. He's got himself his Xperia phone under the desk, and he's taking a look every single time.
It just loads so fast.
Yeah, I know, right? Exactly.
Well, I mean, it's got to be fast when it's made in collaboration with professional players.
That's right.
Yeah. Got to load those stats in quickly.
And it's actually our partner here at PUBG Mobile Esports as well.
I'm so happy about
Team Falcons. You can see here second place with 45 points. No chicken dinners, though, which makes it even more impressive. They're able to be so high up when you have teams like S2G, Damwon Kia, and then Alpha 7 above them. in chicken dinners, like to kind of be sandwiched between those.
I mean, that's the different strats, right? You're going to have some from some of the teams. Some are definitely not going to be aiming for those wins, even though the win's still 10k. That is a very huge increase. Some are just looking for that consistency. Can get some airdrops, can get those special eliminations, maybe the first elimination if you have a hot drop. Like, you have a lot of different ways to be first place without getting a single win, and seem like Falcons, that's the route they're approaching here.
And you look at S2G and Damwon Kia getting themselves the 2 wins throughout the day here each. This is 2 teams that we saw SGG get the win off a central position. Damwon Kia is very good about their long rotations. These 2 teams are very adept and proficient when it comes to looking for position. I mean, as we were touting all the way through for Damwon Kia when it came to PMWI as a whole. So, yeah, it's definitely working out for them considerably in this first day.
Yeah.
I
do remember working out.
What
do you remember?
I remember when like we're talking a lot about STG in the past, you know, in like those global events also, and also Damwon, when they do get into those finishing moments, they are a team that very rarely the win will escape them if they have the man advantage, if they have a good position, and we saw it happen already 4 times today for the 2 teams.
R8 Esports though. Oof.
Let's leave it at that. That's it.
I think that's enough.
0. Yeah, unfortunate.
All right, let's take a look at our rewards rankings, though. Right, we obviously have rankings when it comes to points. We also have rankings when it comes to how much money has been won. So STG sitting in first place with 36k. And Damwon Kia, I mean, that last game was a 20k game for them.
It's the biggest. It's probably the biggest game, right? Oh, maybe we were.
I think Alpha 7 on the Kendi.
Oh yeah, maybe. Oh. It's close. But I mean, regardless, 20k in a game. You know what? I'll take that. And that's extremely impressive here from Damwon Kia. I think they're coming in to this stage of with the after party showdown. I think they're coming in relatively relaxed almost about their approach to the game with all these teams around them. I think they're pretty confident here.
You know what I'm happy to see about Damwon Kia is the fact that I wasn't a believer in other South Korean overlords, to be honest. You know, at PMGC, I was like, it's kind of a fluke that they won the East League. But to be honest, like with how they played then, with how they're played in last week, and how they're playing now, like I'm starting to become a believer. Damwon Kia definitely proven to be an insanely strong team.
They know their identity, and you know, when you were saying you were skeptical about their previous successes, etc., and things like that, that was over a long-form tournament where they were able to gather so much information about all the other regions, bring that together, and then actually still continue to play their identity, which is find themselves a central spot, go for those very wide splits. Once they know they've got control, push out with 3 and make sure that those people are not getting to the circles, and it's continuing here.
Yeah, I mean, you remember in 2020 PMGC, right, when the only South Korean team really used to struggle, I think it was Archer Gaming, and they had a really tough time, but that's when their ecosystem was not even put together by them, right? And now they have their official esport ecosystem in South Korea. They are getting so much more talent being brought in the scene, brought internationally at that. So as time goes on, you're going to see more and more South Korean domination. This is just the start, I would still say.
Yeah, definitely. It's a region, it's a country that has the absolute most powerful esports infrastructure on the planet.
Careful, Max.
Hands down.
We only have a minute for it to the next map, and we know Cloris can talk about this topic. Also,
I'll stop.
He was getting extremely excited. We're talking about them becoming more dominant, especially when it comes to PUBG Mobile. But you guys at home, remember, we do have the Vibe and Drive event happening. That's something just to remind you guys about. You guys can team up with your friends and complete some missions and eventually get your free permanent legendary set. We also have to give a big thank you over to Aramco, Saudia, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib, everyone that's been involved here with this event to make sure it is possible. And not to mention, there's a viewer survey going for you guys as well. Make sure you guys are paying attention to chat. You guys can see the link there, or check out any Tencent social media. But gentlemen, it is time to get into our next match, and technically our final match of this event. However, we do have one match to come thereafter. It's going to be Miramar, and it's going to be brought to you by Avenger and 7 Worlds Game.
I was looking at that leaderboard. Thank you, Jason. And even though Alpha 7, I'm pretty sure you guys mentioned it too, Alpha 7 is currently sitting at the top in regards to points. They're not sitting at the top in regards to total earnings. S2G, 36,000
Yeah,
so
super
far.
impressive. Damwon Kia as well. The chicken dinners are really paying off, and that's what we're going to see in long term as well. It's stacking up already. We have not played more than 5 matches, 7, and it's only across 3 teams. That is really impressive for Damwon Kia and S2G to already have 2 chicken dinners.
For Damwon Kia, the last match alone was an extra 20 $1,000 because before that match they only had 10K earnings.
That
is
is
a lot of teams here are just going to be playing really, really interesting. And guess what? We are, as Jason was saying, we are going to the final match. We do have 2 matches left, but this one's going to be the final match in regards to points that are going to count towards the overall ranking. And then we are going to have a show match at the end. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's going to be Livik, but I'm intrigued to see how Miramar is going to be playing here. I know this is your favorite map.
Yeah, huge fan of this map. A lot of terrain to be covered, and it's going to be sped up a lot. It's obviously an 8x8 map. It has the most playable terrain of any of the maps that we are playing. So we have to really see what these teams they are focusing on when they do this, and how they're going to be playing this one out. 12 teams only on such a huge map. And we have a northeast to southwest plane path, so a lot of the northwestern area is not going to be reachable unless you take a car. Here on screen, most simulations is Revo and Carillo, 11 each, tied, and Race really close after that one with 10. And now here, after we showed on points total so far, 58, 45, 42, 40. It's kind of close still. Also Stalbot, of course, with 37. It's kind of close towards the top, but a 13-point lead right now, Alpha 7, down to Falcons is quite impressive.
Very, very close. I mean, first place is going to get 60,000. Second place is going to get 55,000. Third place, 50,000. And then it keeps going down from there.
I'll just continue all the way down.
And then all the way down to 12th, which they're still going to be able to get 13,000.
Yeah, it's crazy. 13,000.
And that's not.
It should have been 12, right? It would have been perfect.
Ooh.
12 plays, 12,000. Yeah. That's kind of a nice one. No, but they get 13. Just an extra grand there. And as you see here on the screen, knockouts as well. Mafioso, Revo, 13 and 10. Alpha 7 really dominating leaderboards in all possible ways. Nederlands, though, Race has been impressive. Luxy in second place there with 2. So quite crazy. This first circle is bigger than I expected, actually. A lot of space for all these teams here. I'm not expecting too many crazy things to happen just off the bat. But let's see who the teams are going to be the first to be eliminated.
I am intrigued to see who's going to be getting that first element. Who's going to be getting that hot drop. I think it took 5 minutes, Adventure. I was going back and thinking about this. It took 5 minutes for somebody to get the first element in Sandhawk. Is it going to be a little bit faster here? Just stay tuned. We're going to end up finding out. And while you're at it, keep an eye out for the PMWI gun skins and outfits. There's a PMWI package are on sale for a limited time. And you can also win PMWI treasure crates if you play PUBG Mobile during PMWI. And while you're at it, watch PMWI together in Game Esports Center with your friends to win PMWI special sets. Ooh,
all right.
SUG.
SUG and
very close.
Yeah. Having fun with that one here. That's like they're super far away from each other. And Al-Azhar, the question is, do they engage? I see one player that is kind of far away from the other one. And as you see here down left, the PMWI gun skin and outfit. It is on sale still, so go and grab that while you still can. Bigatron able to close this one out here. Picardo, obviously a huge one. And we have Luxy and Soxy, the famous twins, on screen. SK Ton here. I wish he was called Stockton because that's a great name as well. Silas pushing him. Ooh, Silas did not know that he was here, but has a Vector in hand. He has a 3 helmet and a 1 vest. He kind of wants to be hit in the head, rather. Nature coming out. They're trading. I think Silas pulled it out earlier. He's jumping off that one. He's going to try to pre-nade that corner. Does take some damage here. They're trading nades around the corner. Silas with another nade in hand.
And I'm surprised the RA player wasn't able to get that knock. I think both of them were not expecting it. The RA is stunned. He was just waiting patiently, laying down, and then Silas was like, oh, I'm getting shot. You know what? I'm just going to head back a little bit more, wait for my players to just push up.
SK Ton has a 3 helmet too. He's pushing with the 2 vest, so technically he does have the upper hand in case they are shooting at the same time. Kalsi is helping from the high ground with this mini. That is quite impressive. He put some damage onto Prestige, who's on the backside of that warehouse. He sees him. Oh, more shots are coming in. I think could be Banda. Some of the other guys helping. Oh, okay, connecting a headshot on him on that little 1 helm. Oh, look at that.
Ida.
Beautiful there from ID7.
Silas does end up getting knocked and eliminated. We do have the first elimination here within before 5 minutes. Okay, we got that out of the way. You can see Skyton being able to get the first elim there. $2,000. That's just crazy. It makes me wish that I was a pro player and being able to play. But guess what? Hamsi is going to try to make a push here on one of the RA players. Nope, never mind. He's going to decide to back off a little bit. It's not going to be able to cover him anymore. Remember, he did end up getting shot by Ida. He is going to play a lot slower in SG. 1 man down. How are they going to be approaching this? They were being very aggressive earlier. Racy, you can see them trying to throw a grenade. Is he going to be able to connect? He is able to connect a little bit. But Kasi also getting some knocks. So 9-7. Now the tables have turned. 9-7 almost knocked him earlier. And guess what? Ray getting the shotgun and the finish right there. Bandar getting the knock now on Hamsi. And the finish can be a 2v3 if RA is going to be able to get this pickup. And I think SCG, I think this would be the best choice. Just back off. You don't really need to continue on with that fight. What you guys might have been hoping for to happen with the first elim has already happened. So don't get eliminated this early on.
Yeah, and especially for this situation here now, SCG with one guy on the high ground, Kalsi, and Raze on the low ground, they're going to have a hard time just getting together in this situation. They're obviously a big map here, so they do need a vehicle of some sort to make this macro rotation that they want to do. It looks like Ray is just running up. He's running up. He's just trying to completely disengage from this fight. Kalsi and the guys have made a call. All right, let's disengage. Let's get away and just try to survive this man as a 2 and salvage a little bit of points if possible. Again, map, huge map, a lot of terrain that they can potentially hide in. Hamodi with a first aid pickup here from Nick Galaxy. All 4 guys strong, looking good for them. They are on the edge of the circle there in El Paso.
And with Miramar, I mean, 12 teams, we're going to go from 18 teams to just 12 teams. This is going to just slow it down a lot, and I'm intrigued to how some of the other teams are going to be rotating, what they're also going to be doing. You see Alpha 7 currently right now at the top. What are they going to be able to do? Mafioso, I mean, who was it? Carrillo? He had 11 elims, and one of the other players too had 11 elims. I feel like when Alpha 7 pops off, usually Carrillo is attached to that. So good to see that he's currently wanting to perform here on the PMWI after party. Top shooting at a bush right now, trying to see if his aim is going to be locked in. And talking about Carrillo, there you go. You're going to see Rod, a team that has been very, very quiet with Rod, but so far, I feel like they are able to squeeze some points here and there.
Yeah, exactly. Carrillo and the buggy trying to move in early. 3 vest on the body. That's good to see. 7 grenades on Carrillo. That is crazy. The other guys are also moving. He's trying to just get some information here on the high ground. And I like to see that they're locking that down early on. It is far away in the zone, but the high ground here you can't get a lot of information from.
We were wondering if some of the match rewards were going to change how some of the teams were going to be playing. The circle does end up shifting north. Demo and Kia starting to make the push up north. But what I was going to say, I think we just got our answer right there. Carrillo with 7 grenades. I don't think that's usually something that we tend to see out of just one player, maybe out of a whole team, but just one player. And as I was talking about there earlier, most eliminations, Revo and Carrillo, 11 apiece. And if they continue, if nobody stops this momentum for Alpha 7 between those 2 players, they're just going to keep battling each other. And I know those 2 players, and I know they definitely have egos, and they're going to be wanting to one-up each other.
For sure. And now with this circle here on the northern side, going in early, and circle moves earlier, it's faster, and it's potentially later going to be smaller. So let's see what the teams decide to do in these cases here. The circle is closing in just less than 10 seconds. C7C in the distance, and Bigatron here on screen misery.
Bigatron's trying to figure out. They are going to be seeing 7Cs rotating there towards the north of them. Data is currently trying to start the rotation as well towards this circle. You see Enigma Galaxy, everybody. That circle is going to be closing in a lot faster. This is a Miramar that they're not used to playing. They're not going to be able to be as patient. I can hear the crowd too skimming in the background. The crowd, by the way, has been absolutely great so far. Last week and this week, good to see that they showed up to support the local teams in Team Falcons and RA Esports.
Yeah, exactly. Rauf, Enigma Galaxy getting into the zone just now, coming out of El Paso. These guys have a long distance to go in. And it's funny to see where these guys are going to be doing. I love the support that we're getting out of the crowd. That's fantastic. Vampire on screen. Our PMWI 2022 champions coming out of Thailand. And exactly these guys are going to be moving in early as well, trying to get some better locations. They actually already have a decent spot inside the circle, but they want to get further north and want to take more terrain for them.
I'm looking at something here within this circle, and it's something that I'm not used to seeing, and it's all the teams, except for some teams currently making their rotations, are literally just in a straight line right down the middle of the circle, which is something I have never seen before. Now you see Damwon Kia. Damwon Kia actually making a very, very wide rotation, trying to go now towards the north. I think they might try to push to La Cobreria and try to reach the circle from there. They are on vehicles, and this is what I was talking about. You can see just a straight line down the middle. There is some teams now starting to make their way towards the side of the circle, but they're currently, everybody's just waiting to see where this is going to go. And the split right now from Alpha 7 is interesting. Carrillo very, very far away from his teammates. You see Mythic, Revo, and Mafioso towards the top at the north. That's something that, I mean, the north control did end up helping out Damwon Kia earlier on. And with this circle, what a shift. I'm interested to see what Damwon Kia is going to end up doing now. I think they're going to realize that. They're going to start going back down and try to make a push through power grid. What a crazy shift.
Center onto San Martin. It's actually tiny compared to the last circle here. So a lot of teams have to move on early if they want to get any terrain of that. And also, we could potentially see an urban ending. Shots are coming out from the Ma towards Vampire, doing a lot of damage onto those vehicles. The Bronco is taking more damage than the Boss, so it's definitely good that they're focusing that. The Boss is almost a tank. Does go slower, so obviously the focus is on that. Ooh, yeah, he's going to jump out. He does not want to continue in that vehicle for sure. More Vampire guys are trying to just sweep back down towards that circle and try to get inside that new circle. But a lot of teams are on that southern side of the new circle, so there's going to be a lot of fights for these compounds, 7.
And I think Damar just realized that one of the other teams, 7Cs, is going to be very close to them. They decide to start positioning themselves a little bit different. Yusef still, whichever vehicle passes by, whether it's Rod or whether it's Vampire Esports, they're going to get some bullets onto them. You can see Damar trying to cover up Powerful a little bit. Powerful needs to be careful. 7Cs is very close by. They could end up getting an angle on them. 7Cs being very patient. Falcons never alone, getting 2 knocks right there from Rod. Can they get the finish, or is 7Cs going to be able to steal this? Damar does end up getting the finish on Munir, and I think he's going to be able to get the finish on another player too. Meanwhile, Star Wars Esports knocking down Suxy, and Jen Frost being able to knock some of the players down from Rod. Just absolute madness. There's so many teams alive right now. The circle, as you mentioned earlier, is so small. It's going to just open up the door for a lot of third party. And 7C is now starting to realize, hey, you know what? We might be able to actually steal some Illims here from some of these teams with all the damage that Team Falcons is currently being able to do. Luxy throwing a nade, not being able to connect onto anybody. I think this is going to be the replay right here from Powerful. And also from its other team. It's just not getting all those knocks. 3 players out of Rod. That's going to feel good for that team.
Yeah, Forever Alone was actually the guy that got those, but we saw Powerful's point of view in that case. Luxy is relocating this bus here with the smoke. He wants to maybe potentially get a little bit deeper or onto a different angle. Starboard has a lot of control on that southern side of that new circle. The question is, do they try to make a fight for it, or are they trying to push the other guys away? Yeah, it's in this case a lot of peacocking. They want to puff themselves up and make sure nobody else tries to push them in this situation, right? You want to really try to maintain control of that, because it is dead center right now and almost guaranteed to be inside this next circle, 7.
Yeah, we were talking about urban finishes last week. We might end up getting our wish here.
Oh, yes, I wish.
A crazy urban finish in San Martin, and I'm kind of hoping for it. We do see Team Falcons. I mean, 7Cs, these 2 teams are currently being able to go assist. And we do have a crazy shift towards west, south. Ending. And yeah, just there's still some urban there, but yeah, I don't think it would end up getting the urban ending.
We have to get a Damwon Kia hard shift 3 times back to back for it to go up there. But the question is, what does the teams that are outside do now? A lot of teams could be sweeping in and try to get into that backside, because you kind of want to stay away from the north, right? It's like at least 80% chance that it's going to stay on the south side. If you look at the size of the circle and where that road is, you don't want to have to cross that road later. So it's basically it's a Hail Mary if you go into the city and just try to survive. The other team should be trying to rotate in behind and kind of sweep in behind on that southern side.
Yeah, as we're saying, that 7C's now starting to make the push. And Mythic being able to knock Junie from Damwon Kia, as we are seeing S2G getting shot at by Enigma Galaxy. They do end up doing some damage on him, but Hamodi backing up a little bit, and Alpha 7.
Oh,
Damwon Kia.
They're so
They
low.
were getting pushed by Alpha 7. He does end up getting a both knock from Damwon Kia. They're not able to make the final push there. Even though in a way that we're blessed by those zones, it ends up backfiring. And I think it has to be with Alpha 7 just making them push out of the area that Damwon Kia was trying to control.
Lord taking some fire from Stalwart. Stalwart still in a really good high ground spot, as you see on the screen right there. A lot of control they're able to do. They just need to, a little bit later, need to focus. Oh, nice shots. Pika taking down Lord. Need to focus on the teams pushing in from the east side so they can control that high ground and not be filled. Swept from the back. More shots coming in. Pika taking down Freak with a headshot and the mini. Crazy amount of shots coming out of Pika right now, and so much damage onto Nigma-Galaxy.
Pika with some great accuracy right there, and I think he's going to be looking to get some more people. You can see Star Wars Esports is taking full control of this height advantage. They are aware that 7Cs is going to be pushing up to them at some point. They are able to spot somebody there from Team Falcons, yet the Naki is not. Team Falcons powerful, just being able to slightly get out of the way and ultimately not end up getting knocked. And on the horizon from 7Cs, actually towards the more towards the south of them, they need to be careful because Vampire Esports is going to end up making some kind of push. They are positioning themselves right now. And talking about Vampire Esports, they are able to spot one player from Bigatron, and they are going to be pushing this. They know how big the high ground can be here in Miramar.
Yeah, exactly. This control could be crucial for them, but they are outside the zone. Misery has to relocate from this. He cannot engage without potentially going down to the circle. It is also circle 4. So it's closing fast, and it's going to do a little bit more damage. As you see here, a lot of teams are on the northern side still, or around the center. A lot of space on that south. Alpha 7 trying to control some. Oh, it's a western shift. Still has a little bit of the road in, but Nigma-Galaxy with the last compound from inside San Martin, and Alpha 7 with that western control could potentially have another great Game 7.
Yeah, and we're going to see so many crazy shifts right here. I mean, we're seeing it right now. We're talking about a Star Wars Esports. We're going to be able to spot 7Cs. Rod is currently eliminated, and Team Falcons, they are going to try to find a way to get into their circle. It's going to be crazy rotations, and I think a lot of these teams are going to be getting gate kept by Star Wars Esports. You see a nade there by Damar. Meanwhile, Star Wars Esports is just looking at all of this, and guess what? They're trying to third party. I think Damar was able to get that.
Yeah, $2,000. So this first special elimination with the nade, that's great. Now Misery is going to be doing some lot of damage. Oh, it's 2 stopped with the return headshot onto Misery. Now the guys from Bigatron, they're going to have to consider, are we going to try to res him? I don't think it's happening. The circle's already moving. They're going to have to move too. Loxy, last player. Nope. Vampire's just trying to move in, and Loxy's just going to try to get more eliminations out of this one. Ravenclaw taking the boss. A lot of damage is ticking from that zone right now.
That's where I'm going to be looking at the replay there. Damar with that first good nade and being able to get pretty much 2 players while he's at it. So he's not just going for the first elimination, he's also trying to go for the most special eliminations, which is going to be 5K. That is,
2K.
Yeah. 2K.
Yeah,
No,
both of them are 2K.
Oh, okay. Nice, nice.
Oh.
7Cs does end up getting eliminated there by Team Falcons. Vampire Esports, Ravenclaw ends up getting knocked too. You can see now Star Wars Esports also trying to make a push there towards the circle. Just absolute madness right now going on with this. With the shift that we ended up getting, Damwon Kia only has 2 players. They ended up getting just caught on the rotation by Nigma-Galaxy earlier.
It kind of gives it away, right? Because he's hiding in the bush, but there's a big orange car just next to it. People are going to be like, there's a guy over there for sure. Shreps taking some shots towards Loxy and Bigatron. Stalwart also close to it. He's trying to send it, but Stalwart is trying to defend. This is a really good dip he has, but it's outside the zone, and he's going to be pushed here just in 60 meters. It is pushing closer. Loxy's trying to get the most out of this one. He's going to have a hard time. He's going to have to smoke just now. Circle is doing a lot of damage already, taking so much. He's trying to get some first aid off of that body. He's going to have to heal already just now. Stalwart inside the circle. Next circle, as you see on screen, is going to pop soon. Nobody's really taking that center control except for Nigma-Galaxy. The next circle is going to shift, and it's a northwestern shift. It is crazy. It's maintaining 50% of the road right straight through the middle. That's crazy. Deadeye guys taking some damage here. Chari. It's Alpha 7 putting in some damage towards them.
Alpha 7 currently has 1 player down in Revo. Luxy, you can see, still trying to make his way into the circle. He is healing. He is going to be able to maybe spot some people from Star Wars Esports after he gets in. He might be able to get some extra points for his team in regards to just eliminations, but they need to... Oh, ultimately, he ends up getting just eliminated there by this zone. Luxy not really being able to do much there for Bigatron. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports getting shot at by Star Wars Esports. These two teams, I know I mean, from what we saw last week, they really, really want to get at each other. And if they're going to get a chance, they're going to see if maybe they can eliminate each other. Alpha 7 able to revive the player that was down earlier in Revo. And this is going to be an interesting rotation because they're going to be pushing into R8. And all the players are going to just have to be just having amazing chemistry to try to make that push and worry about all these teams. Vampires will ultimately get eliminated by Dead Eyes.
Yeah, Dead Eyes guys, they get another one for that. Revo and the guys from Alpha 7, quick command control. Stalwart is under so much pressure from multiple angles. Action goes down. The other guys try to move with the vehicle. They're going to be sending it towards Nigma Galaxy, potentially crashing this apartment block. Top, a lot of damage. It's going to be an explosion, and that is Stalwart out in 6th place, eliminated by Enigma Galaxy. Super well played and defended here by them.
Enigma Galaxy. I mean, so far, they really haven't had to do crazy rotations, but they are being able to hold off the compounds that they are in. You can see Mythic there being able to connect one Dead Eyes with the nade. Dead Eyes are almost getting some action on Mythic back, trying to do that trade. He's not going to be able to. He is going to throw the nade. That nade is actually looking promising. Mythic is able to heal himself just in time to not get knocked. And you can see Enigma Galaxy Freak there being able to spot some players from Dead Eyes. He's going to be able to get that finish, and Dead Eyes is trying to hop on that vehicle and get out of there. Can he make that full rotation? Can he actually maybe run over a player? No, he's not. He's too much. There's just so much going on there within those.
Yeah. Turulov gone down. Alpha 7 are maintaining control of that southwestern side. Enigma Galaxy have had the blessing and support by this apartment block, and now R8 with just 2 guys alive. They're trying to see if they can survive this. Enigma Galaxy is going to have to push out soon. They potentially could have done this a little bit earlier. This could be rough for them. Damage is coming in. Raouf goes down. Mythic finds another one.
Mythic being able to find that knock, that's going to be huge. He's going to allow Alpha 7 to just move up very slowly. They need to be careful with RA. I think RA might have been able to spot him. You can see his Prestige right there, trying to see if we was going to be able to get a knock. Mythic ultimately being able to finish off Raouf and getting those elimination points. And guess what? Fabian might be the savior from Damwon Kia, might be the savior for Alpha 7 if he's able to spot some of the R8 players and start raining some shots on them. This is going to be a hard rotation from R8 Esports and also Damwon Kia.
Yeah, Damwon Kia has to eventually give up their information and give it to R8. The question is, can Fabian maybe rat them and get those 2 knocks and eliminations? That could be another point for the placement and 2 points for the elims. That would be huge. Alpha 7 looking good right now. Only 4 eliminations for them, but still they have a lot of control right now over that circle. I think the Galaxy is forced to move out. Mythic could potentially be naded a little bit here. The other guys are... Oh, that was important to survive that. Yep.
The Alpha 7 players are just getting super lucky right now, being able to just evade on some bullets. And as I said, that Mythic does end up getting knocked. And I think he is going to end up getting finished there by Freak. But it could have been a lot worse there for Alpha 7. Hamodi does end up making a push. Who's going to be able to get some knocks here? Hamodi does end up getting knocked by Revo. Freak just laying back and waiting patiently. Revo's going to be throwing some grenades. They're able to spot Mafioso. Mafioso currently out with the sniper at this close range. What a madman.
And also for this, if they are able to close this... Ooh, no. Alpha 7 is turning this around. That could be huge. Is that it? That is it. Enigma Galaxy out in 4th place. Super well played by Alpha 7. R8 down to just 1 guy. And also, Damwon Kia could potentially take this 2nd place. As Fabian is able to clutch this one. Bandar trying to nade it. He's taking more damage. He's taking him down. Huge for Damwon Kia, but Alpha 7 close it out.
Ultimately, Alpha 7 just too strong, being able to just make their way into the circles, make sure that they destroy any team that was in front of them. That's going to be a chicken dinner right there for Alpha 7, an extra 10K. Overall, I want to say congratulations, Damwon Kia. It looked really, really bad earlier on, but Fabian was able to just pull it off for the team, and he ended up getting the 2nd place finish.
Yeah, able to close that one out here for Alpha 7. Huge amount of points. They are gunning for that 1st place spot overall for those placements. That would be crazy. So well played by the Brazilian squad on Alpha 7. Able to close another chicken dinner is just insane and unheard of. I did not expect that, to be honest.
Yeah, I was not expecting for Alpha 7 to be this strong, especially on day 1, especially with the way that they started off the day. And I was kind of smiling a little bit there from what I saw with Mafioso. He's probably saying, this is Brazil.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But yeah, again, Circles was rough for them. Enigma Galaxy, they had the apartment control for a long time. I actually expected them to push out really, really early on. But we are going to be going straight to the match standing, and the desk is going to be throwing you through these games here. We have played 6 of them, but guys, have fun with this one.
Yeah, as we take a look at the match rankings brought to you by STC, Alpha 7, 18 points, able to get themselves a second chicken dinner on the day, which means we've had only 3 winners throughout the entire day. S2G, Dam1 Kia, and now Alpha 7. Ridiculous stuff out of the Brazilian squad here, Max.
Yeah, Alpha 7 really here, putting a lot of thought in how they were going to rotate onto the western side. A few hardships we were talking about at Kalash happening in that game a lot towards the western side, but okay, a lot. A lot happened in that game, but that overview position they had up northwest of San Martin, they made an educated guess of like how the circle was going to go and how to make sure that they're not going to have too many encounters. So they got in the circle and they played really well around that.
No, for sure. You can get a lot of information from there, not only on who is south of you, but who is also southeast of you, and that's where a lot of the teams were going to be coming from. So Alpha 7 here being able to play it out very nicely. And overall, I think, yes, there were some conflicts for them in the west side that they were able to kind of extinguish. But, I mean, the main conflict against potentially Enigma Galaxy here towards the end, it was going to be a little bit treacherous here for Alpha 7, but they made it work. So, like it.
Yeah, really good stuff from them. And actually, Aura Esport, we were looking at it earlier. We believe before this game they had zero, like they had no money in the bank, right? I believe that was. So yeah, and yet they still had some good results, some good presence in some of these matches. Here, once again, getting himself 7 points. That's good presence, but does it result in actual money coming their way? This game in particular, I'm not sure if that's the case once more.
Well, you're asking. Why don't we actually just take a look and see if they did actually earn some money in this last game? Don't point at the camera, Max.
Oh, sorry.
The camera doesn't
Yay!
like that. There we go. First elimination. Able to get 2K finally on the board for them.
Yeah, finally going to be able to slowly climb their way up there, but first team elimination going to go all the way off Stalwart. Stalwart's still been also present, but not getting as many of these prizes, I believe. I know Chicken Dinners in particular, even though they've been close pretty consistently throughout the day to maybe being able to convert one.
Stalwart and Falcons, I mean, just constantly, always ever present, always getting themselves a little bit of money on the board here and there, so they'll just definitely be contending throughout these 3 days.
If you think about it, right, just getting that first team elimination done, it's $5,000, split before 4 people, that's $1,250, and the game took like, what, half an hour? Max?
It's good, right?
So you're looking at like, I don't know, $2,500 an hour that you're making as a rate. That's insane.
That's all right.
That's ridiculous. So you take a look at the next page here. Yeah, well, I mean, all of us would do that, except James, who obviously makes way more than that per hour. I think it was around $500,000 per hour, if I'm not mistaken. He is a crazy good influencer. Special eliminations, though, Team Falcons getting themselves to the 2K, Enigma Galaxy with the airdrops of 1K. And then, of course, Alpha 7, you got to get the eliminations in there.
Yeah, I mean, when they get those positions right, they just pop off. You had that Vikendi game, central position, 3 teams breaching you. They still survive as a 4-man. They're doing something not very similar, but they're playing Edge in a really, really strong fashion. It shows that, like, the extent of what they can do and how well they can execute. They can play central, they can play Edge, and they can convert it in a win. That's the most important part.
Yeah, I mean, even before this game, I think 2 of their players were top eliminators.
Yeah.
Eliminators. So very, very impressive so far by them to continue this on as well, where I'm going to be a little bit honest, I was kind of had question marks around how Alpha 7 were going to come into this stage, but seems like they're very well prepared for it.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying before, right? I feel like at PMGC, we didn't see the true power of Alpha 7. Obviously, some roster swaps that have happened within the team, but they have bounced back well, and they have really proven they didn't deserve to be here. I mean, if you think about them versus, Vivo Key, we had them in the tournament for the main event, and Vivo Key, unfortunately, didn't do too well. But obviously, the experience Alpha 7 has was massively higher than for the Keyed boys.
Yeah, I mean, they're very, like, experienced team when it comes to these events, right? And that's why I was a little bit scared when I heard, oh, there's a roster change that's going to be happening with Alpha 7. But when I heard it's Mythic, especially when it comes to, Brazil and all of, like, the Americas, Mythic is incredible. Like, he dominates in America. So having him being added to the team, and as they said in that video we had earlier, like, he brings a new playstyle to the team, I think it really helps the team, like, just expand their horizon. And I think that, if they do make it to PMGC with Mythic, I think that they could do some pretty good results there.
I mean, look at how far they've been able to get ahead here, Jason.
Yeah, not only by points, but also by money. $40,000 picked up, 20 of that from Chicken Dinners alone, and 20 outside. Alpha 7 has started to run away with this event, and I'm curious to see what they're going to do tomorrow, because obviously that was the last match here for the After Party Showdown. We still have the duo show match to happen after this. But Alpha 7, I mean, it's all in their hands now.
Should also bear in mind that we, at the start of the day, told everybody that this is a different point system, right? So a win is only 10 points compared to the usual 15 from our usual lobby. So the fact that they've got 79 points across 6 games here in day 1, that's extremely impressive here from Alpha 7.
Yeah, the thing is, it makes any elimination point you get worth that much more because the total points you can get have been reduced. Let's actually take a look at our rewards ranking, though, to see how much money the teams have gotten and where they currently do stand, because we can obviously know that Alpha 7 will be first place. We can see S2G not too far behind them.
Yeah, SG really close. I mean, after those, they have those 2 big banger games right after that. They're a little bit more transparent. They do come back. When they get those banger games, they tend to perform really well, so I'm not really too surprised. But I'm still really happy that we are seeing Damwon getting those eliminations off, mostly off the back of that, what was it, Sandhog game, right?
Yeah,
doing good. And yeah, of course, a lot of teams here are going to want to contend, but the fact that only 3 teams got chicken dinners today, it is pretty wild.
Anybody want any chicken dinners? Haha, just kidding. If
No.
you're not the top 3, and that's a very strong statement, especially since I think, as I say, for 2 of those teams, we alluded to it before this game, I feel like they're playing kind of similar playstyles. For Alpha 7, they are also fragging out with these wins, so that is a powerful combo here, a 1-2 punch.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at Alpha 7 up against S2G in a little head-to-head here to get an idea of how far ahead Alpha 7 are being.
Jeez,
that
Louise.
damage?
In 6 games?
What?
Okay.
46 elims in this? How? Wow. Okay, I was not expecting these kind of numbers coming on through.
There you go, Max. How many limbs per game is that?
I don't put me on the spot like that. That's not cool. Give me a second. Come back to me in like a minute.
You're asking him to do maths live on air. That's a bit rough.
Yeah, you can't do that. That's fine. That's
To
not
be
my
fair,
contract. You couldn't do that.
I mean, I could probably guess it if I really tried, but I'm not going to because I'm not paid to get to do math on air. Gotta increase my day rate for that. All right, well, everyone, we do have a minute left to go until we get into the final match of the day. It will be the duo showdown yet again. This time it's going to be over towards Livic, but before we can get into it, I'm going to give a little bit of a shout out here to STC. They are one of the sponsors of the event, as well as Spotify and, of course, Razer as well. Without them, this would not be possible, and obviously we're enjoying the hell out of this. Hope you guys are as well at home. But it is time now to bring in our commentators here for the final match. They've had some crazy games, to be honest. The question now comes, can we see the rise of Scout to redeem himself? Not redeem himself, but to replicate what he did in the first match today when we had our first show match. But we'll find out here with Avenger and 7 Worlds Gaming.
I'm hoping it happens because, Jason, when we were watching that match, you actually called it. You're like, Scout's going to be able to clutch this. Everybody doubted you. I'm surprised you actually didn't brag that much on the desk when you came back. Scout surprising everybody, and right now that's trending on social media. That Scout won.
Yeah, for sure, huge one. Let's see if they're able to replicate that. That was one of the sickest clutches I've seen in a long while. Obviously, he set himself up for that, and the 4x spray down was massive. But we are going to Livic, and we are going back to the last game of the show match with the duos today here. 12 duos out of all these teams are going to be competing, and as I said here, we potentially are going to be seeing the rise or re-rise of Scout OP coming straight back in to Livic here from India.
Yeah, and with this, I think a lot of the teams that played earlier in this show match in Sandhog, I feel like Livic sometimes mimics a little bit of Sandhog with just all the rock placement too. There might not be that much structure around, especially towards the middle of the map, but there is a lot of rocks that a lot of the teams and a lot of the players are going to be able to take cover of. So I'm intrigued to see who's going to be hot dropping, who's going to be not. Keep in mind, as the desk was mentioning, this is going to be the last match of the day. It is a show match, so we're not going to be seeing those rewards for first elimination on any of that kind of stuff. So we might not even see some hot drops, even though I really want to see them.
Yeah, I want to see some crazy stuff for sure. But again, super small map here on Livic, so a lot of space for these teams to come in and early on. But again, they are focusing on trying to get some elimination, trying to really wrap up the day. Obviously done with the main part of the after party showdown now. As you said here, the duo show matches here, crazy. I think the duos format are super fun, of course, but it's a tiny map, a 2x2, but there's still a lot of space considering we only have 24 players on this map right now. A lot of space. You can see just R8 on that southeast side. They have in like the entirety of the dry dock and the waterfall and the logistics as well. That is That is crazy. Circle goes west. The vast majority of the players are already inside. S2G has to move. Bigatron has to move. And also R8 has to move. The rest are inside, and they can fight for that inside. Again, a huge thank you to Sony Xperia for sponsoring this event here and being our official smartphone partner. All the players all playing on this fantastic phone here.
And for everybody watching, I mean, let's watch PMWI together in-game esports center with your friends to win PMWI special sets. And don't forget, there is some PMWI packages that are currently on sale for a limited time. And you can also win PMWI treasure crates if you play PUBG Mobile during PMWI.
Exactly.
Looking at the circle here, I mean, you can see 7Cs playing
It's
very
circular.
south.
It's not egg-shaped at all. It's just complete perfect circle. It's great. Fluke playing together with Ravenclaw. Fabian, ooh, with the shotgun. I love that auto shotty. So strong.
All right, taking their time. Bigatron taking their time. S2G taking their time as well, trying to get into this circle. And Alpha 7, I mean, they're currently towards the north, taking their time as well. Oh, man. This is going to be very interesting if it continues to be this slow at the start, because there's just going to be so many duels alive. And as I said that, guess what? Damwon Kia is able to spot somebody from Vampire Esports Ravenclaw. Now playing a little bit on the defensive. He needs to be careful. Forrest is currently cooking a grenade. Can he get this nade off?
Ooh, ooh. Oh, a lot of damage on Ravenclaw. Another nade potentially could be taking him down. He's going to push. That's clever. Oh, Forrest takes him down anyway. And that is Damwon Kia able to close out a potential finish with that one. Oh, the auto shotgun comes out. I love it. Boom, boom, boom. And you're done. Ravenclaw back to lobby.
That was a great play by Forrest, too. I love how he decided to use those nades, push him out of behind that rock. And that's what I was saying. Even though there might not be a lot of buildings and stuff in this map, there's just so much cover that you can take with those rocks that you got to find a way to just get those players out of there, whether it's a Molotov, whether it's a nade, whether it's a concussion grenade, whatever it is. It's just make it happen.
And also utilities king on this map too, right? You have these the lethals that you're able to push out. Oh, Stalva top taken down. That's crazy. I did not expect that one action. He's going to try to go for the revive immediately. Deadeyes, guys. And Joker is going to be trying. Oh my god, that's more damage towards him. Forrest just continues on this rip towards Stalva.
And I think
they want to get this rev off.
Yeah, Damwon Kia just helped Deadeyes in a big, big way by just getting that third party or getting those shots in. Deadeyes making the push. Are they going to be able to get there before he picks up top? I think he is going to be able to.
Easy nade. There's one smoke only.
Right there. Throw it. Come on, sir. You see him right there.
You heard him.
See one of the players to the right. I don't think he's able to see him. I think he's barely inside the smoke. He does get shot. Top, almost being able to get the knock. He did get one knock with the grenade. He's going to go for it, too. He switches guns, and he ultimately ends up getting the best of Deadeye. Star Wars Esports Top, showing them who's the boss.
Oh, my God. Star Wars Esports with a huge clutch. And Top just managing to shotgun those guys down. That is crazy. Did not expect that. Oh, Damwon Kia sees another R8 player. There's some prestige coming out from this. And SK Ton not able to finishing that off. That is unfortunate. Desha also with some bullets towards it. It's a three-way battle. In that case, Munir on the off angle.
And they're going to go for the push. And with this
look at that.
Being one of the smaller maps in the game, they need to be careful.
It's just out here.
So many third parties being able to
look at that.
The replay. Look at that. Knocked.
Oh!
Switches guns. He says, goodbye.
That was so well played by Top. Shots coming in. Dasha finding SK Ton, taking him down. And now it's just down to Prestige to see if he can do something. Alright, it's actually out. Okay, so he was actually finished off and knocked earlier. Desha and Arad able to close that one out early. We already lost 3 teams, R8, Vampire, and Deadeyes, guys. And now Circle is going to be moving slowly together, and the teams are going to have to try to find each other. Definitely tell that they have a little bloodthirsty. They want to try to finish off these teams as early as possible.
Yeah, I was going to say, with the terrain of Livik, especially here where these teams are currently at, they're going to be able to see so much if they get a little bit of a high ground. We saw earlier Damwon Kia being able to get some shots on Star Wars Esports, even though they were kind of far away from them. And I was going to say earlier with the circle, this being one of the smaller maps in the game, teams need to be careful with those third parties. It's just going to allow third parties to be super easy. And we'll see S2G here trying to get some shots there from these two teams that are trying to make a late rotation into the circle, and I think they're going to be able to do it just fine. One team that is still outside of the circle is going to be 7Cs with Scout, the man that was able to clutch it earlier. And here we go, Luxy getting headshotted from S2G, and S2G is going to try to push this action with the monster truck. Very, very ballsy play here by the S2G Silas, as Kalsi is not able to give him any cover.
S2G, what are you going to be able to do here? Next circle is still big, but the teams are obviously focusing on these fights early. They don't want to get third-partied, and they want to try to gatekeep this situation here, especially. Bigatron spots Silas on the monster truck. He's going to be trying to drive away. Nice shots! Takes him down to half HP. Shots coming in again. Oh, Liquid. Can he connect? S2G are pushing.
See, S2G just decided to back off. They were going for that crazy play with the monster truck. I respect it. Okay, I respect it. And as I said, this is a show match. You were watching the earlier matches. There were rewards for people going for the first airdrop, first elim. But right now, those rewards are not available as it is a show match. And I'm looking at the circle here, and guess what? 7Cs finally does end up making it into this zone, and they're going to have to be careful because Enigma Galaxy is going to be in front of them. Lord and Hamodi. Two strong players.
All right, circle closing in, starting very shortly. Damwon Kia and Rat have a standoff some sort. They have some information on each other. The question is, do they try to make a push for it, or do they just want to wait out this circle to see who gets the best finish off this one? Written on the ground. Fabian already has one.
And one Kia just waiting patiently. I think he's going to wait for somebody to cross that road and try to get that knock. Team Falcons as well. Everybody just being super patient in this duos match. I think they want to get some bragging rights. I've been at the Players Lounge. The teams have been playing against each other a lot of matches. They do play a lot of TDM, and they've been playing Livik too. So I think they want to be able to get some bragging rights as well after today.
I can see important information. It is always aware on the map, always zooming in out. What's the compounds? Where we're going to move in case the circle goes away. The circle is closing right now. 7C on the west side, close to Enigma Galaxy, Damwon Kia and Rad still on top of each other. Stalwart and Alpha 7 close. Falcon, Bigatron, and S2G are the other three teams that could potentially be ending up in a fight. Oh, it's going to be a somewhat center shift, a little bit to the northeast, but still pretty good for most of the teams. We will have one of the Damwon Kia guys move. It's going to be Forest, and then we're going to have 7C and Enigma Galaxy moving in from that western side towards the city as well. Crabgrass is held right now by Stalwart. Oh, shots coming in. Enigma Galaxy takes down Scout. Can they recover? More shots coming in from Lord. Trying to get Sarang down. He's going to push in. Oh, that's an outer shotgun. Gets him low.
HP. Sarang almost getting the knock right there. Ultimately, though, Lord being able to position himself. Hamodi as well. Destroying 7Cs, and I was surprised 7Cs actually decided to go for that fight. It was Scout that stopped the car, and I think he might have heard some footsteps or something. Decided to go for the action there, even though his teammate wasn't close by. Ultimately, 7Cs, the winners of the first show match, are going to be getting eliminated here in Livik. And I was going to mention, with Crabgrass being within this circle, Star Wars Esports needs to be careful, because if Enigma Galaxy does decide to push up, at least south of Crabgrass, they are going to end up with a nice height advantage, and also they're going to end up with some ridges and rocks for cover that they might be able to catch Star Wars Esports if for some reason they were to be able, if they were to get in a fight, or they do try to rotate towards the north. They're going to be very exposed to any teams that are currently might end up placing themselves towards the south.
Alpha 7 putting on and taking on S2G right now with a lot of damage towards Silas. He's trying to heal off. That nade could be golden. It's insane. It does not get him down. The heal went off. And Kalsi is also trying to get that heal off, and stimmed too. It's going to be nearly fully stimmed. And Bravo is going to be crawling forward, trying to get some more information.
Cool. Just waiting it out. Trying to see what's going to happen here. But I mentioned earlier, they need to be careful. Third partying is very easy here in Livik with the terrain that's available. They need to watch out, and guess what? Hamodi's going to go towards that hill that I was mentioning, a little bit south of Crabgrass. And you can tell Top is very aware of that, and he's holding off the angle. He's relaying that information to Action. As Action. Oh, and as I say that, they end up getting the circle, so they're not going to be going anywhere anytime soon. And right away, STG decides to make the push towards the circle. Carrillo and the Alpha 7 squad decide to back off from the STG fight.
Yeah, the circle is very soggy on Crabgrass. It's great. Question is, Nigma Galaxy, how deep are they going to move into that?
Rod, I feel like they've been having a standoff, Rod and Dan1 Kia, for at
a
least
long time.
5 minutes. And that Dan1 Kia player has just been waiting super, super patiently. You can see Fabian and Four is currently having a crazy split between the two. And as I say that now, I think they feel comfortable. Yeah, I think they feel comfortable. They're like, okay, Rad finally left. You know what? I think we need to start making that push.
Exactly. All right, Munir with an UMP in hand. Looks like there's a silence on 2. Action has obviously heard that bike coming in, and he's now trying to silently move towards Rad and get this 2-story house that's actually countering. Kelsey's going to go down. Carrillo is going to find him and finish him off as well. Now Silas is trying to move towards them. Revo with an 8 in hand. Could be going for an 8. That could be very close to Silas there from Revo and Carrillo in that case. Now, Nigma Galaxy on screen. Now they're trying to get closer to Crabgrass in the town, but the circle has shifted south. So both of the teams that are inside has to maintain their position in the south side of it.
What a crazy bounce of that grenade.
Action!
And as we continue in here with the grenades, I think Revo's practicing for tomorrow for those special Illims. That's exactly what they're doing. As we're seeing Carrillo actually being able to knock down Action, and Rod trying to just pick up the player that's currently down. Alpha 7, I mean, we saw just the aggressiveness that we've been seeing out of this team the whole time. Top currently trying to see if he can position himself in a way to pick up his teammate Action. Alpha 7 now making the push towards Rod. Rod, I think they were able to pick up their player, and they are throwing some Molotovs, making Rod back up a little bit and trying to control where just those players are going to be based. And Carrillo does not care. He just decided to walk straight through that molly.
Just sending in straight. While Munir and Desha try to survive with some smokes. Fabian gone down to Liquid. Revo found Desha with a nade. That's a good knock and important. Revo trying to pre-shoot the smoke. He's going to go down as well. That is really well played by Carrillo. They take down Rad in that case. Now Revo has spotted Falcon and Yusuf.
And well, with this fight's been happening between Alpha 7 and Rod, guess what? Action was able to pick up Top. This is going to be a 2v2. Carrillo being able to get the knock right there on Action and getting the finish to Top. The only player alive from Stalwart Esports duo here. Is he going to try to make the push? He does have a grenade. He does have a shotgun. He needs to... Players need to be careful, and that's why, because Top has shown it before. He does get one of the knocks. He's going to be able to reload the shotgun here. Carrillo needs to be careful. Is he going to try to go for the jump? Oh, he does try to go for the jump. Top truly with the shotgun. Can he get the finish? He does get the finish on Alpha 7. 2v1. Shotguns left and right. It does not matter. Stalwart Esports Top just showing what the shotguns can do here in Livik.
Crazy scenes from that Top Stalwart being able to clutch that. And we are down to just 3 teams left. Falcon get the rest off on the east side, but Nigma Galaxy has moved into Crabgrass on the west side. Top has them almost the center of the circle in this situation and shotgun in hand. Now Falcon, they have to move into this circle. They're going to try to breach into these buses, while Lord and Hamadi is going to maintain control of that last left house inside the new circle. With a lot of information right now, they could take down Falcons. Damage is coming out, taking down Powerful. That's going to be Falcons out. Super well played here by Nigma Galaxy. They're putting themselves, and Top actually got one of them. Crazy to see.
Top ended up getting both of those
he got the flush.
Which is crazy. Can
Really well.
Top win this? I mean, we already seen the first show match. We saw Scout being able to clutch that 1v2. Can Top now for Stalwart Esports clutch another 1v2? I mean, he did it earlier against Alpha 7. Can he do it again now against Nigma Galaxy, Lore, and Modi?
Oh, Top! That is huge! And a 1-versus-1, Hamodi knows exactly where he is with the nade here. Cooked perfectly, could take Top out. They're trading nades. Top ran out. Hamodi versus Top, shotgun in hand, both of them. And Top end start taking it. It is Stalwart Esports that take the show match in the duo here of the last game of the day 7. That was insane.
I wasn't sure about the show matches before today, but after what I seen from certain of these players, I absolutely love this show matches. Top just being able to continue on a tear with the shotgun. It didn't matter if it was Enigma Galaxy, Star Wars Esports. What a finish there by Top.
Yeah, the show matches here ended up being super crazy. Livik paying off. You love Livik, obviously. I love the shotguns on Livik, and I know Kalaris obviously loves the shotguns too, and also loves ha 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 Modi. Na 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 na. That was beautiful, but Top ended up being able to clutch it, and that was insane. Another situation where we have a 1 versus 2 clutch.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these teams are going to be careful about that tomorrow with what happened with Scout, with what happened here between Alpha 7, Enigma Galaxy, Star Wars Esports saying, Top was like, okay, you know what, I still have a shotty, but let's look at the match standings. I'm pretty sure that this is going to want to break this down because that was crazy.
Yes, our match rankings by STC. Don't forget about them as they have Star Wars Esports getting 18 points. Well done by them again. Top clutching things out. I mean, we saw them obviously lose the 1v2 or the 2v1 in their sense up against Scout, but at least redeem themselves here to get the victory. Enigma Galaxy, unfortunately, coming in second with 9 points. But it seems to be a pretty telling tale for what we've had for the majority of today. Alpha 7, Team Falcons in 3rd and 4th, but Star Wars not really showing up today. Enigma Galaxy not really showing up today. And Bigatron, unfortunately, the same as well.
True vindication. In my mind, Stalwart won both of these duo games if it wasn't for Scout. But you know what? Actually, just when we came into the duos, especially here, Max, we looked at Top and Action. We're like, oh my days, that is a strong duo. And they've shown it. I mean, after getting themselves a decent spot in the first one and now winning out the second.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Top taking himself a 1v2 there versus Nigma. And also the fact is that they had a split, technically. They had 1-1 split, and they had 2 off angles. Nades one angle, perfect nade, then instantly shifts over to the other player. It's the great execution on this side. So really, the Top seen as one of the top players, also MVP of his home region. So are we surprised? Not really. And you said it should have been 2 wins, but they get 1 at least.
Well, we did get to see the weapon as well at the very end, which I believe, Claris, you made a jingle for, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I said M1014.
Really?
You're looking at me like that and with your little smile, but...
Okay. I just never knew you to be so shy.
I'm the jester of jingles, but, not for stream for now. Even though we just saw a ha Modi from...
That's fine.
Max.
Actually, I think Max actually is the one that came up with that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's true. Actually.
We might have a new master of jingles here.
Nah.
You can be the master of math, because we haven't had one of those on the desk ever.
No.
Not you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, don't worry, I already knew exactly what was happening. But gentlemen, I mean, again, we've had our 2 show matches. I would imagine Stalwart would be #1 after getting second and then losing. We'll actually take a look right now to see where the teams currently do stand here. Remember, the winner of this takes home $15,000.
Okay. Okay, now, I mean, yeah, of course. Taking himself a 2nd place and after followed up with a chicken dinner. Not too surprised to see them up there. But the points do not really add up.
This is very lopsided for Stalwart to be able to get themselves in this kind of place.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive stuff.
No. What's wrong, Max? You trying to do math in your head?
Yeah, I'm like, I was, okay, no, I got it now.
It's not
like
15 points for chicken dinner.
Yeah, no, it was like 14 plus 1 does not make 30, but like, I put everything together, I was like, okay, I understand now.
Well, 15 plus 14 doesn't make 30.
Yeah, exactly. So. Makes more
Da-da-da-da. But anyway.
And now you see why we haven't had a math expert when it's come to the desk here. Enigma Galaxy 2nd place with 15 points. 7C off the back of Scout with the 10 points he got for that chicken dinner gets him up to 3rd. And there is prize money from, I believe, 1st to 4th. So there is still stuff to win here for these teams. But we still have, what, 3 matches left to go?
Yeah, 3 more matches, and one thing you've seen is that Falcon's still not able to get himself a win, but they're still present. They're still there, lingering in the shadows. 1 good game, and they can just leap up in 1st place. So Falcons are just the lingering threat of the entire tournament here.
Oh, absolutely. Always a present threat, for sure.
Okay. Well, it is time to head down to the stage here for an interview with one of our teams.
Welcome back to the main stage, where myself and Fancy are joined by Never Alone from Team Falcons. Congratulations on Day 1 of the After Party Showdown. You're currently sitting in 3rd position, which is very good. You're showing a lot of consistency throughout the day. I just want to ask you, how did you manage to get this kind of consistency on maps that aren't really used in competition or competitive PUBG Mobile?
حياكم الله من جديد اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور. معنا نيفر الون على المسرح نسوي معه مقابله سريعه بعد المباريات اللي شفناها منهم اليوم. السؤال الاول نيفر الون، كنا ودنا نتكلم عن المابات اللي لعبنا فيها اليوم في البطوله، مختلفه عن المابات اللي تلعبون فيها بالعاده واللي متعودين عليها في باقي البطولات. هل الشيء هذا خلاكم تغيرون البلاي ستايل حقكم ولا انكم تستمرون على نفس الوضع؟
للامانه في الخرائط الجديده ليفك وكراكن وفيكندي كان صعب يعني التاقلم فيها. يعني حاولنا يعني نقدم يعني اكثر شيء نستطيع نسويه يعني بالجيم. اما بالخرائط الثانيه ما اشوف يعني فيه تغير، بس يعني يمكن فيه اندفاعيه اكثر من الاتيان بسبب الجوائز. ويعني الحمد لله قدرنا نجيب توب 3 في اليوم الاول.
Okay, so the player is saying that the main focus that they were trying to do is to adapt through all the maps, but the first 3 maps that they played, it was hard for them to adapt because they're not used to it that much. But then they had to stick to the same play style that they were doing, even though the new maps, they had to play a little bit defensive than they would usually do.
Well, I mean, speaking of the maps being new, but also the situation in which you're playing, like we're standing on the main stage right now. This is your second week on the main stage. So are you starting to get used to it? Are you starting to feel a bit loose? Are you getting more comfortable now?
السؤال الثاني للاعب، كنا بنركز على نقطة انه الاشياء اللي قاعدين يسوونها في المسرح اشياء جدا رهيبة، لكن الشيء هذا نحط ببالنا نقطة انه هذا ثاني اسبوع لهم في المسرح، ما راح يكون اول اسبوع، فهل الاجواء يعني